So what I have to do now is tomorrow I have to uninstall my driver for my graphics card, and I have to uninstall my driver for my mic, and I have to reinstall them because some Windows update just completely destroyed my drivers. And now my noise gate, which was set up for my mic that is significantly better, is just not working. Like, I don't even know what's going on. Everything is just a big pile of duty right now. So I am testing I'm testing my noise gate. Give me 1 second. But then I'm gonna have to like reset it once I get my other mic working, which is horrible.
It's so much better.
It is better right now?
It seems to be better.
Okay.
Hank, do you agree?
It's still probably not great though, right? How is my voice to music ratio? And can you all hear Ito well?
Okay. Yeah, it's a lot better.
Is the music too loud or anything? Just turn it down a bit. Alright, so am I turning down music or am I turning down the mic? Bit of fuzz in the background. Yeah, that's because my noise gate isn't working. I don't know why. Everything is just falling apart on my computer. My poor, poor computer. Music up, mic down. Okay. Let's see. How's that? Are we better now? Is that getting into the area of better? Is my mic down too low? And Ito, you're listening to me through Discord now, or my stream?
Yes, I'm still in Discord.
Okay, so you're hearing me in Discord, so that's fine for you,
The stream
right?
is quiet in the other rooms, so I can turn it down a little if it's still echoing, but... Oh yeah, I can hear the echo. It says there's an echo. Okay.
Oh, that might be if she's hearing the stream from the other room. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so now the other problem, the other driver that is essential, that is not working right now, is my graphics card driver. So Photoshop is going to be super wonky as well, just to make this as fun as possible. Yeah. So I have to... Yeah, my scrubby zoom is not gonna work because I don't have a the correct driver now. Which is total BS. Finger paint time. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to keep coming back to the mouse to like zoom in and out, and you know, certain things like that are just gonna be like super lame. Super lame. It's gonna take me like twice as long to like do anything now. But whatever, I'm here. You guys are here. How's everybody doing? Soundweaver and J Squared and Pink and Ito. It's a party. Oh, you know what? I'm also gonna let Rename Card know that I'm live. I think I usually tell him like when I'm about to go live, and he hangs out, but I forgot to do that because I was busy shaking my fist at the sky about all this, you know, tech nonsense, which shouldn't even be a
Jayel?
concern. Yes.
Jayel, I muted my mic for just a moment, and I still heard the echo I think it's coming from, like, the echo of the stream.
Oh, interesting.
Maybe coming from your side. Just, it's not really loud. It's just kind of there.
Huh. Okay. So that's probably the crappy mic on my what do you call it, on my webcam. That's just picking up the sound that I'm hearing. I guess maybe I'll put on headphones. That might be the thing to do. We'll see if that kills it. This is getting better by the minute. I really have to like spend all day tomorrow now doing all of this like dumb tech stuff that I don't want to be doing.
My mom always said I was a difficult one.
Alright, so let's see now if this has killed the Alright, are you guys still hearing that weird echo? Is this better? Yeah, it's still there.
I don't know.
Hmm.
I don't know how to tell you with that loop. It's kind of weird.
Oh, because you have a delay between stream and Discord,
Right.
you mean? Right. This is just awesome. Give me 1 second. Okay, so what I have to do tomorrow is I have to like... what?
IMJ said he doesn't hear the echo anymore.
Okay, cool.
And actually it was coming from me, I guess.
Huh. What it probably was is that my speakers were playing what you were saying, and then my mic was picking up on what my speakers were playing. So that was creating like a feedback loop.
Right.
Ito has her stream muted. It's that the driver for my normal mic got destroyed by a Windows update, so my normal mic isn't working, so I'm using the mic on my webcam. However, that's a shitty mic, A, and B, it's not set up at all. Like, I don't have a noise gate set up on it, so it's picking up on my speakers, and, you know, so that's why now that I put headphones on, it should clear that up, hopefully. Alright, so what we're gonna do... oh yeah, so Ito, what I was thinking about those pictures, the reference pictures, is that one you're looking away and one you're looking at the camera. So the one where you're looking at the camera, right, that's like... it makes it more of a portrait, where you're like at the audience, you know what I mean? And the other one is more like a snapshot. Either one is cool. I don't know, I don't know what's better.
Well, like I said,
if you prefer the one looking at the camera.
Whichever one works best for the situation, Jayel. I mean, you're the artist.
Let's see. So there's that one. Oop. Yeah, I think I'll go with this one. Why not? Do you mind if I have it open on my screen?
I have no problems with that.
Cool. And then I also have like a bunch of reference pictures that I took for backgrounds.
I have to clean my screen. I kept thinking there was something on my face in that picture, but it's actually a spot on my screen.
Awesome.
I was like, what is that on my face?
I've definitely done that before. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to just start with a simple like sketch. Let's see if I can bring myself to do a simple sketch. I always say I'm going to start and rough it out and then like get caught up in like details before I have it roughed out. J Squared says he has that outfit. Did you get it from Ito, from the Soul? Ito, you made that, right? That's one of yours? Hello? Ito? Is you there? We lost Ito. Oh god, the Ito driver must have gone down too. My graphics card, my mic, and my Ito, they're all not working.
Oh no, I'm back. I had to go. IMJ said I needed to mute my stream, so I had to go to the other room to do that.
Oh. So, well, I mean, you should be able to have the stream in the other room playing. No scrubby Zoom. This is terrible. I can't work like this. Oh god, it's horrible. What am I doing? So this is what happens when I don't have a graphics driver working properly. I just, like, can't see what I'm doing. And I can't, like, switch back and forth in my views as well. Like, everything is just going to be annoying. But whatever. I'm just going to have to rough this out and deal with it. And there's probably going to be, like, horrible lags. Yeah, why the heck? Oh god, it's so annoying.
We need to, like, have a cheerleading team to make you feel better. Go, Jayel, go. Hello, X-Cat.
X-Cat, hello, hello, hello.
I hear it a little. IMJ, yes.
Yeah, well. You hear your echo, you mean?
Yeah, IMJ was telling me to turn mine off. I mean, it's just a little echo. My other stream is off. I don't know. We're just caught in the loop.
I've never heard Discord not have a little bit of an echo when someone else is on.
Well, yeah.
Like, it's just a thing. It gives you kind of like God voice. You get all like, I am Ito Kaga, you know.
My name is Ito. I'm coming for you.
Your host alert? Oh yeah, okay, cool, awesome. Thank you so much for the host. I'm sorry, I'm having like major technical difficulties right now, so I don't know what's going on, but I did not see the host alert. I didn't hear it either. You're hearing the computer fan sounds, exactly. So my noise gate isn't working, my normal microphone driver isn't working, and my graphics card driver aren't working. I stupidly went to restart my computer, not realizing that there was like an automatic Windows update in the queue. So when I restarted, you know, stupid ass Windows was just like, update, and just destroyed all my drivers. And I rolled back the update, but the drivers are overwritten now by Windows drivers, which are like generic, so it's trying to run generic drivers for all of my tech that requires specific drivers, which is just stupid as hell. So yeah, I'm feeling a little salty right now about it. So I'm just going to ask you all to bear with me and just try to ignore anything that's shitty about my stream right now, because there's nothing I can do about it. Like, everything is not working. And I'm totally bummed. Totally bummed. You think all the bots are off right now? Yep. Yeah. That's very possible. I don't know why that would be. I guess that would just mean that my OBS isn't connecting correctly, which is just like one more thing on the list of stuff that isn't working. Or it could just be could be coincidental. That could be something with like the specific server on Twitch that my channel is on. Might just be having some problems.
that's right. Trump POTUS is in our town right now. My town decided to test its tornado sirens today. It was kind of interesting. I was like, why? It's a beautiful sunny day. And Bob was saying, yeah, it's because Trump's in town.
Weird.
But we won't talk politics.
Yeah. Let's
Just
not.
thought that was funny.
We keep the streams are like, mixed company dinners. You don't talk about politics, you don't talk about sports, and you don't talk about religion.
Yes, absolutely.
But man, I can comment on that for a long time. Like, I have comments for days.
4 days.
But we're just not going to go there.
Right. I have to ask y'all to be patient with me. If you hear strange clanking and clonking noises, I'm also cooking dinner while we're streaming.
Oh, good.
So if you hear strange noises. And then if you hear me yell, ow, be gone for a minute. But
Does your butler have the day off? Ow!
But, yeah. My butler is doing crossword puzzles.
Oh, that's so nice of you to let your butler...
If you hear a voice in the background, that's my buddy Bob. He's my bestie and my backup.
Hi,
I got your
Bob.
back, babe. I got your back, babe. Hi, Bob. All about Bob. Hi, everybody. I'm so glad y'all came tonight. I'm excited. Can't wait to see this. So what is my name?
ItoXola.
ItoXola. I love it.
So, Zolaria is one of the Eternals, one of the 10 Eternals in Children of Gaia. And she's like the Eternal of the Cosmos. So, a lot of like things that start with the word Zola or have the word Zola in them are like references to her. Like, for example, there's a specific type of mushroom-like fungus that's bioluminescent, and that's called Zolabin. And it's because of, like, the kind of very ethereal and cosmic, like, glow that it emanates. So that's just, like, an example of something with the word Zola in it. So I just changed Itokaga to ItoXola, because, yeah. I feel like it's, it references you, and it also keeps it within, referencing the Cog story. Oh, by the way, for anyone that doesn't know, I say Cog as an... words. Man, I'm so, like, annoyed at my computer right now that, like, I just can't even speak. What was I saying?
Cogs.
Oh, yeah, so... Right. Yeah, Cog is just our... abbreviation for Children of Gaia. Meatball Intraction. You don't need my fancy trinkets, but my bots. Finished that whip from yesterday. 'Tis in the art chat. Yeah, cool. I'll definitely check that out later. Can I sit in the Discord with my mic muted so I have the Discord acting? Oh yeah, sure, you can do that. Absolutely. Whatever's better for you. The thing with that is, of course, then you'll hear me, what I'm saying, way before you see my mouth moving, so it'll look like I'm badly dubbed. But
oh man, that would be so fun, like an Asian,
like one of those kung fu, the early kung fu movies.
Yeah, we should just start making like wild noises. Ayah! Meatball Intraction. Who was it that said that? Was that you, Pink? That shit was funny. Oh man.
So I don't know if you saw the reference that shows like the examples of like Lithicesian culture. I'll pull that up on my screen. So like Lithicus was like a high arts culture. These are just like some examples of types of people within Lithicesian society. And it's very, very common for them, like it was a cultural thing for them to have these like huge, like super elaborate, like swoopy hairstyles. Like kind of like corkscrewing around, and you know, they're all about fashion and all that stuff, like music, visual art, fashion, poetry, dancing. So, this character,
Right there.
right? ItoXola, she's one of the survivors after the fall of Lithicus. So there's still going to be some things in common, but like, you know, she wouldn't have the ability to like do her hair in the traditional fashion. So it's kind of like that hairstyle, but just like down, you know, and kind of like matted and sort of like dreaded, like one giant kind of swoopy dread, you know.
Oh yes, please give me a big giant dread. I've always wanted dreads. Perfect.
I had dreads for a while. It was fun, but so much upkeep.
Wow, Jayel, it's almost like you know me or something.
I do, a little bit.
A little.
A little bit. Does it tickle?
Yes. Tickle my chin. Hi, Yuki Dog Zombie.
Hi, Yuki. Sorry, I'm a little distracted. I'm just letting everyone know I'm a little distracted by major computer problems that I've been having today. So I'm like trying to break myself out of being annoyed at my computer by just getting lost in my art. So if it takes me a minute to see the chat, I'm not intentionally ignoring anyone. I'm just distracted. Ito, you can feel free to let me know also, like if someone says something and I just don't catch it, like be like, oh, so and so said blah blah blah. You know, if you do, like if you don't notice, that's cool too.
Well, it's interesting being on this same side as you now, because usually I'm in the chat and waiting for you to hit, you know, the other end of the lag.
Oh yeah, right.
So I see
The awesome, famous Twitch lag.
But yeah, I'll try to keep my eye on chat too, guys. So if y'all wanted to say anything to me, just holler at me.
Or, you know, if I miss anything, let the computer go. It's sorry. I can't. I'm a fan of Computer Fan. You like it? Yeah. So, yeah, also, if I do miss anything that someone's asking me or saying in the chat, totally feel free to repeat it. Just be like, Draco, I said hi, you jerk. And I'll be like, I'm sorry. All, you know, sad and pitiful. But no, seriously, feel free to repeat yourself.
Anybody not wearing 2 million sunblock is gonna have a real bad day. Get it?
Rename card. Dude, rename card, it was horrible. Everything went wrong. Like everything. I don't have, my graphics processor is not being recognized by Photoshop right now, so I don't have scrubby zoom and everything's all laggy and weird. Like, I don't know, I just had some... I went to restart my computer without realizing that there was a Windows update in queue, which normally I would have like turned that off, especially before a stream, but instead it just like updated, and like my microphone driver went down, my graphics driver went down, so now I'm using like the microphone that's built into my webcam, which is like horrible. And I finally got Photoshop to work, but I had to like retry it and restart like 15 times. Dude, it was like the worst. Oh, Yuki, it's okay. I should be done complaining about it. It's just... The thing is, like, even though my stream is working now, still, like, the way I use Photoshop normally, I can't, because it's just, certain functions are disabled at the moment because of that. And it's okay, you know, there's so much worse things in the world that could happen. I just, you know, I get really nervous about streaming. I put a lot of, like, you know, I put a lot into it. I want it to be like a really cool thing for all of you, and I really appreciate that you like hang out with me while I stream. You know, and I want it to like be good. Like, I want it to be a good experience. I don't want you guys to be like putting up with subpar, you know, setup, and you know what I mean? So it really upsets me when things aren't working. But I'm a big boy, I can handle it, it's okay. It's not the end of the world, it's just annoying. And the fact that you guys haven't all left already, you know, that's cool.
Because we love you.
Aww.
But, you know, probably time to everybody.
Oop,
Especially
you're a little low.
tech.
You're a little low.
A little low.
Oh, that's so much better.
Better? Okay.
Were you just far away from the mic for a minute?
I think the mic had I'm wearing my headset around my neck.
Oh, so it just like moved
better.
or something?
Yeah, it just kind of slipped away from my mouth. I'll stick it in my mouth.
Nom nom nom. Ito eats the whole chat.
Ito eats the mic.
You're in a position of power right now,
Ooh, you're right. I can do anything I wanted.
right? You're just subjecting everyone to whatever crosses your mind. You want to eat the mic? No one can do anything about it. XD. Capital X, capital D. That's the big smile face emote.
Big laughy smiley. Haha. Squinty-eyed. That's the Cartman laugh, I think, isn't it? The XD.
I guess so.
I
know, I always picture it silent, like it's just like so like hit by humor that it can't even like make a noise, you know, it's just like ah!
Can't even breathe. You're like,
Right?
I've had a moment or two
Aw,
like that.
Yuki, thank you. Yuki says my stream is always good. I really appreciate that. I am very fortunate to have had such awesome people find my stream and decide to stick around, because that's really what makes it awesome. You guys are the best.
So you were talking about the Zola mushroom?
Oh yeah,
It's
the Zola
glowy
bin,
one?
right? Yeah, they're like toadstools, you know. They've got like a nice, like longer, thin stem, and a kind of like not very tall, like more like flat, wide cap, and they like glow, but they glow in such a way that like the glow emanates through them, so they kind of like cast lights, you know. It's very like ethereal looking, very trippy.
Yeah, I'm familiar with those. I guess I just don't know I didn't know the name. I tend to learn.
So that's actually that name
Oh, is
and
that
that
a fake
specific
one?
function.
I mean, not a fake one, but
Yeah,
in your
well, fictional.
story.
Right. So that's a fictional name for a fictional type of fungus.
Gotcha.
And they're actually
I know
so
there are some in life that
they are different from mushrooms in that mushrooms are not the actual fungus. Mushrooms are the fruit of the fungus. So, right, when you see a mushroom, that's actually just a reproductive organ that pops up to make spores and spread them. And then that dies, but the actual fungus itself can be covering a mile area, you know, like, or depending on the type of fungus, some of them are maybe like 5 feet, you know. But that's why, like, they'll pop up here, there, and over there, and over there. They're not actually different funguses. They're just different fruits from the same fungus, which is spread out throughout the ground, right? So these guys are actually individual organisms. So in that sense, it's more like vegetation, and they last longer.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very into mycology, so that was really cool when you said that. I guess that's
awesome.
Said that was where that came from. I was like, huh.
Yeah, so this is, you know, fictional mycology.
Right.
And they're not from Earth. They're not actual like Earth fungus. They're similar though. That would be like the closest thing to call them would be a mushroom.
Right. Yeah, and being that they're an individual organism, that makes them a completely different thing.
Right.
So.
Exactly.
The oldest living organism on the planet is actually a mushroom that covers, like, I don't know, like 100 million, bazillion, quadrillion mile acres up in Oregon.
The second oldest is
Second.
the second oldest is Jayel Draco.
That's correct. You win.
I
Ding,
cover
ding, ding.
right now. I'm covering quite a bit of globe. Quite a bit.
Yes.
An absurd amount of globe.
Yeah. You are a pretty fun guy, JL.
So glad you got that.
Ba-dum-bum.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I'm very excited because the morel season is about to start here in Tennessee. So I'm
Nice.
very
Going
and
hunting?
That starts my whole foraging cycle for the year. Love it.
So this is going to be another one of those things that
You feet fungus.
isn't going to work very well because I don't have my graphics processor.
Ricky Ticky Tappy, bitch!
Fruit fungus or my
What
pretty
up,
sure that
Eggman?
fungus is the oldest. Noms.
Older
Are
than
you
me?
nomming on the foot fungus or are you nomming for the morels? Because
The morels.
knowing you, Pinkalicious, I would not put it past.
We don't know, actually. It's a scientific, I don't know. It's words. How you doing, Eggman? My feet are the strongest fungus known to man. Awesome.
Ooh, yes. Oyster mushrooms are my favorite. I actually have a log right out by my front step that started giving me oysters this year. I didn't even know it was going to happen.
Oh, nice.
I mean, that's how it happens.
Volunteers.
I didn't plug it. It just happened, yeah. And then I had a couple of logs that I had taken in a tree down in the backyard, and they were putting out what are commonly called Jew's ears or black fungus. It's the little black ones that you get in strips in like Asian dinner. It's an Asian delicacy.
Nice.
Yeah, and they were yummy. That was an exciting night. Stir fry for us. I mean, when you have free food growing in your backyard, I mean, come
on, you gotta eat that.
so perfect. You gotta eat it. My neighbor caught me. He's this crazy old inventor guy. He actually invented some really, really neat stuff. His latest one is Black Hawk Energy product. It's a power inverter that catches energy spikes in your system, and it catches it and then it holds them and pushes it back in to recycle it. So instead of when you get an electric draw, when you turn your oven on or anything turns on, it pulls a big surge, and then whatever's not used, because it's always more than, it always pulls more than it needs, it'll push it back out into the system and go on down the way, and you're still paying for it. His thing stops that from going back out of the system and stores it and recycles it until it's gone, and then it'll pull more and save it. So it's pretty intense.
I'm sure the power companies will love that. They'll probably buy the patent and bury it.
Well, he had TVA down here. The Tennessee Valley Authority is the one that does all the dams and the electricity around here. And
Right.
they were actually after him. It was kind of a creepy couple of years there.
Yeah, they'll do anything
yeah.
they can. They'll try and buy it.
That's what
And
they
then
were
bury
trying
it.
to do.
And if you don't
Yeah.
sell, they'll try and, imply that you should be afraid of the fact
Yes.
that you're not selling to big business.
That is
And
exactly how it went.
It will escalate, and depending on the company, they might take it way further than you would think. I mean, you don't get to be a huge power conglomerate by being nice and by giving a crap about people. You just don't.
Yeah. Well, they just wanted to suppress it because it's really best, that technology is best used in big, in big like restaurants and big factories
Right.
and
So we're
stuff like
talking
that.
a lot of money that would be saved.
Oh yeah.
And
yeah.
it's environmentally friendly, but that's not the point. The point is
That's
it's saving
not their
people
concern.
money. Like
Yes.
they don't want people to not be charged for power surges that aren't used. They love the fact that, hey, cool, that person just like wasted like 50,000 volts. Awesome, charge them for it.
Right. Charge them. That's right. And so yeah, that was a big deal for a little while here, but
I guess this is
think
getting close to political, but
yeah, I know. That's why I was going to retract. I think I started that story because he caught me out there picking those mushrooms in my backyard, and he was like, "What you doing?" He's a big old country boy. He's like, "What you doing over there?" I was like, "Picking some mushrooms." He said, "Those are going to kill you." I was like, "No." He said, "Well, are they going to make things pretty?" And I was like, "No, Jerry. Oh.
no, they're just yummy. Can't they just be yummy?
I'm like, I'm making dinner. Will you leave me alone?
Picking dinner from the
I said, I'll
backyard.
bring you some later. He was like, no.
No, you will not.
No, I'm good, thanks.
Good story.
Oh, I am the Eggman, yes. Chanterelles are like my absolute, like, ever since I started, oops, my mic fell. Ever since I started
Chanterelles and
foraging
beaches.
chanterelles, yeah, chanterelles are the ones that I've been able to, like, I don't know, I have the radar for them. Last year I found by accident, was dropping off a kid from one of the cheer kids at their house, and I looked down their valley, and they had the whole valley wall was covered with these just giant yellow flowers. I ended up coming out of the woods that day with 6 pounds of chanterelles, and they were so beautiful and perfect and delicious.
Awesome.
Yes, they're my favorite.
Eggman is a proper chef.
Ooh.
Yeah. He's a very, very fantastic chef. But like a professional chef. Like, I'm not just saying he's a good cook. I mean, like, he's actually a chef.
He's actually a chef.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am,
vetted
Jay.
and,
I mushroom hunt because I have no morals.
You have no morals.
I
So,
have no morals.
actually, if I recall, morals are they're not technically a mushroom. They're like in that family, but not in that genus. I think it's morels that I'm thinking of. Morels. Anyone can totally correct me if they know that I am not correct about that, but I'm pretty sure I remember reading that.
Well, I should be the one to have the answer there, but honestly, I've never seen any, or wouldn't know without looking it up. So.
I mean, they're like sold as mushrooms usually, right? So like,
They are, yeah.
but it's also like, tomatoes are sold as vegetables often. So, there's like technically true information, and then there's socially true information, alternative facts.
Do I use a moral compass? No, I lost that years ago.
Come on, keep the puns coming. Keep them coming. I'm counting on you.
I like it. Oh, I could go all day on mushroom puns. On fungus puns.
Some of them are not safe for work. Fungus puns? Pungus?
Fungus fun?
Pungus puns.
So if you guys are hearing a lot of noise from, it's because like dinner is at the peak of being cooked at the moment. Sizzling is occurring.
I thought that was just my computer deteriorating.
No. No. Take a deep breath. It's okay, Jayel. We've
Everything
got
is just
this.
breaking down. It's just like pieces are just falling off, and There's like a herd of small children outside my window pointing inside and laughing. They're like, ah, look at that grandpa. He doesn't even know how to turn on a freaking computer. And I'm like, it's not my fault.
He doesn't know how to do the thing.
Nice drivers, asshole.
Okay, I'm gonna mute my mic for a minute, guys, so that I can, because I have a feeling I'm about to make a whole lot of noise.
Okay.
So, I will be BRB.
Okay.
Don't talk about me, because I can still hear you.
Don't mistake your morals for phallus empidicus, also known as morals covered in gross black goo. Well, thanks for that mental image. Have you ever sold to local restaurants? You can make some pretty good money doing that. Oh, that's an interesting idea. Well, I guess she's not here now, so... Sorry guys, I'm trying to keep up with chat, but I'm also like, my Photoshop is being such a turd right now because my graphics driver is down, that it's like really distracting.
Okay, I came back on because I'll take care of chat. But no, Eggman, yes, I have thought of that, and I've talked to a couple places. The only thing is that they don't tend to buy from foragers, at least not in my area. They will buy from companies so that they can get a consistent product.
That makes sense.
If I was living in the Asheville, North Carolina area, there's a lot of farm-to-table opportunities there. And of course, there's a lot more foraging opportunities out there as well because they're in the mountains out there. They've got a lot more. And of course, they're a little more up to date with what's cool, such as buying from local foragers.
I feel like there's also, correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I feel like a lot of that is going to be affected by like the social climate of the area. Like in some areas, a restaurant will be able to sell for way more saying that it's like locally foraged, and in some areas, like people that go out to eat are going to be like, ew, locally foraged, ew, I would never eat that. You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
I could be wrong, but I'm just as a guess, I would assume that like where you live, the attitudes can be different from one place to another.
Yes, it's very much so. That's very much the case. I'm seeing that Eggman, it's a bummer. My boss loves dealing with local foragers. Oh, man. Yeah, I guess that depends on what area you're in. Nashville is growing so fast right now that we're getting a lot more farm to table, a lot more of those kind of, I guess, for lack of a better, quicker term, hippie type stuff, you know, going on. Just a little more conscious opportunities available. But it's kind of a slow go because out here on the East Coast, I find the mentality is generally just a little...
Oh, you just cut out a little.
Oops. It's a little behind.
Did you eat your mic again?
I might have eaten my mic. Nope. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Soft spoken but audible.
Okay. I'm trying not to yell in the mic, I guess.
Why is she
But yeah, what I was
screaming at
saying-
us?
What I was saying was...
God, if you listen.
No, so you're in Denver. Oh, okay. If you're foraging in New York City, then I'm cool. Where are you going to forage in New York City anyway? I mean, are you getting those bathroom funguses that I saw pictures of? No. That's funny. Pinkalicious is in Denver. That's an awesome place to.
I mean, you could forage in Central Park.
Yeah.
Or like Prospect Park. There might not be a whole lot of variation because the surrounding area is so.
Garbage cans.
Yeah.
Yes.
Seriously, man. I've seen funguses in New York City that would like just inspire you. Maybe not to eat them, but they would inspire you.
Yeah. Yeah, park foraging can be really tricky because there's a lot of local laws. And,
Oh, yeah.
you know, you can't, you're really going to get in a lot of trouble if you forage in state parks.
Right.
And they do allow permits. I know in the Smoky Mountain National Park, you can apply for foraging permits, like when ginseng season comes around, they only give out 10 permits, and so it's really hard because if you're just a forager like I am for habit or fun, or for personal use, you're probably not going to get a permit. That's going to be more along the lines of the professional guys that are doing it, you know. But as far as state parks and local parks, you really got to be careful because they do have laws that say, you know, you can't take plants or flowers or things like that out of the park. But I have one down the road for me that the law, the rule specifically states that you, excuse me, that you cannot take plants or flowers or trees or anything like that out of the park, but that you can use the fruit. You can take the fruits for personal use. There's a lot of wild blackberry bushes that grow there, so they say you can take the fruit, which is my trick, because the mushroom is actually the fruit. Right. So
exactly. But they won't know that though. They'll be like, wait, what? What are you trying to tell me?
I'm like, Google it.
That's actually, you have your phone on you, so you can just Google it right in front of them.
Just Google it. The mushroom is the fruiting body of, and I never take a lot anyway. A good forager always leaves a good, you know, never take the babies if that's all that's there, you know. Yeah. There's just some general rules.
You want to be able to continue foraging.
Exactly. You don't want to mess up the mycelium, the web under the ground. So, yeah, it's something that I really love doing, and it gets me out in the woods, out in the fresh air, which is like medicine. There's actually an ancient Chinese or Japanese phrase, and I don't know it at all, but
there's this ancient phrase. I don't know what it is.
There's this thing I don't know. I'm going to talk about it anyway. No, it's an ancient philosophy. The phrase is basically translates as like medicine from the wilderness or wilderness therapy, something to that effect. Listening to the trees breathe, but the idea is that you just go and be in nature, and that you you know, that you'll be healed if you just stop and pay attention. It's kind of like stop to smell the flowers kind of idea.
Right.
But it's you know, much deeper than that. I can go into the woods and literally just sit at the base of a tree for hours doing nothing, watch a spider build a web, and I feel so much better when I leave, just disconnecting from everything.
Well, you know, our bodies are vast and complex biomes, and as we live our daily lives indoors and separated, and the more we're separated from these things, the more
that's it.
Monoculture we get to our biomes, right? And like, right. It definitely affects all of your vital systems. Like, there's not any part of your body that is not affected adversely from having your biome reduced. So, like, you know, every time you're out in the dirt, all those, like, the bacteria and, you know, microorganisms that are getting up on you and doing their thing, like, they are replenishing the forest that is your body, you know?
Right. And actually, Pink Delicious, you got it, girl. That is it. That's exactly the thing. It's Shinrin Yoku. It's
Shinrin
called
Yoku?
Forest. Yeah, Shinrin Yoku. It's all. I love it how it's all, samurai sounding too. It's really neat. But it means forest bathing. Yes. Thank you.
Stardew
Google.
Valley.
I love you guys googling for me.
Right? I'm a Google. Oh, yeah.
Forest bathing. Yes.
Pink probably already knew that, though. Pink knows, like, everything. It's awesome and creepy at the same time. It's awesomely creepy. Pink's like a encyclopedia. It's fun. Which, usually I find that, like, I wear that hat, but when Pink is around, like, she just takes it right off my head.
Yoink.
She's like, yoink, that's my hat. And
Nice
I'm
hat.
like, oh.
That's fine. I am
Alright.
Google.
I am Google.
I am Google. Oh man. I love my ear. I love my ears.
Yay. So there's gonna, I'm gonna be neatening the whole thing up as I go, but I feel like I'm getting a likeness going. But it's also like in my, my illustration style, so it's not gonna be
Right.
like a
Well-
copy. I never really saw the point of like when an illustration is just, a total, pretty much mechanical copy of a photo.
Yeah.
I'm like, well, then why make it? Why make it? Like, unless it's like just a learning thing. Like, oh, I'm just gonna for practice like try to photographically copy this. Like, it has its place, but I feel like if it's art, like trying to find the thing that can veer away from reality but still reference it is like that's the fun of it for me.
Oh, bye, X-Cat. Thanks for...
See you later, XCat. Thanks so much for stopping by. Adjust the encyclopedia hat, exactly.
He's gonna go... X-Cat is gonna go play Stardew Valley.
Nice.
Is that a game then? Yes, it's a game.
Yeah, I've never played Stardew Valley. I've never seen it, but I know it's a game.
Well, I need to find out about that if there's forging involved. That's fun.
I've noticed more and more of a push to like have video games that incorporate like survivalism values for young audiences. I'm like, I think that's kind of one of the signs of the apocalypse, right? Like when
Well,
when massive companies are like, shit, we gotta start teaching these kids how to like survive in the wild,
Right.
I'm like, ah, shit, it's all going down, isn't it? Just as I started to get my handle on business
Exactly.
and shit,
Just as I thought I had things under control. Well, I mean, the video game companies are being made by the generations right now that are seeing what's happening and where it's going. So
Yeah.
they're like, yeah, and maybe, my generation, I've got, my son's 18, and, that whole generation is
Looking at us
has
going,
been-
why
I
did
can't
you
get the
guys not
words
do
out."
anything?
Well, yeah, they've been raised by, either the hippies or... No, I mean, I just think that there's a lot of push of realism, and awareness of that. Yeah, it's a little scary, but...
No, it's awesome though. I mean, don't get me wrong.
It's
It's
awesome.
totally awesome.
And I kind of see it also as that we as a society, like, very, very quickly lost a lot of the knowledge that our ancestors and that our, everybody has learned over the past 100 years with the Industrial Revolution. It's
Oh,
like
yeah.
the knowledge of how to do things to take care and just survive like that just hit rock bottom, like, with a quickness. And
Right.
I think that there's just definitely a realization that, oh, whoa, like, those are things we actually really do need to still know and
Yeah,
are
that's
probably
that's
going
like
to have to.
our plan B knowledge. That's why we have pink.
Mhm.
And that's
That's why
why
we
we
have
have
pink.
pink.
Right.
We're just saving her for the apocalypse. So just whip out a can of pink and take over. Yuki mostly plays RPG games. Nice. Yeah, I think like when I do play games, which I haven't much in the last few years, but when I do, they're usually RPGs or like I don't know. I guess you would call like Legend of Zelda, right? Like action adventure. But to me, because it's a immersive fantasy, it always felt more close to RPG. At least it has more of that RPG flavor. But yeah, I mean, if I could play any game right now, it would be one of the Legend of Zelda games, I'm sure. Breath of the Wild or something.
So I just saw that the other day for the first time because I don't really watch TV ever.
Oh yeah, me either.
I had no idea it was coming out, and it looks like, do you have to buy that little Nintendo thing? The new
Probably.
Nintendo piece?
I think
Is that the
for
only
every...
platform it's on?
Yeah.
That sucks.
I think for like every new one of the Zelda games that they launch, it's like you have to buy a new system. I mean, you think about it, like Zelda is one of the longest running, most successful like video game storylines ever. It's up there with Mario, you know. I mean, shit, Link is what, like 30 years old now?
Oh yeah, me and Link were like buddies. We were born together, and like... actually, he's my little brother.
Right. Right.
Yeah, I want to say I was probably 8 or 9.
Right.
When
Yeah, me too.
The first Link
Something
was
like
coming
that.
around, something like that.
I guess
And
we're
I'm
probably...
gonna pretend I didn't just say that and say I was 20 when Link first came out.
Right.
No, other way around. 2, negative
Yeah.
2.
Yeah.
I'm making myself older instead of making me.
I knew what you meant, and I didn't
hey,
even...
The stream of Lord
Bean.
Danger
LDB! LDB!
Oh, and rename card came back. You missed everything.
Oh,
I mean, they were
rename card, it
talking
was
so
crazy.
much smack about you too. It was not even
No.
funny.
No.
No. Kidding.
Never.
Gorbsy has been loved too many times to count.
Gorbsy!
Gorbsy's here too. Yay!
What? It's a party!
It's a real party.
You guys, oh my god, I had the worst start to this stream ever. Like, I started like 45 minutes later than I planned to. I had some Windows update and I didn't realize it was sitting in my queue, and I restarted my computer. Like, I normally restart before I stream, right? Just to like reboot everything and make sure everything's like fresh and there's no like weird cache issues. And I restarted, and like Windows just installed this update that like completely destroyed my microphone driver. So now I'm using the mic built into my webcam, which is a piece of crap. It destroyed my microphone driver, my graphics card driver. So now Windows is running a generic graphics driver. So like Photoshop can't even use my graphics card like accelerator. So like I don't even have like scrubby zoom, or like everything is just lagging. It was just terrible. It was terrible. I'm glad you guys are here. Thank you.
Yeah, it's good to see you guys in the. By the way, the voice is
Some poopers,
Ito's
yeah.
voice.
Oh yeah, this is Ito. Ito is a good friend of mine, and I am doing an illustration of Ito as a character in Children of Gaia. So this is not, you know, not part of my normal, like, Tuesday and Thursday stream, obviously. This is a special add-on stream. It's special.
It's special. Special. Short
Every
bus
time they
special?
auto
It actually
update, I'm
might be
afraid.
a little-
Yeah. No, it's true. Like every time something auto updates, like 5 things go wrong for me. And I'm really annoyed because now I have to like uninstall all my drivers and like manually install the correct ones instead of the stupid generic drivers that Windows for some reason thought would be a better idea. Like, what do you mean? I have the driver that matches the peripherals I'm using. Why would you install new generic drivers? Like, and now none of my stuff works. How could you possibly think that would be a good idea? So it's just, you know, creates a lot of work that now I have to do that I don't have time for. So I was kind of bummed, so now I'm like just coming out of that, and it's great. And it's great to see, you know, my wonderful friends in chat. Thank you for showing up. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, I was definitely hoping that all you guys would be able to come by tonight or see it or whatever. So exciting. I have elf ears too.
Your PC never auto updates. So yeah, I have mine set to like download updates, but let me choose when to install them. But I think my AVG updated, which that I meant to do, but I think when I updated my AVG, it turned back on auto updates. Like it reset my what do you call it? It reset my preferences through AVG, which turned back on Windows auto update. I don't know why. So it was like a cascade effect, you know, like one little thing updated and it caused something else to update, which caused like 5 other updates, and it all just like happened, and it just like, it was a nightmare. It was a nightmare! And I don't have scrubby zoom, so I have to actually, like, use my scroll wheel to zoom in and out. It's so annoying. Oh, you know what I should do? I should open my navigator and use that instead. It's been so long since I've had to use a frickin' navigator, I feel like a caveman, but that's actually going to be a lot easier. Okay. Navigator!
Oh yeah, rename card. I said you said yours is Windows 10. When I updated my computer to Windows 10, it killed my hard drive, my external hard drive that I had that was a terabyte, and it was like probably a month and a half straight of nonstop music play.
Oh no.
Of all my music from forever.
That sucks.
Yeah.
That really sucks. Sorry to
And
hear
now
that.
it won't interact with anything. It's just, I was like, no, this is not okay.
Nope. Not even a little. Yeah, no, I'm using Windows 7. And
Windows 7, yeah.
I mean, stupid. I keep forgetting that I don't have Scribby Zoom. It's so annoying.
Click harder, Jayel. Maybe it'll work.
I know. If only. If only. Whoa.
Click harder, click deeper. Bob's been sleeping on the couch anyway.
And then what?
Every once in a while.
Oh, he just wakes up to laugh?
Yeah, he just woke up and said something. I was like, what? He said, click deeper.
Nice. Oh, what is up with my brush setting? What the hell?
Oh. What did you...
You know what? This is garbage. I'm so annoyed at my computer right now. Bean will be right back, Nom's time! Because of
Yeah, I
all
think
the
I'm about
fuckery
to
of Windows 10. Yeah. You what?
Oh, nothing. I was about to say, I'm probably going to have to take that dinner break myself because I've got the kids are all going to come in here and make a bunch of noise.
Yeah, that's cool. I mean, I'll be at this for a while. I'll probably take 5
I'm
myself.
not going anywhere. You need a break too. Sure.
Yeah, I could.
Probably gonna meet my mic, and they might be tired of my voice.
Nonsense.
Nonsense. I could tell stories.
Yeah.
Story time.
Sometimes when Gorbsy is on LD Bean's stream, he tells stories. Especially like if she goes out on break or something, he'll make his little Gorbsy stories, and it's wonderful. I look forward to Gorbsy stories, actually. It's been a while since I've heard a proper Gorbsy story.
Pink hardware shop. My little local hardware store. They crack up every time I come in because I have the most random like requests. They're like, "What do you need those things for?" And I'm like, "Well, I'm making an outfit."
Right.
Or
Exactly.
say hi, Cece. Hi.
Hi. How are you?
Oh, you did too. You just breathed in my face. Okay. So my daughter just came in, if y'all couldn't hear that randomness.
Is she still there?
It looks...
Yeah, I'm here.
Hi.
She's still... Hi!
How's it going?
She said that looks like me.
I know it is you, but...
Well, it'll get better, I hope. Right now I'm doing something weird. I'm doing this to separate the character from the background that I'm gonna make. So it probably just looks real strange, but there's a method to my madness, I swear. I swear.
Okay. I'm gonna mute my mic, guys, for just a little bit, because CC's being all loud and it's time to eat. I've got dinner ready. But I'll still be here.
Can I have some?
And yes, I will email that to you right away.
Post it as an attachment on Discord.
Nachos in the inbox.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, you're bachelor living this week, aren't you? So
Yeah.
the food thing is maybe something that...
Yeah, I'm really good at cooking for other people, but when it comes to myself, I just can't bring myself to put in any effort.
Hello.
Yeah.
What?
Yuki, my daughter, said hi back.
Oh.
All right, guys. I'm gonna shut my mic off for a minute, but I'm still here, so I'll see you
Nice.
guys in a minute.
Alright, I'm probably going to take a break in a little bit. After I finish what I'm doing right now, the outline. I'll take a quick break. See, I never even use the mic on my webcam because it's just so low quality by comparison to the other mic that I have, which is not working right now. But because of that, I never really spent much time bothering to like figure out the controls or like how to get noise gate to work with it or anything like that. So like the fact that I was forced into using this other mic just put me at a serious like disadvantage for quality control. So I apologize a billion times. Okay, so now she has a backdrop on her, so now I could put in highlights and more shadows on this. The mic sounds good? Okay, awesome. Yeah, I basically just like lowered it as much as I could, and that's kind of the equivalent to a noise gate. I don't know why, it's just like super sensitive, like turned all the way up. So I'm gonna take a 5-minute break, and I will leave you with my my reel and the Oneshi Press video. I hope some of you will stick around, as I'll be right back. Yeah. So, and you know, if you gotta go, that's totally cool. Obviously, I appreciate you having been here, all of you, and I hope to see some of you in a few.
Hi, I'm Lindsay G. I'm the writer, editor, and co-founder of Oneshi Press.
Hi, I'm Jayel Draco. I'm the illustrator, designer, and co-founder of Oneshi Press.
Oneshi Press is an independent publisher of progressive, immersive, gorgeous books in print and digital formats.
To start with, we'll be keeping 3 original concepts in production.
Our first 3 are a graphic novel, a comic book, and an art book.
Tracy Queen.
Tracy Queen is a feminist, sex-positive, sci-fi graphic novel about a self-made porn star named Tracy,
who fights her way free of her grandfather's organized crime syndicate, only to get caught up in the porn industry politics and gang warfare.
The fiercely independent, brilliant Tracy decides to fight her battles on her own terms. With the help of her best friend, a talking raccoon who happens to be an electrical engineer,
She creates an army of cyborg clones to help her fight back against the forces of conformity, sexual repression, and evil. Pack.
Our gritty vigilante comic book with a surprisingly humane heart, Pack tells the story of a masked crime fighter named Patience.
And the 6 dogs with whom he roams the dark streets of crime-ridden Brooklyn.
Together as a pack, these ruthless vigilantes sniff out corruption
And deliver their own bloody form of justice to those who they decide deserve it.
They put crime under the fang.
The Great Nations of Rendaria.
The Great Nations of Rendaria, our first art book, is an introduction to the vast fantasy universe that Oneshi Press is helping to create.
This book serves as both backstory and introduction to a diverse, intricate universe in which its narrator, Jan Kazian,
has become obsessed with preserving the memories of the greatest civilizations his world has ever known.
The Great Nations of Rendaria is both a book in its own right, as well as an artifact from the larger story, Children of Gaia.
Oneshi Press is creating a community of fans who enjoy progressive and immersive worlds like the ones that we're building, and we want to invite you to join us.
We're using Patreon,
a subscription-based crowdfunding platform to accept support from fans who love gorgeous books and to give them rewards in return for their support.
Our supporters can opt in to receive all kinds of goodies when they become part of the Oneshi community. Personalized letters and selfies from characters, 3D drawings, even cameos in our books.
And access to exclusive works in progress as work continues on all of our projects.
One of our favorite rewards, which is made possible by our patrons, is the weekly live stream, during which Jayel streams live on Twitch TV as he creates art for our projects.
Join me live every Tuesday night to watch me create art and to chat with me and other Oneshi Press fans and supporters. Watch in real time as the art takes shape.
At Oneshi Press, we build immersive, progressive, gorgeous worlds.
And you're invited to explore them. Come join us. Feel good about it?
Yeah?
Woo! You're the best! You're awesome! We love you! You're so cool! Thank you!
Alright, I'm coming back in. Let's do the thing. Can you see me? Can you hear me? Am I back? Oh, I really hope I'm back. Oh. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I just meant to switch to...
Hey, Jayel,
Yeah.
I can hear you.
You can hear me.
Oh, now we can see it. Okay.
Okay, cool.
I'm muting again because I'm about to eat nachos, and I'm pretty sure nobody wants to hear that.
Okay, awesome. Hello. Hi, everybody. Hi, Bean. Yuki is painting a clown. Awesome. Can't wait to see it when it's done. Alright. So this is like the super low-tech stream. I don't know if my microphone problem is hardware, like if the actual peripheral microphone itself is just burnt out, or if it's the driver, but for sure I'm having graphics card driver issues. So I'm expecting that it's just the drivers for both. I'm hoping. It's back with chocolate! Give me some! Give me your chocolate, Gorbsy! Drunkbot just put Nightbot on cooldown. Awesome. As it should be. Whoa! Alright. You won't get my chocolate. But I want it. Look, even the cat wants chocolate. Hi, buddy. You guys want to see cat cam? Special cat cam. Oh, oh. Hi, buddy. Alright, sorry. That's enough of my armpit. Hey, buddy. What you doing? I'll pull your chair a little closer. Cat has his own chair next to my chair so that he can hang out while I'm doing stuff. Kitty! Hey, buddy. I'm working on stuff. Who wouldn't want to sniff my armpits? I don't know. I haven't found entity yet. Who doesn't want to sniff my armpits? It's really freaky. I don't get it. Nobody wouldn't want to. It's strange, freaky truths of our weird reality. BB and VA! Bat Draco! Yes, today I am Bat Draco. How are you doing tonight? What? Sleepy but okay? Awesome. Bat Draco. You know, sometimes sleepy days are good. I mean, I guess it depends on why you're sleepy, like, but if you're sleepy and you're not working, and you're just chilling, that could be a good feeling, right? Like if all the things you had to do were done. You're entering this 3D character game art challenge, and I'm really struggling to decide on a concept. Yeah, it's a tough one. I'm sure whatever you do will be awesome, though. So the reference is Ito. Yep, that is correct. Ito, who is eating Nami 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 right now. I am not. Oh, boo. So I'm just going to keep going with these like shadows and putting in the darks until it looks like way overdone. But then I'm going to put in highlights over it. It's part of my process. So try not to be too weirded out by how it's looking at the moment. Our hearts align. The bots are going crazy over it. They just can't handle all your love. The bots are like, but what do we do? Oh god, cool down, cool down. Too much warmth. They're bots. They can't handle all the warmth. So they're putting it all on cooldown. It's a very pleasant surprise that That drunk bot puts Nightbot on cooldown. Nobody can handle our love. It's just too lovey. Least of all, the bots. The bots cannot handle it. I keep forgetting that I don't have Scrubby Zoom. Like, how does anybody work without Scrubby Zoom? Why does that require my graphics processor driver to be working? This is bullshit, okay? Pardon my language. No, don't even pardon my language. This is seriously BS. My graphics, I don't know. I think it was like just some Windows update, like randomly put like a generic graphics driver. So now Photoshop isn't recognizing my graphics driver because it's not the correct driver, is how it seems. And this happened to me once before, and I just had to like uninstall my graphics driver, like, and real quickly install the right one before Windows tried to install its like generic one. You know how like Windows has like its own bullshit versions of drivers for things, and it's like not the right version ever, and Windows is just like, oh yeah, that's a video card, I've got video card drivers, here, let me just put that in there, it'll be great, it'll work. And it totally doesn't. So I just have to like uninstall my graphics card driver and like install a new one fresh, which is fine, but I can't do that while I'm streaming. And you know, it's a pain in the ass. It's like extra work that I don't really want to do. Yeah, and I tried doing a quick GeForce update, and that just didn't take. It like didn't work. So I think I have to do a clean install, which is always fun, you know, because then it's like racing Windows to get the right driver in before Windows puts its bullshit driver in. Or like disable it. The only thing I know for sure is that it's stupid, and I don't like it. But if a song like this can't put me in a better mood, then I'm broken. So I have like that, you know, what is it, the NVIDIA GeForce Experience, which is supposed to automatically, like, make sure that I have the right driver, but even that sometimes, like, just uploads the latest NVIDIA driver, which isn't necessarily what I need because my video card is not brand new, it's an older video card, you know. So I've noticed, like, even that sometimes, like, a lot of times what I actually have to do is go to, like, the NVIDIA driver resource and, like, download the specific driver from my video card and install that. It's like, man, if all this automatic shit just worked better, you know? Oh, well. Pardon my language. I don't mean to be so crass. Or do I?
Crass.
Crass.
I said a bad word. Sorry.
What, crass? Is crass?
Crass, and then the thing that rhymes with it.
Crass ass.
I made you say it.
You tricked me!
I can do those things. I have all the power. I have the power.
Are you done eating?
Yes, I'm done for the moment.
How was your food? Was it awesome? Did you love it? Always be
delicious.
crass.
Okay. I apologize, you guys. As soon as I get back on the mic, my daughter comes in and needs something, so, just a moment.
Well, that's okay.
Yeah.
Hi, Cece.
Hey. I have your concert tickets, yes. They are in a safe place. They're in that DVD case on my bookshelf in my bedroom.
Bye.
So for Christmas, she got tickets to Panic at the Disco. Me and
Nice.
her got some tickets, and it was just kind of funny because I'm a Widespread Panic fan from way back in the day, and so I made a big joke out of the gift by putting it in a Widespread Panic CD case. But when she opened it, it was the Panic at the Disco tickets inside it. Anyway,
Some sneaky mom humor there.
sneaky mama things. Sneaky mom things. Speaking of mom things, I have an announcement to make in case nobody here knows yet. I am officially a grandma. I had a grandson born on Monday.
That is fantastic. What is his name again? You did tell me.
Yeah, his name is Victor Edward Ross.
So awesome. Victor Edward
And
Ross.
he's so perfect and beautiful and adorable and everything, and squishy.
Sass the crass for that ass.
Yeah, it's a great name, for sure. And, of course, Victor is right. It is a baller name. I mean, seriously. It does, yeah, I know. I have a pretty big clan, Pink. Just to give y'all a little fill-in on my little story, I have 2 children of my own. I have an 18-year-old son and my 13-year-old daughter. And then my daughter there's 4 other daughters, or sisters, or whatever. They're my stepdaughters, ex-stepdaughters. I mean, there's a lot of technical words involved, but the big in picture is that we're all family, and they call me. We have a very good relationship, and so the second.
Wait, what do they call you?
Oh, what?
What do they call you?
Mom.
Oh, okay. You cut out when you said that, and I was like,
Oh.
what do they call her? Oh, man.
Do they call me? They're like, hey, you. Hey, lady. So the second youngest, she is just turned 19. She's just a few months older than my son. They just had a baby. So I have 5 children, and yes, my clan grows bigger and bigger. Ito is planning on taking over the world. And for the record, no, I'm not old enough to be a grandma. So
technically, this is your step-grandson?
My ex-step-grandson, I think. But, yeah, Topanga, the mother, Topanga, she said that's just ridiculous. You're grandma. You're Granny Tish.
Of course.
Cece insists that I'm going to be Tish.
Nice.
But I'm not interested in being a mall.
A mal?
A mall. Yeah, I'm not too into that.
What's a mal?
Well, we're in Tennessee. A mall is a yeah. Mall is a mall.
Is that like something you wear to sleep?
A mall. What isn't a mall? That's what the question should be.
Those big loose gowns that you wear to sleep, right? They're mal-mals?
The moo-moos, yeah. The mall wears moo-moos. Yeah, that's pretty much how it...
Seems legit.
Sounds legit to me. I'll have to make myself a really fancy moo-moo.
You just cut out again, I think. Uh-oh. We might have lost Tish.
No, I'm here.
Oh. You're here.
I think.
Yep, I hear you.
I mean, I'm still sitting here.
Where?
Transported to another dimension. I'm pretty sure I'm actually in Rendaria at the moment.
Nice. As it should be.
Mom.
Mom?
They say mom.
Mom.
That's a lot of M's. Isn't that funny?
Mom.
Like, mom.
Mom.
Yeah, like nom.
Mom. So wait, Bean, you seem to know a lot about Maryland. Are you from Maryland? I know you're in Chicago now, right? But I feel like a lot of times you've been like, yeah, in Maryland they say this, or in you said that like you were from Maryland. So I'm like, wait, but you're in Chicago, I thought. No? Ugh, I hated it. have you just spent time in Maryland, I take it? And apparently, perhaps more time than you wanted to?
She said no. I guess that's no. She didn't live in Maryland, but
Or no, she's not from Chi-Town? I could be wrong about any number of things.
she said I lived in Delaware for a year because my ex was from Maryland.
Oh
yeah. Well, it's almost like you can just kind of tiptoe over into one of those states up there, isn't it?
Right, yeah. I mean, you could throw
Yeah.
a stone and, like, you know, I think, like, you could pretty much combine them all into one real state.
Yeah, I remember when we came up to visit with all the girls we came
Oh,
through.
yeah, that was awesome.
Yeah, and you and I and Lindsay had dinner. We all had
Yeah,
dinner
for
together.
sushi, that was great.
Yeah, we dropped all the girls off with the grandparents in Boston, and then me and Shelly rented a car and went up. Like, our only goal in life was to get lobster from Maine, so we just hit the road and stopped at every little podunk town we could find. We didn't want to go to a chain restaurant. We wanted to find a local the coast, and we just kept stopping until we finally found the place. And it was perfect. It was everything we could have wanted. And the old guys that were sitting there at the bar, you know, the locals, they were getting a kick out of us. I put some, like, sour cream or something. I had the lobster claw. I put a little dab of sour cream, and
And they were like, what the fuck?
yeah, I was making the
They're
lobster.
like, did she
claw.
just put sour
Yeah.
cream on that lobster? What?
Well, I made an eyeball on the claw,
Oh, nice.
so I made it into a little character. And so me and Shelly were having this conversation with a lobster claw, and they were just cracking up at us.
That poor lobster. It's like, this is what my life is worth.
I know, it's like everything in my life leads to this moment with this lobster claw.
That lobster's just like, I fucking hate humans. I've always hated humans.
Yes.
I haven't had lobster in many years. I love it. Like, it was one of my favorite things to eat. But that's just like an ethical decision for me to not eat it. But I feel
Yeah.
like, you know, if whatever, if I was randomly in some place that I'm not going to be in, and it's like, all right, this is the one time I'll have lobster for this, like, decade, I'm sure I could shut my brain off and enjoy it.
Yeah, I mean, I get that, but it is so good. I haven't had it in a while either.
Yeah.
Oh, good night, Yuki.
Oh, good night,
Sweet
Yuki. Thanks for
dreams.
hanging out.
It was good to meet you. I don't think we've hung out in a chat before, so I'm glad you made it.
I don't know if you've seen, but in the Your Art Here on my Discord, Yuki posts a lot of her paintings, her watercolors. She does these
Oh, okay.
fantastic, like, just brilliant, adorable clown paintings in watercolor. Really cool stuff. Like, every time Yuki posts a painting, it just makes me smile. And, like, I've never been, like, a clown fan. Like, that's not something that has ever, like, spoke to me before. But there's just such a, like, a cuteness and, like, a purity to the images that Yuki makes that, like, I don't know, it's just, I love them. Gets
Okay,
me.
yeah, I'm looking at them right now, actually. There's some really cute ones. I'm trying to scroll back and see. That's fun.
Just adorable,
Yeah,
right?
I love it. Yeah, I wouldn't think the clowns, but, you know, it's like there's media for everyone, and then you have something so unique like that comes up, and then it's like, oh yeah, wow, you know.
It's like, oh, clowns can be actually really cute.
That is really cool. Yeah, I love it.
Yeah.
I actually haven't scrolled back in this one. So when I post, when I share pictures of my things, would you like me to put it in your art here? In your art here?
Yeah, if it's your stuff and you want to share it, definitely.
I mean, because my art is clothes. So
Yeah, no,
it may not
that's-
be a painting, but it's a
doesn't matter.
visual
I mean,
representation.
if you were, if you wanted to post a link to an MP3 that you made, or a photo of a dish that you cooked and plated excellently, like whatever, it's art,
That reminds me of James the other night. Wonder where James is tonight.
I think so.
It's his birthday.
It's his birthday.
It's his birthday, so he's birthdaying.
I hope
we
so.
will give him a pass.
I hope he's birthdaying hardcore. And I think this weekend he was busy at the comic conventions, so
Yeah.
I think he's just generally been probably overrun and needing to take a break.
You'll have to get onto him for that one.
Yeah.
That's funny. Yeah, so I did get some pictures back from my friend that went up to New York for that awards show.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I'll try to flip over here and pull one of them.
Try to figure out how to share pictures.
Yeah, I'm
With
still,
all this technology.
I'm an old dog. I know. I'm an old dog. I'm trying to figure it out.
Too much
I can be taught.
technology.
It takes a long time. So it's slower than most. Right. So would it be better for me to just upload the picture or a link to the picture because it's a Facebook? Actually, you know what? Never mind. I answered my own question.
Did you?
But
did you answer correctly? That's the question.
Don't give me anxiety.
Aw.
Oh no, which is the right choice?
They're both wrong.
No, it's over.
Okay, so I think I'm gonna. I keep forgetting that I don't have my scrubby zoom because my stupid graphics card isn't being recognized. Let's see. So if I go to like preferences, right, it should show my graphics card, and I should be able to turn it on. Oh wait, there it is. NVIDIA GeForce detected graphics processor. Fuck yeah, use it. Is it gonna work? Is it gonna work?
Do it. Do it.
I might have to restart Photoshop. But it just detected it before it wasn't. Maybe my NVIDIA thing... Okay, so now it's detecting the graphics processor. I'm in normal. Okay. Okay. But scrubby zoom is still not showing up as an option. Is a setting on my zoom tool? Yeah, scrubby zoom. Right up here in the corner, but I can't turn it on.
Rename card says, didn't we fix this last time? I think it was a setting on your zoom tool. Did you already see that?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, sorry.
No, that's cool. I was just actually
Repeat.
talking to rename card. And it was the same thing. It was, alright, I'm just going to restart Photoshop real quick. Hopefully...
Oh, be sure and save first.
I did. I think.
Save again.
Oh, this is not very promising. Hello. Oh, okay. That was weird.
Oh, is that the one that you were working on last night?
What? What one?
The image you were working on last night for...
Oh, yeah. I can show you that. It's still a work in progress,
I
but...
had to go to sleep before it was over, so...
Oh, yeah, let me show you.
But, yeah, I'd like to see what you
And
had.
tomorrow I'll be picking
is
it
that
up.
the map? Is that Rondaria? I love
Yep.
it.
So this is what I did last night. I still have a lot of work to do. I got to do the roof. This whole first floor is going to be all like stone. So there's going to be stones all up in here, and I got to finish this wood grain throughout
only
all of
seeing
the
the
pillars.
map.
Oh
seeing
yeah,
the
so
map.
it's a delay.
Okay, there we go.
Yep.
Oh, okay, wow, it looks really great. Like, really great.
Thanks. So I'll be
I
finishing
love
this
that.
up tomorrow, hopefully.
Great.
So let's see if I can get Photoshop to
There's
work
another
now.
word that'll work for it, but great is working right now.
There's another word? Uh-oh.
I'm just... it's amazing.
Use the
I love it.
thesaurus, Luke.
I know I can't even say that word. What's another word for thesaurus? A book of things that sound like or
Quick, somebody grab a thesaurus and look up thesaurus.
Synonym.
Synonym. Synonym. Similim. Yay, I've got Scrubby Zoom back. All right. Woo.
No way! Happy Jayel. Ooh.
Yay. All right.
We need
So.
fireworks. Is there a command for party?
No,
celebrate
but there
or,
totally
like-
should be, right? There should be.
Command excite.
There will be. I'm gonna do that now. I'm gonna make a command for that. Whenever something goes right, anyone that's a mod will just be able to hit that command, and it'll be like
Command
a little
woot. That's what it needs to be. Command woot.
command woot. Yeah.
Hype. That's it. Hype.
So I'll install like the GIF bot or something so that I can have like a little thing play on my like screen whenever someone hits it.
Joe, I have a request. That map of Rendaria really got me interested. Could you possibly?
You wanna see it?
Doesn't have to be now, but could you show me where my tribe is from?
Absolutely.
Or where I'm a refugee from.
I can do that right now.
Yeah, that would be cool. And also, since some of these guys weren't here at the beginning, maybe you could refresh the storyline. And actually, Alex's girlfriend Anna was in here and was asking a lot of questions while I was
cool.
away. And so I may grab her so that they can hear it too, because they were very interested. Yeah. And actually, Anna is studying photography, and she is actually the one that took this photograph that you are working off right now.
Awesome. Fantastic.
Yeah. So this is a family affair around here. I'll be right back. Just one moment.
Alright, so I'm going to keep working in the meantime. So now, Scrubby Zoom, I'm mad with power! Feels good, man. Feels real frickin' good.
Okay.
So that was just some random, like... So, what I did do, you know, I restarted my computer like several times trying to troubleshoot the problems I was having. And I did reinstall my NVIDIA GeForce graphics driver. But the last time I restarted Photoshop, I had the same error message, but that time Photoshop didn't crash, it just deactivated my graphics card. So I guess what happens is I did end up fixing it by updating the driver. It just didn't know that I fixed it until, you know, I had to like turn off Photoshop again and turn it back on.
You have to tell it that it's fixed.
Yeah.
You're like, hey dude, you're fixed. Guess
Like,
what?
Hey dude, get over it. You know? Like, come on. We fixed this.
You
We've
don't
been
know.
there.
I mean, it's like anything in life. You don't know until you know. And when you know, then you know.
I just wish that, you know, these closed systems could know thyself a little.
know thyself.
Know your own damn self, stupid Photoshop. No, it's not Photoshop's fault. I'm sure it's not Photoshop's fault. That was just like all kinds of clusterfuckery. Pardon my language. I'm gonna keep doing
Cece
that.
said I look like an elf and it's cute.
Yay! You mean
So
you're...
he's about to talk about the character a little bit.
Oh yeah, so there is... I guess I'll start with the map. Yeah, I have that open already, right? Yep. So this is a map of Rendaria. And... Oh, alright. There's all these different places. Each one of them is a vast continent that has many, many different people living in it. All of these different trees, they represent, like... First, I'm just explaining the basics of the map. So, like, each one of these different symbols represents a large area. that is predominantly covered with that type of flora. So like all of these trees here, like each one of these is like a huge forest, you know. So there's a very big map. It's just drawn with pictographic symbology, you know, which is kind of typical of like old school cartography, hand-drawn cartography. So this is where Lithicus is, and Lithicus is one of the great nations of Rendaria, which is talked about a lot in my book, The Great Nations of Rendaria. Let's see if I can reach it. I gotta unplug my headphones. Here we go. So this is a proof of the book. So the book is not out for sale yet, but it will be soon. It's actually one of the things I was supposed to work on today, but I had a lot to work on today, so I didn't get to it all. But this is a 150-page book that goes through describing all 6 of the major nations, the great nations of Rendaria, and how they worked with all the nations around them, and how they lived, and what they did. Let's see if I could flip right to Lithicus. I think it's right here. No, that's Aurelius.
Oh, Jayel, that's beautiful.
So this is the crest of Lithicus, and this chapter is all about Lithicus, which this character is from. It's got like the origin story and trying to backward. You know, it's like I move left to move it right. It's kind of confusing. But, yeah, little origin stories and just tons of super... I don't know if my camera is autofocusing well, but this is really hard to do, actually. Anywho, there's like a picture of the city, like the main capital. There we go.
Gorgeous. Oh, Jayel, it looks so good. Are you super excited about it? I can't wait to get our copy.
I am super excited. I can't wait to put it up. I really hope that it sells decently. I'm, you know, going to be making a lot of hype about it when it's out. This is the Grand Matriarch and her husband. Well, the last Grand Matriarch before the fall of Lithicus. So in this story, what happens is all of these great nations are destroyed one by one, and like at first no one really knows why or what's happening. The first one falling they thought was like some kind of weird natural catastrophe, or maybe something of like religious significance. Mid-Jayel Earth, amazing work. Oh, thank you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I even go into like, you know, illustrations about like how their technologies work. So I brushed up on like engineering. I brushed up on architecture quite a bit. You know, fashion design. Again, I'll show you. Oh, actually, I have a JPEG of it that I can pull up.
Oh, that's great.
So this is like just some examples of what people from Lithicus might look like. Like, you know, just male and female Lithicesian knights, Lithicesian poets, Lithicesian dancers, illuminators, which is, you know, visual artists, and
Great. I love.
Pupils, which kind of, they study everything before they figure out, you know, what path they want to take. Very different from our continuing ed, where you have to know what you want to be before you study, which doesn't make any sense. Here, you know, they have to study everything before they can decide what path they want to take. And then, you know, they get on-the-job training once they know what path they want to take. So the education system there is also very different. Here's just a little, like, you know, 3 generations of Lithicesians, you know, grandparents, parents, kids, or, you know, maybe this isn't a biological nucleic family. I don't know, doesn't matter, not really the point. So, yeah, this is just like a smattering of, you know, examples of people from Lithicus. And all the different nations have, like, very different cultural proclivities, what makes this nation who it is, and like people can move from one nation to the other if they're like, you know, I really feel like I want to go into the arts, I'm going to move to Lithicus, you know. Or if someone's like, I really want to work with my hands and put my back into it, they'd move to Danrock. And all of the nations are connected by these airships. Like, one of the great nations is actually a nation of airships that are just constantly traveling back and forth between all of the other nations. So, like, you know, if you're born in Lithicus, but you feel more like you want to be a monk, and that's, like, in you, like, you want to go into magic and, you know, spiritual arts and meditation, and that's, like, just who you are, you might, like, take an airship to Mythera and study as an understudy in Mythera for a while to, like, really see if that's right for you. And then maybe it's not, and maybe you're like, you know what, monk life is cool and zen and all, but I feel like I'd have better zen working with my hands, so I'm going to move to Danrock. Or Noda. These are like, Noda's a shipping nation, like they're all about like the seaports. So for the airships, it's like easy enough to hop over land from here to there and like stop along the way. But to cross this gigantic ocean, the Nodanayan ships do all that. So all like the coastal trade is taken care of by these Nodanayan vessels. And then we start back at Arillanus. So it kind of makes this like loop where you could get from like Arillanus to Lithicus to Mythera to Danrock to Noda, and then take a ship and end up back in Arillanus. So that's like this, how this rather simple low-tech world is like totally globalized by these cooperative efforts of these great nations. So like they didn't develop competitively the way like empires on Earth developed. They developed cooperatively, and because of that they were able to compartmentalize. Like each nation didn't have to do all of the things, they could focus. So because they could focus, they really excelled in their own individual areas. Oh yeah, and there's Arillanus, which is like science and medicine, and you know, some mechanics, mechanical engineering achievements might have come out of Arillanus, but largely they're known for like medicine and biology, that kind of science. But they're the sciencey nation. Lithicus is like the arts nation. Mythera is like the spiritual nation. Danrock is like the building shit, you know, with stone and wood and fire and metal. And Noda is like the shipping and, you know, transport. And then also the Hajesh Kinesh are overland via airship. So these are like all dirigibles. And they can do a little bit of seafaring, but that's not their like primary design. And the book gets into that all a lot more. So then also... What?
The awesome media? Is that what that is?
Asamadaya.
Almost like... I'm sorry, say that again?
Asamadaya.
Asamadaya.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the Australia of the map.
Kind of, yeah. And everything there is weird.
It's the down under.
And it's not isolated by water, but it is isolated by the geological features of these mountain ranges, which are massive. Like each one of these peaks represents a range, you know, like, so this is just like endless mountain range, you know, like I don't know.
Yeah.
The thick of the Rockies. Yeah, it's just huge. You know, like you wouldn't be able to cross it by foot in any kind of practical time, you know. It would take you a long ass time. I do have one more map that actually kind of shows a bit about how the Hajesh Kinesh work. I'm just try and find this real quick. I think it's here? Yeah. So like, by connecting to each of these nations, they also connect to nations around them. So that's how like these great nations kind of connect to all the smaller tribes and nations of the world. So basically, like, anyone in this world could conceivably be affected by, or even transported to, you know, through a number of like stepping stones anywhere else in this world. So there's a lot of mixing. And then there's also tribes and nations that are like not part of it, that just stay out of the Great Nations business, and the Great Nations stays out of their business. Some of them are like really secluded, peaceful tribes that just don't want to be a part of the world around them. And some of them are like raider tribes that like, they don't want this big cooperative effort. They want to fight people around them, and like that's part of their lifestyle, you know. There are definitely warlike tribes that just prefer that. So, and they're hiding all around and in amongst all these different places. So this character that I'm working on tonight, ItoXola, she's from Lithicus. After Lithicus was destroyed, the Lithicusians, which is what you would call yourself if you're from Lithicusia, which is a region. So Aya means region, right? So if you're from Lithicusia, you'd be called a Lithicusian. But after the fall of the actual city of Lithicus, all of these refugees like went out in a huge ban. So they're no longer like of the region, now they're just of the culture. So they changed their name to Lithicuseth, which eth basically is a suffix that means like you're on the warpath, you're a raider tribe. So any tribes that are like raider tribes, they have the suffix eth, eth. So they're no longer Lithicusian, they're now Lithicuseth. And they're on the run.
And the Lithicuseth are the artisans, basically. They're the creatives.
Yeah, well, they're what became of them. So, but also, I mean, with that, like, these artisans, you know, they're all very well-rounded, the creatives, so they include martial arts, you know, like, they are badasses, even when they had no reason to be, like, even when there was peace and everything was great and they were prosperous, like, kind of like how Shaolin monks practice Kung Fu, you know, like, they don't, they're peaceful by nature, like, you know, most, like, Chan Buddhists and, like, you know, Shaolin Buddhism is pacifist, but they also could, like, destroy you in 5 seconds, you know what I mean? But their whole reasoning for that is, like, this idea that, like, if you can kick someone's ass 5 ways before they hit the ground, like, and don't, then it's a choice. Whereas if you just can't kick someone's ass, that's not a meekness, that's a weakness, you know, so it's the differentiation between meekness and weakness. But also, you know, a lot of, like, Shaolin Buddhists practice Kung Fu as a way of, like, just honing their body. And there's a deep-held belief that, like, by honing your body in that way, by, like, perfecting the craft of your body, you can devote yourself to deeper and more intense meditations than, like, anyone else would be able to. So there's, like, a philosophical and spiritual aspect to that. So I kind of riff off that that flavor of philosophy a little bit. Like, they practice the martial arts as if it's, like, you know, the way we would practice painting, you know, or sewing or cooking. Like, it's an art, you know, it's dancing. So they're super badass, but, you know, they don't engage in combat. You know, they're, like, badass theoretically. So now they're in this position where they actually have to, like, engage in combat, and a lot of their, like, cultural ideas are so against that it's really difficult for them. And there is the fall of Lithicus, and then not too deep into the actual Children of Gaia story proper. Which I say proper because there's, like, the Children of Gaia story, and then there's all these side projects, like the book I just showed you. This is not the Children of Gaia story, this is the Great Nations of Rendaria, which actually exists in the Children of Gaia. So this character, Jan Kazian, is a character in Children of Gaia, and he's writing this book and illustrating it. So we decided we're gonna publish the...
viewpoint.
Right, exactly.
Right,
So
okay.
this book is made in the story Children of Gaia. So we decided to publish that as, like, kind of introduce you to the world through the work of a character in the world. And the next book that we're working on, the one that I just showed you a picture of before, is also... Oh, I just opened the wrong thing. Alright, let me just do this. The other book, War and Horses, is also by a character in the Children of Gaia story, but a very different kind... Excuse me. A very different kind of... Oh no, I hope I don't have the hiccups.
On camera, you have to take a sip of
Hiccups.
water upside down.
While someone scares the crap out of me, right?
Boo!
Ah!
Your graphics card just failed.
So, this story, War and Horses, this is also written by a character from Children of Gaia, but it's written by an Imperial character, not on Rendaria. So this is written by, let's see, this guy, Landon Ford. He's the author of this book that I'm working on now, War and Horses. Fictional author. The real author is Pete, who is in my chat sometimes as Triggerman. Or just the Triggerman, rather. So this is the other book, and it's very different aesthetic. Completely different. So yeah, so she is a Lithica Seth. But then the Lithica Seth are also, they're defeated kind of early on in the story. And it's basically, you know, pride and honor and dignity that gets them defeated, unfortunately. Because they're, I say unfortunately, they're a really beautiful culture. But I think, as so often has happened in Earth history, a lot of times the thing that makes a culture wonderful is also the reason that that culture gets destroyed by an empire, you know? Like concepts of honor and dignity and self-respect and, you know, not wanting to be completely ruthless, to the point where, like, so many indigenous peoples on Earth just couldn't even conceive of the types of military tactics that empires have been developing over millennia, you know? When you look at, like, Earth history, you just see countless examples of, like, people that were actually seriously really badass and really beautiful and wonderful, and in a one-on-one fight would probably have beaten most soldiers any day, but they get destroyed because they just can't imagine people sneaking into their village in the middle of the night with guns, shooting everyone in their sleep, or setting their whole encampment on fire, or, you know what I mean? Like, that's just... No one would do that. Who would do that? When you can't imagine someone being capable of such atrocities, you will just become the victim of those atrocities. And that's what Earth history teaches us, but that's also commentary in Rendarian history. You know, it's like these awesome people, but they fail because they're awesome. You know, and that's the sadness there. But then we have survivors who are learning, and they're like realizing, like, oh shit, we gotta be more ruthless. We gotta expect these kinds of tactics. We have to learn how to hold our own against these, you know, people that don't believe in anything other than power. And what happens is, in the story Children of Gaia, you'll see a lot of these cultures lose themselves and kind of, in the name of self-defense, end up almost becoming the bad guys. You know, they become kind of villainous. So that's like a great big back and forth and social commentary, I think, on the ideas behind collaboration versus competition. Buddy, you can't be all up in my shit.
I have a cat on my lap too.
Which would be
Apparently
fine,
that
except I have a
time is
wacom on my lap, you know. It's like, I can't have a cat and a wacom on my lap.
Or stepping on your keyboard, that's the worst.
Yeah, that some of the things he's typed in chat made me blush, you know.
I know. I'm like, gosh, who raised you? Oh.
So the renders take a while,
Oh.
but I think it would be cool to make an auto-gen region based on the map. Well, Jace,
Yeah, he was
we're
talking
definitely
about-
going to have to talk about that.
Yeah,
that would
I
be
think
really
that's an
freaking cool.
excellent idea. Absolutely.
So, like, I could
idea.
take all those symbols, like the different types of trees or whatever, and, like, work them out to percentages, right? Like, what percent of what kinds of flora would exist in what areas, and then be able to just, like, zoom in and fractalize that and have, like, auto-generated map regions. Because that's something that, like, I'm like, yeah, I want to know more about this region, what it would work like, what it would look like. But there's so many regions, and they're so vast that, it's difficult. It's,
Yeah.
I can't possibly do enough to design this world. And honestly, there's a lot of artists that I love and admire and respect so hardcore that I'm like, one day I will be in a position where that artist will want to work for me, will want to work with me on this, you know? And it's to my astonishment and disbelief that we have like 6 people dedicated to Children of Gaia right now who are all professional visual artists or writers, and we don't even have money. You know, it's like they just believe in the merit of the story and want to be a part of it because they know it's going to go somewhere. And that's amazing to me. But there's still like people that I really just, I'm like, oh, I have to get you in on this somehow, you know.
Well,
and-
it's beautiful, and the story itself is not only unique, but it's actually also very real because it's very attached to things that happen in this real world. But, you know, as artists and as creators, of course, everybody sees this opportunity you guys have created. And we're all just like waiting with bated breath to see this
Aw.
book. I can't wait to hold it in my hands and to see the multiple stories, and you know, I see that you have opportunity to spread the media options that you have on almost untouchable, because earlier I was thinking, man, we should do an entire Rendaria clothing line.
Fuck yeah. Seriously? Seriously.
I don't see how it could, like, it's
You know-
it's right up my alley already. You know, we've got that whole Elven, I've got that whole Elven thing going on, and samurai thing is,
Yeah.
there was a samurai exhibit here in town, Press, that I'm just terribly inspired by. Not terribly in a bad.
So, one of the things that I'm really excited about right now, that I don't want to say too much about, but I will just give you a little teaser.
Nibble.
A little
A
nibble
little
of info.
nibble.
But Jack Shell is, who, you know, does a lot of the music that I play on stream. And he was on here earlier as the sound weaver. He helped me.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Tish, you know him, but I'm just saying this for anyone that doesn't. He is working on a album specifically for Great Nations of Rendaria with me. Well, I mean, I say with me. He's doing all the work. I'm just kind of giving him feedback and enjoying the hell out of it, you know? Cat. Oh, buddy. Buddy. He misses Lindsay. Aw.
He's like, where's Mama?
Yeah, well, usually when I'm streaming, he just hangs out with
We
her.
miss Lindsay. Yeah.
Oh, buddy. He's like, let me destroy all your things. Come on, buddy. You have your own
I
chair.
need attention. I
He
need
does.
attention.
But I think as long as I give him, like, a whole bunch of attention, like a nice, decent glomming, you know, then for a few minutes he'll be like, all right, you're freaking me
I'm
out,
happy.
human. You know, and he'll
So,
just...
yes.
He'll want his space for a few minutes, and then he'll get bored of having his space, and he'll come back and be like, wait, I want attention now. So I just have to, like, do that thing where, like, I just get all up in his grill till he wants to back off, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, you gotta force
Reverse
it on.
psychology,
They're
which is
like, this
really
is not
hard.
what I wanted.
Right.
You're being pushy, human. Stop, God. You're being needy. Stop being so needy.
Which is hard because cats are masters of that shit. Like, cats invented reverse psychology. So, like,
Right?
when you try to use reverse psychology on a cat, you have to do it. Now he hears me. He's looking at me like I'm an idiot.
Oh yeah. They'll give you that look like.
And they've also, like, there's the council of, like, you know, feline entities, or whatever, I don't know. They, like, apparently have, like, discussed this idea about how to use it to their advantage, that their vocal cords don't allow them to pronounce, like, you know, proper human language phonemes. So, like, they're like, you know what, if we just convince humans that we don't understand their languages, we can totally, like, get away with anything. But I know that he's over there listening to me right now and looking at me like I'm an idiot, because he totally understands everything I'm saying, or at least, like, the gist of what I'm saying. You know, and he's going to use it to his advantage. So I just have to know that and be prepared to, like, use the fact that he's going to use that to his advantage to my advantage. So it's like a crazy game of chess with the cat that is ongoing. And I think anyone that, you know, spends enough time with cats understands that. It's totally, completely different from any other kind of pet, you know. Dogs, no way. That would never be the case with a dog. Actually, joking aside, there has been studies that have shown that, like, the vocalizations that cats use for people are completely different than the vocalizations that they use with each other. That they actually have, like, different language for communicating with humans than they do for communicating with each other. And different animals. It's really interesting. Like, you know, Chowthor definitely has specific types of sounds that he makes that mean different things that I understand. Like, I know his sound for I'm hungry. I know his sound for I want to go out. I know his sound for pick me up, you know. And they're distinctly different sounds. But when he's around another cat, he'll never make those sounds. Like, he just won't. And the sounds that he makes to other cats, he would never make to me. You know, it's really kind of funny. Only funny in that we're so not taught to pay attention to those things that are all around us. It's just funny that what's important to our societies just completely miss the boat on certain things that are so obvious and prevalent in our lives.
Yeah, that primal communication, and really you hear it in different languages. Like, if you don't understand a language, you can hear it in the inflection. Like, this is something that I've noticed. I mean, you know, like, French is just so fluid and so sexy and sweet. And then there's just certain languages, like Italian.
Whoa, what did I just do? Oh, God, what am I doing? I just hit something.
What?
Sorry. Please continue.
No.
I'm sure everything is fine. Sorry.
Okay. I was just saying, you know, and then there's other languages that have so much staccato in them. And so really when you're listening to a language, you're listening to the little teeny details of each little inflection and interaction on people. Same thing with animals, because, you know, we don't speak animal. And, you know, my little chihuahua, I mean, I understand what she's saying. Time.
Well, I mean, you know, it's like our vocal cords are so different that it would be just as hard for the average person to pronounce a sound that a cat would use to communicate correctly, with the nuanced correctness. Like, yeah, anyone can be like, meow, and do like a cat impression, but there's nuances to their meows that, you know...
My cat just looked at the computer when you did that.
It would be like, you know, if you just did an impression of Mandarin without
like, knowing
Mandarin. You have no idea if you're actually saying a real thing, or if you're saying something that you didn't intend to say, or if you're just sounding like gibberish, you know?
Right.
So, like, I think the fact that our vocalizations are so different, and that it's not language in the way we think of language, you know, it's like inflections and intonations designed... Your cat's licked up? Nice.
Pink's it. Yeah, her cat's looked up too. That's funny. Oh, and I just had a complete lap shift. My
shift?
big cat. Yeah, no, seriously, my big giant black cat was sitting in my lap, and I guess he got insulted by what you called him just a minute ago, because he just got up and went to the chair, and my little chihuahua came and took his place. So it was literally a complete shift, all in one moment.
Pleasure to be of service?
Right, I guess.
I guess.
Was completely, he is kind of fat. Shh, don't tell him, but he needs to lose weight.
Aw.
He looks like a meatball. Wait, Pinklicious, what is it? Pink, it's the... I forgot what you said.
Oh, yeah.
Meatball
A meatball
in
in
traction.
traction.
A meatball in traction.
I feel like that needs to be a bumper sticker or something.
I think my cat is a meatball in traction with 4 legs.
My other car is a meatball in traction. Right?
I have like this crazy set of animals. I have 3 cats and a dog and a fish. They're all special needs.
Aw.
And it's kind of funny because
Wait,
when you first
your
get
cat
to
is?
know them, I'm sorry?
Your cat is? I didn't know that.
All 5. Okay, I have 3 cats and a dog. Yes, 3 cats and a dog and a fish.
Your fish
And-
is special needs?
Well, she just needs special things. No, the fish is not special needs.
Okay. Which, I mean, I actually saw recently a video where someone's goldfish that they had for many years got an infection in its swim bladder, and they had to invent a harness for their goldfish to attach a like perfectly, like a bobbin that had like a bobber that had like perfectly neutral buoyancy to keep the fish upright so that the fish could control like swimming up and down. Like, it's basically like a wheelchair for a fish. Like, they made a fake swim bladder system for the fish. It was amazing. But yeah, it was like straight up like a special needs goldfish, and I was like blown away. I was like, wow, like at that point, how many people would have just flushed that fish down the toilet? You
Right.
know?
I mean,
It was really heart touching. Like, I was
Poor
blown
little
away by
thing,
it.
though.
But the fish was like, oh my god, I don't have to just like float upside down till I die, you know, like I can do stuff. And like there was like video of like the before and after of the process of like trying to get it right, and you know what I mean, like it was really cool. Yeah, it was really awesome.
Hey JL, I just had some sort of hiccup on my end. I'm gonna have to refresh and close the window. I'm not sure if it's gonna affect my mic or not. Just
Okay.
letting you know if I dip
Probably
out.
not, because your mic is through Discord, which is very stable. I've never
Yeah,
had.
but your sound that I'm hearing is cutting out at the same.
Oh, my sound is cutting out.
But it's. I mean, I'm assuming it's only because the other.
Yeah, you're
the
actually
other computer,
you're cutting out
the
for
other
me.
computer that I have set up is not having this lag.
Oh,
So I'm
okay.
thinking. Yeah. I'm
All right,
thinking it's.
do what
just
you
what
gotta
I'm-
do.
Yeah. But I'm still here. If I disappear for half a second, I'll be right back.
What is on me now? Why am I out of water again? Oh god. Poor little fish. I mean, you know, people like we have this common myth that like, you know, it's an old wives' tale, but it's so prevalent. This idea that like carp, goldfish, for example, like only have like a 30-second memory, which is completely unfounded and absolutely absurd. But it's really prevalent. Like, most people believe that they can only remember things for 30 seconds. I would challenge anyone to spend their life in a fishbowl. You know, like, if you're... Put yourself in your bathroom, right, and lock the door and pretend you're never allowed to come out. And you just have to wait for someone else to slip food under the door and flush the toilet and do things that you can't do. You know, like, if you were locked in a bathroom your whole life, completely devoid of socialization, completely devoid of, like, preference, of anything, I mean, you'd probably not be the person you are. And I think it's, like, very common to the human ego that we like to believe that we have these things that make us special uniquely as individuals. But really, I mean, what makes us special is our society, our ability to compound data and information and learn from people before us who did work. I'm pretty sure if you just raised any human in a fish tank-like environment, they would not be what you think of as human. Far from, you know. This is me just pontificating. I mean, anyone can feel free to, like, completely disagree. Your cats panic when I take them to the vet for shots. You just can't explain to them that it's okay and needed. Yeah, I really am... We're lucky with Chalathor. He actually... I suspect that he must have gone through some pretty bad things that the vet really helped him with. Because he really likes going to the vet. When I tell him we're going to the vet and I open his carrier, he gets right in it. He's like, cool, and then he just, like, sits down, lets the vet check him, lets the vet give him shots, and then, you know, gets his little pat on the head, and he's happy as a bug. Like, I don't know, he doesn't have a problem with it. But, you know, if, like, a cat, you know, has more, I think, memories of, like, the painful things that vets have to do sometimes than, like, the good things, like, oh, I'm gonna pull this fish hook out of your face, you know what I mean, versus, like, oh, I'm gonna spay you and neuter you and give you needles, like, you know, I don't know, I think there's a lot of much more cognitive reasoning behind those kinds of associations, and I think often we as people just don't want to give other sentient living creatures the respect of our witness to their capacity. We ignore it when we see it, you know, and we go, oh, isn't it funny that I'm imagining that the cat is acting like this or that? It's like, no, you're witnessing the cat acting like this or that. Why is that funny? Like, it's a living creature with a brain and a personality, you know. But not humans in general, it's not human nature, it's our society specifically, the globalized imperial societies that are very much trained on not believing that that's possible. And that if you do believe it's possible, you are personifying. If you bear witness to another animal's sentience, you are personifying because there's no way you can prove it. The animal doesn't have language. It can't tell you it's thinking that. So you're obviously lying. Well, what about people that don't have language? You know, we witness, you know, people that for whatever reason are mute or can't communicate, you know, like, we don't assume that they don't have cognizance, you know. I don't know, it's just really weird. I'm just rambling. Someone feel free to help me change the subject if it's getting old. You know me, you all know me. I just ramble like a train off the rails, I just keep going. tiny, tiny kappa heads. The reason we deny the higher function of animals is the same reason we deny the humanity of fellow humans. Right, so we don't have to feel bad about what we do to them, right? It's guilt. I think a lot of it is just guilt. Like, if we really admitted, like, the feelings of others, we would have to behave better. We would have to expect better of ourselves. We'd have to do better. And I really hope that we will, before it's, you know, before it's game over, man. Oh yeah, it's probably a good time for a break, right? But I can't! Alright, in like a minute. Once I get this blade shaped a little more. Alright buddy, I'll let you out in a minute. As soon as I take a break. Just give me 5 minutes, okay buddy? He's like, that's what you said 1,000,000 years ago, human! No, dude, that wasn't 1,000,000 years ago. I just said it now. Chillax. What outfit you making? What outfit am I making? I guess... Wait, oh, you were asking Pink. I'm like, I'm making the outfit that you made. What are you talking about? Because you guys know it's all about me, right? Right?
Yeah, that question was for me.
I figured that out. Feel good about it?
Yeah?
Woo! You're the best! You're awesome! We love you! You're so cool! Thank you!
I'm coming back in. Let's see. Alright, we got picture. Cool. You should be seeing me in a moment. Music. Some music would be nice. There we go. And we'll put my headphones on so I can hear. Alright. Hello everybody. Thanks for anybody that stuck with me on my break. Appreciate it. Yeah, how's everybody doing? You all on break too?
The stream of Lord Dangerbean awaits your mind to blow it.
Everybody go give LD Bean a follow if you like things that don't suck, because LD Bean is awesome. She was the second creative streamer that I ever followed on Twitch. The first was James Growling Art, who is not with us tonight, but he is also really cool. I suggest also giving James Growling a follow. We've got a couple of really cool creative streamers in here tonight. IMJ2 is also awesome. Definitely follow IMJ2, and Pinkalicious7 is like super awesome creative streamer. I love watching her streams anytime that I possibly can. If there is not something that absolutely is keeping me away from Twitch, I'm definitely watching Pinkalicious7 stream. Yeah, so there you have it. Wait, this isn't Tuesday. Nope, this is a special impromptu stream, so this is not part of any of my three main projects, being Tracy Queen, Pack, or War and Horses. This is a side character from Children of Gaia, and it is based on ItoXola, who is here with us in the chat. She's just stepped away for a moment, but she'll be back with us. So this is one of my impromptu streams. So I tend to do that from time to time. I'll just do, oh yeah, and hi Photo Taker, how are you? Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, so this is just one of my like impromptu streams for funsies. Something I do from time to time is just, you know, if I have something that is not part of one of my like normal projects, I'll just make it a stream on an unscheduled stream night. Great seeing you. Awesome. It's great seeing you. Thank you for stopping in so much. I really appreciate it. Also, my measurements worked out the first time, so I don't have to weep and sew more dowels. Awesome. Congratulations, Pink. It's a good feeling when things just go the way they should.
I'm back.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. Had to do all the break things.
All the break things.
All the break things. Oh, hi, photo taker.
Isn't it so awesome, like, when you get to recognize, you know, like, people's names, and, like, you see people come back, and you're just like, oh, yeah, awesome, you know? It's such a good,
Yeah.
like, community feeling, like, just growing, you know, people that you recognize and meet. And then it's really cool, also, I love, like, when I'm on a different stream, and I see someone that I know from someone else's stream, or from my streams, and I'm like, oh, what's up? Like, it's great. I love it.
Yeah, that's the thing I really enjoy about it, is the community. And I haven't been here very long, and all of this is so new to me anyway, this streaming thing.
Right?
But it's really, really cool. Making friends everywhere.
I love it.
Seems like that's how we started.
Yeah, totally. That was on Teacup, right? That was the first
Yeah.
real interactions we
met
had.
on- Yeah, we met on MySpace. And
Oh, was it
then-
MySpace before that?
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
we met on MySpace, and then Teacup grew from there.
Right, right. So that must have been like 04 or something.
Yeah, I believe it was. Yeah, it's been a minute, dude.
Quick minute.
Yeah, very quick minute. It's so weird how quick it all goes. I love my sword.
Doing good, thanks. Busy lately. Renaissance fairs in 12 weeks. Oh, that's so cool. So, Photo Taker, do you have like a place online where you post those photos after you take them, or is it like for private like clients, or what's the deal with that?
He said Facebook.
Cool, awesome. Yeah, I would love to check that out. You could, you know, when you want to, if you want to, you could always post a link on my Discord channel, like in the Promote Creatives. I don't know if you use Discord. I shouldn't assume not everyone does, but I think Discord is pretty popular amongst Twitch users.
Photo Taker and I found.
Found what?
We're on top of it, and we're real friends now in real
In real life?
life.
IRL friends? Or like...
Oh, Facebook friends.
Oh, okay. Awesome.
It's official.
Super cool. I'm jealous. I want to be friends.
I'm sure we can make that happen. I'll talk to the powers that be. That's right, real friends. So, earlier I was talking about that photograph from New York, and I'm about to post it. I guess I'm gonna post it in New Art here because it is.
Oh yeah.
So,
So this is the photo of the samurai inspired.
this particular
fashion?
one, actually, no. Well, so this particular one
And I hate
is
being
this one is more of a circusy. It's a bodysuit. It's a circus bodysuit type. It's
Cool.
one piece. Yeah. So I custom made this one for this lady, and then she's one of my best clients.
Nice.
She does my hair.
Nice.
So we have a nice little agreement going. But yeah, she went up to New York for the IBS International Awards, which I think is something. It's like body painting and all of that. So this particular outfit I had made for another performance of hers. She did a live hair art performance at a festival that we were at this past fall, and so I did some reworking on it for her trip to New York.
Cool.
But then I made a new outfit for her to wear, which I do not have images of yet, but it is the Mad Max Desert Warrior.
Awesome. Sweet.
Yeah. And I don't have pictures of that just yet, but
Cool. Really cool.
they're on the way.
Nice.
Yeah. So I'm working on it, technology and such.
Right.
There we go. Right. So I just posted that to the Your Art Here
Yep. Cool.
on Jayel's Discord if anyone wants to check that out. Pretty sassy.
Awesome. I can't wait, but I'll have to wait, so I'm waiting.
You must wait. Yes, photo taker. I'm in love with my ears and my sword. Perfect. I'm so excited about it.
So, yeah, let me catch up on this chat. Facehole friends are more real. Yeah, facehole friends, they're like, right, when you go out to like pubs and order a whole bunch of greasy food and shove it in your faces together, right? Your facehole friends at that point. No friends for you, Jayel, only fans. Oh, that is so the opposite of what I want.
Oh.
Be my friends.
You don't...
Be my friends.
That's right. That's right. So my
The pointed ears and sword. Awesome, thanks.
yeah.
Why not make that piece hanging down in the back into a tail? Well, that's a cool idea, but so I'm actually doing this character is from a specific race and a specific culture in my story, so it's kind of like already, I guess, pre-designed. If that makes any sense, like, just what the character would look like is already kind of like worked out. So now I'm just doing some like background stuff, and then I'm gonna do some foreground stuff, like, whatever vegetation is in front of the character.
You're gonna put mushrooms in there, right?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna put what I call a kepabin, and kepabin are like ginormous, like tree-like mushrooms. So let's see if I can pull up an image real fast.
So much, yes.
So this is a kepabin compared to just a normal average Elvereshi, which Elvereshi are on the taller side of average humans. I don't know if you could see that clearly, but that's a kepabin.
Oh wow! Yeah, yes.
So I might
I'll take it.
throw one of those in the background. You gotta have the shrooms, right?
Oh my gosh! So photo taker, you missed, and I don't know like you missed our big conversation earlier, but I am very much into mycology, and I'm a big forager, so the mushrooms are a very important part of my life. And no, we're not talking about hallucinogenic mushrooms. We're
Although,
just talking the delicious ones.
we just won't talk about those right now.
Well, no, you just have to sometimes make that a clear thing right off the bat.
Right.
You know, foraging is for survival, not for...
And for yumminess.
And for yumminess, like, it's just, yeah, it's a passion of mine. I like to spend time in the forest. Oh, what was it? Shinyin?
Oh, Pink
Forest
knows.
bathing. Forest bathing.
Pink knows all the things.
Pink. It's Shinrin. I can't believe I don't remember. Seems like I would have tattooed it on me at this point in time.
Right.
In fact, I think that might be my next tattoo. I gotta call my guy
Not a bad
right
idea,
now.
actually.
Forest bathing is
Although,
what it means.
I think if you could work out a pictograph of forest bathing versus the word, you know,
Yes, much
that'd be
better,
cool.
yeah.
like some kind of symbol that to you means forest bathing, you know?
Forest bathing, right. I forest bathed in my backyard and had to spend the night in jail. I am Jay. Oh, they're so funny. Shinrin Yoku. Thank you, Pink. Tilt your little knowledge hat. Adjust your hat again.
Thank you kindly, ma'am.
Thank you kindly.
No, wearing a cowboy hat over headphones, that's weird.
You should have had a
A what? You cut out.
photo taker said that IMJ should have had a fence up so that nobody would see him, I guess. Yeah, now you tell me.
You know, retrospect, right?
Right?
Hindsight is 20/20.
Except with his hindsight, I think I'm blind now.
Terrible. You're terrible.
That's not what his neighbors said.
His neighbors were arguing with the police. They were like, "Don't take him away. This is our only joy."
Everyone has seen his hindsight. Oh yeah. The
I
big
am-
brown eye staring at you.
I am hindsight squared.
This is too much. Also, I have to go back for just a second. Bob wanted me to make sure and say that, you know, you're only cool because you have so many fans.
Fans? No, I don't have any fans. I only have friends here.
Oh man. That's when the call came in. We have a 25 in progress, 37-year-old meatball in traction.
Please.
Oh god, I think I just threw up a little in my mouth.
I'm relying on you to read the chat to me right now because I'm flying blind.
Yeah, I'm reading it too, because see, it's really funny because on my side, I get it live, like I get it instantly, but you're still on the lag end. So I could just sit here and narrate for you.
That's perfect.
I should make up voices for, okay, alright.
For what everyone sounds like? Yes.
Yes, photo taker says, the old lady behind him brought a telescope. Ah ha ha ha, we are all s***ers. Ah ha ha. IMJ is like, she was only 3 feet behind me.
How did you know that's what J squared sounds
and
like?
assault.
So I take it you've seen J squared stream because you know exactly what he sounds like. Clearly.
Oh god, no. Was I right on point? I'm sorry, J squared.
Not at all. No.
Oh, okay. By the way, I do really enjoy this the delayed voice thing we were talking about. It's like the voiceover watching your mouth, the kung fu movie.
Blah, 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 blah. So
what the hell? My voice is higher. Well, yeah.
Everyone else is, they're seeing my actual. They should be anyway, seeing my actual mouth move with my sound.
When they hear it.
But you're getting the Discord sound, right? So
I know.
You're hearing me way before you see me talk, because you're hearing me live. They're hearing me delayed.
Exactly.
That's awesome.
Exactly. Oh, and now Pink chimes in and she says, "Excellent voices. I love it."
Yep.
Is that Pink's voice? Yeah.
I mean, she's got a little bit more of a sultry, seductive,
a little more bedroom.
Yeah.
Excellent voices, boys. I really like it.
Exactly.
Do it again. Okay. And then Photo Taker says, "I was gonna say that Squared has tight pants on for high voice, but I just remembered he was naked." Wow, she sounds seductive. And I am J Squared. "I was forest bathing, sir." I am enjoying this. I'm sorry.
I am too. If anyone is getting upset or offended, let us know. But if you're not, we will continue because I'm enjoying this. But
mushroom soap.
For sure, though, as always, I want everyone to always feel like this community, the Jayel Draco crew, is a loving and friendly and acceptive community. It's a safe space. It's,
Absolutely.
If anyone is ever like, "Hey guys, your banter is upsetting me," just let us know and we'll tone it down a notch. If not, we'll keep going with it, and we'll keep going. We'll take it all the way. But, if anyone's like, "Hey, I don't want to have to leave, but you're bothering me," well, whatever. We'll calm down. But if you don't say anything in the chat, then we are not responsible if you're getting offended, so we'll just keep going.
Yes, please speak up.
Because we're
Or
all...
in IMJ's words, safe word is water house. Water
Wait, what?
hose.
Water hose?
Water hose. That's my safe word.
Water hose. Alright, I'm going to remember that. Committing water hose to memory.
Perfect.
No, it's more sultry than that.
I'm trying. Perfect. Now I just sound drunk. Wait, maybe I am.
Wait, maybe I am. How many drinks did I drunk?
How many drinks does a drink bot drink if a drink bot would drink bot? Drink bot, where
if
you
a
at?
drink bot would drink drinks. How many drinks would drink bot drink if a drink bot could drink drinks?
Waterhouse is another version of bathing.
That's...
And Ito says...
Ito says something?
Crazy.
Y'all crazy. That was a good Ito impression. Do you know Ito in real life?
No, I don't think I do. I would imagine, though, since she's from the South, she sounds something like this.
Y'all cray, okay?
Cray. Y'all cray.
Y'all cray.
Over yonder, where you live, they don't talk like that.
Who don't?
How do
Montanans?
they talk in Montanian?
Montanian? Okay, so some weird things that I've noticed is a lot of people here say bag instead of bag. Or
Oh God, yes.
Or bagel
Bag.
instead of
They say
bagel?
bag instead
Bag.
of bag. Yeah.
But there's really no discernible accent until someone says the word bag. And then I'm like,
no.
bag? What the hell is a bag? Do you want
Yeah,
a
what
bag
is
with
this?
that? I'm like, it took me a while when I first
Bagel?
moved here and I started shopping, and when I was
Do you
at the
want a
checkout,
bag?
they'd be like, do you want a bag? And I was like, a what? And they'd be like, a bag? And I was like, a what? And they were like, a bag? And I was like, what? And they're like, a bag? And I was like, no, I'm not getting it. Whatever it is that you're asking me, I probably don't need.
No, I totally get that because Cece's sisters were all born in Washington, and they all have that. There's like just a
Is that also in Washington?
Yeah, it's apparently because that's where their mom is from, and they say bake, and it's hilarious to me. I'm like, would you like a bake with that, like a bagel, or?
Because like I've met plenty of people from Washington and I've never heard that before.
Maybe it's not quite as
it might be
pronounced,
like also where in Washington, right? Because some parts of Washington are incredibly close to Montana, and then some parts are pretty damn far. Like if you're coastal Washington, you're far from Montana. If you're like on the Idaho border, you're like an hour from Montana, you know?
Yeah. Photo taker, you're awesome as well. We're so glad that you found us. I am in the same
photo
boat.
taker.
I'm glad I found all you guys.
Thank
I feel like we're a
you.
big family. Oh.
Yeah. Okay, Jayel, question for you. Alright, I hope I have an answer that will suffice. I'll do my best.
Shoot.
Shoot-ba-doo, shoot-ba-doo. What? How long have you been doing this talent? So... I guess that's a pretty far-reaching question. I can answer it in stages. Jay. Jay just cuts right to the chase, you know? He's like, don't give me this bullshit roundabout answer. Tell the truth.
You just started last week.
So, actually, Rename Card, who's still here,
No, he went to bed.
He did? Really?
I think so.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I guess he's in super deep lurk then.
Yeah.
Rename Card gave me this wacom as a hand-me-down kind of thing, like, I don't know, about 2 years ago. But, like, I tried using it, and I just couldn't. It, like, wasn't working for me. And then finally he asked me, he was like, dude, why aren't you using that wacom? And I was like, it's not working. And he was like, you probably just don't have it set up right. And I was like, seriously? Like, I don't know how to set it up. I just plugged it in and tried to use it, and it sucked. And he was like, no, dude, you gotta, like, go through the setup. So, like, he talked me through it, and finally about 6 months ago, I started using the wacom, if even 6 months ago. And then, like, oh, Rename Card is here. He's always right here. There we go. Rename Card. But, like, digital illustration I've been doing since, like, the 1900s. Like, Photoshop version 4, which was, like, 20 versions of Photoshop ago. Maybe more. So that was, like, 98, I think I started doing digital illustration. Traditional illustration I've been doing since I was a child. I would say, honestly, like, when I finally developed the cognitive, like, and hand-eye for knowing that what I am doing is in fact illustration, I was probably, like, 4 years old, so that was probably, like, 30-some-odd years ago, you know, like, 32 years ago or something, I don't know. I don't have an exact beat on it, because I was, like, very tiny. But, like, my parents have saved drawings from when I was, like, super small, you know? And some of them are like, wow, like, clearly someone who doesn't even really know how to talk yet was drawing that picture. That's cool. But it's, you know, I think everyone, right, as kids draws, like, and makes pictures, like, kids love to leave marks on shit. It's, like, a thing, you know? People love to leave marks on shit. And I think really the bigger question for most people is, when did you stop? Right? The idea is, like, when someone, or, you know, sometimes people stop and then come back to it. So, like, when did you start being an artist again? You know? Or, you know, otherwise you've just been an artist since as long as you could. As long as you've been alive, you know, as long as you had it explained to you that you can leave marks on this thing with this other thing, that's as long as one has been an artist for. And then sometimes people stop, and sometimes people come back to it, you know. That's my real answer. It's a long answer. He used to do manuscript illumination by candlelight in the monastery. Oh yeah, that was like back in the 1400s. When I started that. I thought we were just asking about digital illustration. Because like really it was like when I had my first like calculator watch and I realized that like 8008 was a word. I think that's when like digital illustration started for me. Most people would say like 10 years ago and leave it at that. Boob. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. You know, I have thoughts about things. I like to take things unnecessarily far. Which I hope you all enjoy, at least to some degree. Probably would have been easier if I was just like, yeah, 20 years ago. J squared does not need to go to bed. J squared needs to stay. No, I'm just kidding. Enjoy bed, and I hope you sleep well, and I hope you have wonderful and inspiring dreams.
J squared, please don't go.
Aw, J squared, if you have to go, make it worth it. Make it worth it. We all have those thoughts, Jayel. Yeah, you know, I think a lot of us are just taught to not go there, for the sake of, like, you know, getting along, social ease, you know, like a lot of us are just taught to be afraid to, like, take our thoughts to fruition in conversation, in rambling. Yeah, J squared. Oh, you're going to bed. You didn't say you're going to sleep. Okay, I see. Well, you enjoy, man, whatever you're doing. I hope it's awesome. And I hope we catch up soon. I know you left some, like, notes for me on Discord. I saw notifications on my phone that there was things from you on Discord. But I just, you know, I had such a bitch of a time getting this all together that I did not get to check them. But I'll check them in the morning tomorrow and get back to you. Mushrooms! So yeah, I think, you know, for the sake of, like, social ease, we're just taught not to go there and examine our deeper thoughts with other people. And I think that's just a result of, like, you know, knowing that when you say something, you might get a retort that is displeasing. So if you say things that are on the surface, right, and you keep, like, conversation very topical, you know, if someone doesn't like it and they say, oh, you're dumb, it doesn't matter, because you're not talking about something very deep and meaningful to you. And that's unfortunate, because a lot of that behavior we learn as juveniles, before our selves and our peers have learned to respect each other's thoughts and opinions. Whereas, I think when we retain that, and, you know, rail against the idea of censoring ourselves, when we keep ourselves open to communication as adults, you know, like, that's when we really fly with each other. That's when we really, like, learn who each other are. That's when we can really express meaningful things. It's just so hard to, like, keep that. You know, and I look at conversation, like, people who are adults who can still talk about weird, deep shit and, like, groove on a pick with conversation. I look at it as the same thing as, like, a person who never stopped drawing. You know, like, you just kept that part of your, you know, whatever you want to call it, your soul, your vital essence, your personality, you know, just kept it alive. And I think we all have those thoughts, but we don't all express them. And I think it's so important to help encourage each other to like feel okay and feel safe expressing those things. I think that's where growth lies, and I think growth is vital and necessary.
Yes, I agree fully.
It's a Howie present. You will like it. Awesome. I saw that, what that was anyway. You know what?
Oh, he
Never mind.
posted the link. He posted the link earlier, and I was like, "What?" Am I looking?
Oh,
at?
it's a
I don't know
Howie?
what Howie is?
Okay, so Howie is Tracy Queen's first clone experiment,
Oh.
and Howie didn't come out right.
Oh,
And
that makes so much more sense
so-
now.
Actually, Tracy had a lover who was a porn star, and he was one of her like first times working with someone else. She was doing like solo cam work before that, and Lindsay's not here, so she can't really explain the backstory, so I'm gonna try and not get this wrong. But Tracy's grandfather had Howie murdered, and so Tracy tried to make a clone of Howie with the only you know, DNA sample that she had of his, which, you know, is semen, which is only like 50% of the human genome. And at that, it's, you know, a random mutated 50%. So the Howie clone did not come out right. So she had to, like, augment it with cybernetics to make it viable. So it's all messed up. So this poor clone is just like in terrible condition. And you know, she keeps working on it, He's like her pet project. She does eventually like kind of perfect the cyborg clone process, but it's way after he's already been created. So like, he's the most messed up of all her clones, but he's also her favorite because it's a clone of one of her lovers, a late lover of hers.
Wow.
It's a really crazy story. I mean, it's like,
It's intense.
there's so much like depth and meaning, and yet so gonzo, and so much of it is about things that we don't think to take seriously in like,
Right.
you know, normal like consensus binary social ways. Like we don't, you know, tend to think about like, I mean, probably anything that comes up in Tracy Queen very seriously, but you know, pretty much anything, if you put the right lens on it, is food for thought. So I think a lot of it is like kind of an experiment in that. It's like, what's the right lens to make someone actually think about this or that, you know? Actually, also, so Lindsay just is finishing up now the final edits on her book that is coming out very soon, this spring, summer. Her book is coming out, and it's a feminist... So what her book is, I would describe it as a... how the fuck would I describe it? You know what? Maybe I can just give you guys a link to this review. I don't think she'll mind. I'm gonna pop this in chat. Just give me 1 second. It's really fantastic.
JL, I apologize for giggling uncontrollably just then, but
No, please do.
J Squared sent me the link again to the image, and I'm sad though, because now I realize I'm going to hell for that.
No. Why?
I don't know.
Because he looks like a pair
Body to-
of balls
you're
that have been
right.
set on fire? I mean, that's legit.
Yeah, something like that.
That's
That is
legit.
so
I mean,
crazy. Oh, and the story behind it, amazing. That's why I love you, freaks, man.
alright, so this is a review, an early review of Lindsay's book. So if anyone wants to check this out. His bum has no hair. Yeah, poor Howie Bot. He's basically, they call him, when he's at that age, they call him Howie Blob. Because that's like what he came out like. And they were like, oh, it's like a little Howie Blob. And then that name just stuck. And then eventually they end up, like, just Tracy keeps augmenting him with cybernetics to, like, try and get him to be more and more capable and able to, like, interact, you know? And to the point where, you know, they just end up calling him Howie Bot because he's like so much cybernetics at the end of the day. Oh, but he really won't kill anyone. He just, you know, he's really a sweetheart. He ends up looking very badass, but I don't think he ever is like a violent badass, like in that way, like.
He just has a bad ass.
Yeah, like literally.
It's actually the literal
it's unfortunate
sense of those
right.
two words.
He actually just has an unfortunate
He has an unfortunate
situation going on.
He has got some really sad junk in
Bringing it down.
J Squared says, his ass will kill you! No more forest bathing for J Squared.
Alright, I'm gonna bring in some highlights.
Hey, Jayel.
Yeah.
Where did our Soundweaver go? Music. Did we have some going? I mean, our conversation's been more entertaining anyway. I just realized.
The Soundweaver music is mixed into this playlist, so it should just come up, because I have my playlist on random. But you're right, it's been a minute since I've heard any Soundweaver music.
Or any music at all.
Oh, you don't hear the music?
No.
Oh, it might only be coming through the stream.
Oh.
Because I have music playing.
I'm sorry.
Can everyone in chat,
apologize,
anyone
everyone.
confirm that you're hearing music on my actual stream?
Do we have music?
Do we have music?
We're just waiting for flag to hit everybody. Yes! Woo! We have a yes, there's music. Okay. You're sure it wasn't just me singing?
No, it was real music. Music is real. Why are you such a doubter?
Awesome. I'm sorry then, that's my bad on my end. I've never sat on this side of the mic before. Jayel, I'm loving this background.
Oh,
So me, it's not even funny.
I know you a little.
But I think you knew that. It's great.
When are you gonna come visit?
Oh, I have plans. I have some really great plans.
Pink, you're gonna come visit too, right? I mean, I'm definitely coming to visit Colorado, so I'll be hanging out with Pink and Stevie and anyone else in that area. My brother is actually moving to Colorado this spring, very soon actually. So whenever I'm in a situation where I can afford to like take off for a little while and like afford to travel. Also, Lindsay's sister and brother-in-law, who we just are the best. We love them. They're also in Colorado, so you know, we've got a bunch of Coloradians to sort.
Yeah, I have a lot of people in Colorado too, so
Yeah?
yeah, I want to go there. But yeah, I'm thinking, well, I was talking about, June. I'm thinking sometime in June. We were talking about that the other day, so. But that's when I will have travel time, and I'm not doing it this year. I have one festival in last half of July, so.
Well, I'm pretty terrible at like abstract dates. Like until I have an actual like set thing, it's like yeah, numbers and words and shit, Like yeah, June. That's definitely a time that there will be.
Hey, Pete just brought up a good thing. She was talking about going to Idaho for the solar eclipse thing. I should probably just plan to be up there during the solar eclipse because you guys are going to have, like, the prime view, right?
Yeah, seriously.
Kentucky is, too, which is 20 miles up the road here.
Meandry. I don't know where Meandry is. Meet at the Meandry. Oh, and Victor, Montana. Oh, Victor, Montana.
The meadery. The meadery.
The meadery. Oh, cool. It'd be awesome if I knew like
some more
language
mead.
and words. Yeah, there's a meadery in Victor, Montana. That would be so freaking cool. Yeah, Montana is all about like distilleries and microbrews and like booze in general. Like any town worth its salt in Montana has like a distillery or a microbrew on like every other corner.
It's kind of like that down in this area now, and it's getting prevalent too, actually. We've got a ton of microbrews and good stuff. I like good beer.
Yeah, I mean, I try not to drink good beer when I'm streaming because good beer gets me drunk. And like, I like to be a little buzzed when I'm streaming because I actually get like really nervous and I get like anxiety a little about it. So like some light shitty beer will just kind of like take the edge off and give me some calories but not really like get me drunk, But I feel like I don't want to be like, beer, hey guys, it's fine, I swear, you know what I mean? Like, and like just being an ass, like, and embarrassing myself, So I like try to just stay with like cheap shitty swill while I'm streaming, Also, because I'm like, often as a freelancer, I'm often straddling the line between like broke,
Yeah, no, I know exactly.
you know what I mean? Like freelance visual
Same.
artist, like
Same.
I can sometimes make really damn good money with some of the things that I can do, some of the skill sets that I have, but a lot of the skill sets that I have cost so much more than I can make with them,
Mhm. Yeah, I'm in the same
Like,
boat,
I
man.
spend every freaking dollar on my craft.
Yes. Oh yeah, that's the way it has to be.
And even when I have, like,
You're always-
clients that I love that pay me handsomely, and I'm like, that's so awesome, but you do realize, like, you're basically just covering the cost of, like, half of my software,
Right.
Like, I can't even upgrade my computer with this, like, I can just cover the cost of my software and hope that my hardware will hold out for a couple more years,
Well, right. Well, no, I know exactly what you're talking about. 'Cause it's the same way with what I got going. I've got 6 machines down there, and if you think they're all running and beautiful,
Right.
the minute that you have a job that finally needs that one machine that only does one type of stitch,
Right.
and you pull it out, and you're like, no.
And then, I've had people, like, hear some of my prices for things that I do, and they're like, wow, how are you able to get so much for, like, your work? And I'm like, dude, if you knew my overhead, you would be
Well,
like,
and-
how are you still alive?
I
Like,
think I think it's just really important too there's a whole new underbelly or growing appreciation for people are really starting to put some value into sorry, I just gotta, never mind. Sorry, no, there's just a whole lot of more people putting value into art and seeing that things like what we do are actually a contribution to this.
Yeah, I mean, I hope so, and I think it's
emotionally it keeps things stable, you know.
Yeah.
And with clothing, you know, for me, it's really important to help build the belief in this fast fashion industry that we've got is just killing a lot. Oh God, bad. You know, it's just so rough. All the factories and I mean, honest to goodness, fashion is one of the industries in the whole. So, because of the so many layers of it, and you know, so people are starting to recognize that, like we were talking about earlier, kind of growing need to have, you know, more knowledge and appreciation in things.
Yeah.
Mainstream or whatever.
You know, and it's really hard also because, like, you have to compete with people that don't even know enough to know that they're undercutting themselves.
Well,
right?
That's like the number
and
one
it's
thing
like,
that
hey,
I learned.
if you're losing money per sale, you are undercutting yourself. And not only are you undercutting yourself, but you're undercutting your industry. You're undercutting me and other people that are trying to make a business out of this. People aren't...
And it's not knowledgeable or choice by choice most of the time.
Yeah.
They've just, you know, for me, I kind of jumped in and I really want to make clothes that are, so I would price them as low as I could handle, you know, and I was not making what I should, and I knew that, and I had a friend who just really like whacked the finger at me and telling you to, you know, take advantage of people, but what I'm saying is you are not charging enough, and when people see that price, they think it's cheap. Like,
Right.
you have to charge what you're worth.
Yeah. It's scary, though, because I've also, you know,
It is
had the
scary.
experience of, like, a lot of times when I say what something is actually worth,
You can
I'll
see 'em
never
gulp,
hear back from that
and their
person
eyes
again.
get big.
Or they just won't even answer. They just won't respond, you know?
Well, I get a lot of, you know, how much for a dress? I can go get colors, and I'm like,
I think
my,
I do...
my initial response is that we'll go to Walmart and buy your $8 shirt. You came to a custom designer.
Right.
You came to a, you know, you want art? Then here's your art. You want a poster to put on? There's Walmart.
Oh, yeah, so here's what Pink is talking about. You know, people that are selling, like, hand-crocheted
and they just-
work for the cost of the yarn, because that's just what they do, and they're
It's
doing
their
it for
hobby.
fun. So, like,
Right. They
but
just wanna
at the
cover
same
their costs they've
time,
got.
you know, as a
And it's
professional,
beautiful work.
I don't want to rely on clients who don't know what they're doing. Like, I always like the clients that I have who are experienced clients, and they know value, and they know, like, they could hire someone to do what I'm doing for 1/8 the price, but they will get 1/20th the quality, you know?
Well, yeah.
And my rates are actually really affordable for how much
And
I know and for how experienced I am, you know? I'm
Yeah.
super
And
affordable.
Right, right. You know, and we just have to work through that, because honestly, the least favorite part of all of it for me,
Right.
please don't. I just want to give my stuff away. I just want to make clothes. I want to put clothes on people that would rather be naked. I mean, it's a tough job.
Awesome.
Somebody's got to do it. So
Yeah.
that's my catchphrase. You like that?
So, like, you want to put clothes on J Squared?
Yeah. J squared.
Aw, he's in bed.
Photo taker, I'm sorry about that. Bob is the one that's guilty. I'm sorry. He said, Bob sent me a picture of a person eating on my page, and she was struggling with it. And photo taker was like, when he watched the video. I almost did too. It's a little scary, but anyway. Sorry, Jayel. None of that happened in chat.
Oh, I was a little confused, and then I figured that out.
I'm sorry.
I got
that
it. No,
came
no,
out
no.
of nowhere.
That's cool.
I saw you really looking for that.
I appreciate the you know, what do you call it, like the community. I appreciate the side conversations. Like I want everyone here to be friends, really. That's just what I want.
We're all friends. I want to go like roll around in that background.
Awesome.
Snowball down that hill. Just...
That's encouraging. That's the kind of background I want to make. It's gonna be a trick though, getting this character to fit in this background. I gotta put some things in the foreground to also make it all match. Let's see what this looks like with some... Alright, so... You guys liking this so far?
I have it on 3 screens in front of me right now.
Awesome.
because of the way I had to set it up. I have one laptop attached to the TV, and then I have the laptop. Triple hit right now. Oh, Rename Card likes it.
Rename Card likes it? Awesome. Transmortal! Hey, how are you? Thanks for popping into my chat. How are you doing tonight? That's a cool name, by the way. Transmortal. I like that.
Absolutely.
Hey, how is my sound, by the way? Is the music, like, loud compared to my voice? I don't know. I guess that last song just felt kind of loud.
Pink says yes.
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 Is that a yes to Transmortal or a yes to the sound?
Oh. That's a good question.
Photo Taker says it's about even.
About even? Okay, so I'm wondering if I should lower the music then. Like, I don't want you guys to be, like, straining to hear me and being blasted away. You drown in the music? Alright, I could turn that down a bit.
Photo Taker, that does not make things even.
Well, if I'm even with the music, I'll drown in it.
If you're,
you have
you're
to
drowning in it. Oh, okay, I see
voice,
that. Okay.
Voice always has to be a little louder than the music for it to be,
Yes.
you know,
Sorted out from
understood, heard.
I get
Heard?
that.
You're heard with Purd. I'm your host, Purd Hapley.
Yes to the sweet art. Yeah, I agree. Yes.
Awesome, thank you. Alright, so now what we're seeing is there's still like a big discrepancy between the character and the background, and that's because the character has highlights, whereas the background just has shadows at this point. So I'll be working on that next, I think, to try and just like even things out a little.
JL, I wasn't telling you to stop.
What?
I
Why not?
wasn't telling you to stop. My dog is incessantly leg right now.
You can tell me to stop if you want.
Stop.
Stop! Stop!
I think we did lose
Who? Who did we lose?
J squared. J squared, maybe?
Oh yeah, he said he was going to bed. I believe him. He probably wasn't lying.
Yeah, it happens. It happens to the best of us.
Alright, so now I gotta start in the background and just do more of this highlighting stuff. And I might have to also go back into the character layer and put in some deeper shadows, I think. Women always blame the dog. Stop! Oi! Them's fighting words.
I don't think I've met Transmortal. Do you stream Transmortal as well?
Yeah, I don't believe I've seen Transmortal here in chat before. I think Transmortal is new. Greetings and welcome. I am a creative streamer. I usually stream Tuesday and Thursday night, but today I'm just having fun on an off night, doing a side project, a side character from one of our projects, really. And I have ItoXola as the model for this piece, and a good friend of mine who's often on the chat with me. So that's the other voice that you're hearing, which is not mine.
Hello, hello.
That one.
I'm a side project, yeah.
Hey.
That's how it goes.
You know.
Always the bridesmaid, never the bride.
Would you really have it any other way?
Oh gosh, no. No, I've been the bride twice already. It's not happening again. 3 times is not a charm. No matter what anybody says.
At that point, it's not a charm, it's a curse.
Yeah. You fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on... No, wait. Sorry. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on... Third time. Yeah.
Third time's an alarm?
Just, yeah.
However, that does kind of imply that it's the same person fooling you over and over again. I mean,
Or is it just love?
There's,
No.
Oh yeah, Cupid has
Tiny
fooled you.
violin plays.
Don't let nobody make you a side project. You are the main dish project, honey. Get it.
That's right.
So yeah, anyone joining in, as you can see, this is a very supportive community.
We love you all.
We've all got each other's backs here, and yeah, we're all just super friendly and eager for more people to join the community, and you know, making friends is what we do here. That's like the first thing. The second thing is we, you know, watch this Jayel guy make fucking weird art and shit. Sometimes it's pretty cool.
Sometimes it's cool.
That's
I'd say all the time. Photo taker wants to know, JL, what gives you the inspiration to come up with backgrounds?
So actually, that's a great question. I have always been an outdoorsy forest creature my whole life. Like, since I was a kid, running around barefoot in the dirt and eating dirt and sleeping on moss, and you know, just being outside has like been a constant for me. And over the years, I kind of got into photography and doing like macro photography of forests. And what I really love, my favorite thing, is like taking extreme close-ups of like moss on a twig and like imagining that it was a log and like giant moss, you know. I love looking at the world around me through the lens of like a character this big and just imagining like, you know, what the world is like to a mouse or, you know, a shrimp. That's a lot of my inspiration. so everywhere that I go, and I tend to do as often as possible, pretty like naturalist excursions. Not naturalist like nudist, but natural, you know, different types of environments. I like to like explore different national parks. I've done a lot of like hitchhiking and traveling and camping and, you know, backpacking in the States. And I bring cameras with me everywhere I go, so I just have like hundreds of thousands of photos of like moss and logs and twigs and different kinds of forests, and it's one of my great loves in life is forests. I
Forest bathing.
yeah. And not just forests, like I love deserts, underwater, like, you know, I've gone diving in coral reefs, and you know, I don't know. I'm in love with Earth, you know. So a lot of times, you know, when I'm making up these backgrounds, I try to think about different places that I've been to, and to me, a landscape is one of the most narrative forms of art, and I think a lot of people are taught the opposite. I think a lot of people think of landscapes as one of those things that's like devoid of narrative, and it's just serenity, you know, it's just like nice, pretty, you know, unoffensive, hanging on a wall. I've always thought of landscapes as like the ultimate narrative, because when you look at a landscape, at a proper landscape, there's eons worth of story there. Like how everything formed the way it did and why. And I love to try and like dissect like photos of landscapes and be like, oh yeah, I could see like that's the path of erosion from water flow, and this is where like rock probably upturned from, you know, tectonic shifting like eons ago, and that's why the water flows this way, which makes it erode that way, and then you get pockets of nutrients over there. Cool, I get it, you know, like I love to just try and dissect and understand the story of any environment that I'm in. Every environment is a story. It's a very vast story, and it requires a great deal of patience and understanding to try and decode that story, because it's not written in human language, you know, it's written in the core language, in the root language. So when I do landscapes and when I put in backgrounds, I really love to try and meet the place that I'm drawing. You know, like I love to try to like uncover what the reasons are, you know, for things to form the way they did. And just, you know, for me it's like meeting an imaginary friend. And each background is an imaginary friend. It's a story in itself, you know, within this greater story where there's characters and they're human-ish and they have human-ish problems, but then there's also like the story of the world. And that's just so much fun for me, because I really have like a soft heart for the planet that we live on. I might have just overdone that answer.
No. That was perfect, Jayel, actually.
Okay, I
I love
rambled.
it because I really look at a lot of things that way as well.
Awesome.
You know, I went on a little hike up a mountain, and it was the same one that caught fire like a few months later, you know. But I'm so glad that I had my good camera with me and just went around and took all these different pictures. There was it was sideways down, halfway down the valley, covered in moss, very old, kind of softish, but there was this rock, it was about the size of a hamburger, stuck in the side of this log that was on its side, like arching from one side of the valley to the other down, and it had a rocket lodged in the, and I was like,
Awesome.
how did that happen? I want to know how a rock gets lodged in.
Tell me your secrets.
Yeah, I know. Like, what have you seen, dude? Tell me what you know.
Have you been there since the fire?
Yeah, not to that specific trail, but yeah, I was just there Monday, so she took me around town, and it was pretty crazy. You know, you don't over here.
Oh no,
we don't
Ito! Pink is leaving us.
No.
Love your Mother Earth, drink your tea,
Okay.
and stretch your hands. Oh, it's true. Stretch
Oh.
hands.
Is it time for a break anyway?
Probably
Ready for a
soon.
break yet?
I think I'm gonna go a
Just-
little further into this.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, good night, Pink.
Good night, Pink. Thank you so much. Love having you here. You hanging out is just the best.
Oh, I'm totally gonna listen to the Mushroom song. Sending it to me. When I say good camera, Ito, I mean a Canon. No, actually, I just meant my better smartphone. It wasn't that great, but you know, sometimes you really don't need all that because, you know, for me, I'd love a real fancy money goes elsewhere. So I just have what I have, and I use my mind. But you know, capturing an image, you want it to look as good as you can, but really, it's still the same image. You know. I'll try to find the post. There was a poem that I wrote with it that went with each of the pictures, and I had a little thing on Facebook a little while back. I'll try to find that and send you a link to that photo taker so you can see pictures. Maybe I'll see if I can somehow share
Cool.
it.
You can put it on Discord rather,
Yeah, that's what
if you want. I mean, no pressure.
Yeah, no, not at all. Yeah, it's a really nice little set of pictures, and again, you know, realizing that when you see these, that was the Chimney Tops Mountain Trail this was on, and yeah, that's one of the ones that that burnt during the fires this year. There this month. So. Yeah, so it's really interesting. I want to go back. I was in town, and it was just really strange. You know, most of the town is fine, but then you'll have one house that's burned, or maybe one little block or an area, and basically what it was a combination of too much dry and really high wind, and so yeah, winds were shifting and blowing, and it jump from one place to another, and you'll have one section that's burned and the next right next to it's perfectly fine. It's really strange. But yeah, I'll try to find those pictures. I think that would be something you guys would.
Sounds awesome. Yeah, you know, I was thinking about like sorry, I'm distracting myself right now. Oy. I completely forgot what I was just gonna say. Jeez.
It's okay.
What's wrong with me?
It's okay. I talked you into a stupor. It
You're
happens.
so good at that.
It's actually
It's a stupid human trick of yours. The ability to talk Jayel Draco into a stupor.
Yeah, it's a hypnotic
It's a technique.
quality that I have. I make people fall asleep. No, I'm joking.
Wah, wah.
Yeah, don't make eye contact. It's all then. This is looking so cool.
I'm gonna take a break soon. I'm just gonna do what I'm doing here. No. Alright, this is what I have to do. I have to do this. Put it on normal, put it on 100%. And select this outside area.
That's probably wrong. I'm pretty sure I'm not 100% normal.
Right? It's not what I meant, but fine. Fine.
Dark Lord Asmodeus, hello.
Hello, Dark Lord Asmodeus. How are you? Actually, so I think Dark Lord Asmodeus, you've been here before, right? I believe I recall your, or maybe I saw you in someone else's stream chat sometime.
Yeah, he says yeah.
Cool. Awesome. Well, thanks for coming back. How are you doing tonight? Fork Girl.
Is that an inside joke?
IRC. Or Fork Girl might be a streamer's name, maybe?
So welcome to the evening, Dark Lord.
Yeah. Alright, so I was actually cosplay girl. She makes costumes. Oh, cool. Awesome.
Awesome. I'll have to check her out.
Hectic senior year mechanical engineering project time crunching. Whoa, mechanical engineering, awesome. Super cool. That sounds like a lot of fun. Tomorrow I will be starting at 5:30 MST, so that would be 4:30 PST. And I'll be going back to my normal project, well, my scheduled project for this week, which is Children of Gaia, War and Horses, which is what I was working on last night.
Sweet. Good to see you again tomorrow then, photo taker.
Awesome.
You're not trying to dip out on us, are you?
That sounds like maybe an I have to go statement.
Sleep is for the weak.
We all, where can I get those
Jayel.
books? So actually, they're not truly available yet. I am still working on the distribution, but for sure I will be, as soon as they're available, I will be letting everyone in stream know, and I will be posting it on Discord, and you know, I'll have links up. I promise I will let you all know. But at the moment, they are not available yet. So coming soon to a theater near you. No, to a...
Children of Gaia.
Yeah. Here for an hour? Cool. So is food? Food. I fondly remember food. I hope one time to be reacquainted with it.
You should feed yourself.
I can't. I have to stream.
I know. Whoopsh. Get back to work. Draw, monkey, draw.
You should feed yourself, okay?
Yeah, you're right.
Jeez. Yeah.
So right.
Actually, yeah.
Oh.
Live off air.
So what are these?
Yeah, I'm autotrophic. All I really need is like basic organic compounds that I can absorb, and then some sunlight and some water, and you know, a cycle of darkness, and I can make my own food.
There you go. Rename card comes out of Deep Lurk to talk about food.
Yep.
You should eat. Yes, this is a good idea.
I
Can you
actually.
make it look like
What?
he wants me to look like all buff, like I go to the gym.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, it's.
Well,
I mean, you know, it's legit, right?
99. This won't.
Ito has plus 99 against fatigue. Level up.
That's hilarious.
Swollenness
My
level.
swole is leveled up so hard. I need some junk in the trunk too, there, buddy. No, ooh,
I think you look great.
Nacho.
I think you
I
look
look
great. So I'm
fabulous.
just making you in my
On the
version. My version of you. But
No,
sure.
I love it.
I'll give you a little more
It's looking
of a
great.
booty. So what I'm gonna
you're
do,
fine.
what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get this as right as I can with these proportions now, and then I can make a copy of this character and flatten it so it's all on one layer. This way I can use the liquify tool to like play around with, you know, moving stuff. The picture can still pass with no ass. As long as it, I just need it to be passable, that's all.
I'm happy with it. Passable is fine. That's 99% of my life. Also 99
Supporters can opt in to receive all kinds of goodies when they become part of the Oneshi community. Personalized letters and selfies from characters, 3D drawings, even cameos in our books.
And access to exclusive works in progress as work continues on all of our projects.
One of our favorite rewards, which is made possible by our patrons, is the weekly live stream, during which Jayel streams live on Twitch TV as he creates art for our projects.
Join me live every Tuesday night to watch me create art and to chat with me and other Oneshi Press fans and supporters. Watch in real time as the art takes shape.
At Oneshi Press, we build immersive, progressive, gorgeous worlds.
And you're invited to explore them. Come join us. Feel good about it?
Yeah?
Woo! You're the best! You're awesome! We love you! You're so cool! Thank you! Well, alright, buddy. It'll be a while. It's raining. Okay. I'm coming back. I swear. I'll be right there. Don't hate me. I need one more thing. Shit. Aha! The cat's outside. I'm safe to eat pretzels now. Alright. Turn back on to digital. And putting some music back on. Sorry about that. Everyone still with me? Let me put on my headphones. Okay, so Ito is BRB as well. Stuck in Southern California. Never been to Gaia. Oh. Where are these children? So, the Children of Gaia is a very vast term for the story, and it's kind of a reference to all of the characters and all of the cultures in the story, but also these ancient Eternals that are kind of literally the children of Gaia. I can show you some images. So these eternal spirits, there's 10 of them, and different cultures have different ways of seeing them, and different names for them even, some of them. And they have developed alongside of life on the planet Gaia. And here's some illustrations that I did of them, just kind of like one version of what they look like. So
This is Akmenos, the spirit of fire. And he's an ancient, he's an eternal. He's one of the 10 children of Gaia. And in the main story, well, I don't want to give too much away, but something goes wrong. And Ito couldn't say what was happening, the video drowned her out. Oh no, that was stupid of me, I shouldn't have put the video on. Oh well. Sorry. So, this is Akmenos, the spirit of fire. This is Azocles, the spirit of time and history. Remembrance, I guess. Eblanara, she is water. Ayatoatel is predation, the hunt, cognitive intelligence, reasoning, that sort of thing. Istara is life, birth, the continuum of life, you know, ferns growing out of dead trees, just general growth in life, but mostly like birth and fertility. This is Kyrnunos, which is death, and he is the undoing of old things to make room for the new things. He is the cleanser. This is Neridia. She is growth, body, generally represented by plants, but also, you know, flora and fauna alike. Essentially the actual, like, spirit of growth and body of, like, living entities, including plants. This is Turinara. Turinara is, like, terra firma, earth, dirt, rock, solidarity, solidity, and all of these spirits, they're not literally that element. It's just those are things that best represent that spirit. This is Zelaria. Zelaria is the cosmos, that kind of like feeling that you get when you look at the stars and can see the depth and realize that you're just like in this vast 3D space that is just incalculable. She's that bit of us that is made of stars, you know. Zarafel is the wind. Like, kind of the height of fluidity, really, because it's like so super malleable, to the point of almost being intangible, but yet an effective enough force to tear down a mountain, you know, over time. Zarafel is... we'll just leave it at wind. This is, again, so this is back to Akmenos, who is fire, consumption, that drive to continue, to burn, to consume. And so in proper, these are the children of Gaia. And they've been around for as long as Gaia. And like I said, different people will have different ways of seeing them. They won't look the same in every culture. They don't have the same names in every culture, although in the story Children of Gaia there is a common tongue that most people speak. So is there a leader? So at different times in history there's been need for these Eternals to have hosts. And a host is when a sentient biological organism kind of makes a pact with one of these spirits. Like, I will house you. You know, I'll do your bidding, I'll do your will, and you'll give me your powers, you know. And at different times in history, different ones have been the villain the hero, the lover, like they've traded off their relationships so many times, and their dynamic has changed so many times because they've been around since the very start of life, that it's really depending on when you're talking about. And at the point in the story when the Children of Gaia story proper actually starts, it eventually becomes revealed that Alkmenos is kind of in a power position, kind of a leader, kind of a villain, and also kind of a slave. I don't want to say too much, but you know, at different points in times, different ones have found themselves in similar positions, but currently Alkmenos is like the odd man out, the foci, so to speak. I'll try and talk and pretzel and beer at the same time. It's very complicated. This is not a skill that I've been honing nearly as long as visual art.
These are beautiful. I was loving
Thank you
those,
so much.
Yeah, the children images. That's
I can wait for these to come out. No, can't! Well, so I got the proofs on Great Nations of Rendaria, and I think tomorrow morning I'm going to be on the phone with the printers, and I'm going to be pulling the trigger on that deal, and they will be massively available. There's also going to be 50 hardcovers that are signed and numbered, and only 50 of this first run of hardcovers, so they're super exclusive. They're going to be double the price of the soft covers, but the soft covers are going to be printed in perpetuity. So these hardcovers are going to be super special, and I might do more hardcovers in the future, but they won't be the original 50. They won't be that like exclusive, you know, numbered 1 through 50. And that will be available directly through me on my website, on Oneshi Press's website, on lindsayg.com. You know, that'll be something you can get directly from us. Whereas the soft cover you can get directly from us, which is better for us because we'll get more royalty out of it. Or you can get it from like Amazon or Barnes & Noble or 50 other places. That'll be really globally widespread, and we already have that deal worked out. So yeah, I'm just hoping that there's enough people that are looking forward to getting it and want to, you know, review it and buy it for other people as birthday presents and, you know, holiday presents and whatever. And I hope it picks up. But, you know, it's so
amazing.
Different and unique and out of the box, and it's independent publishing, and we don't have like much funds for advertising. So, you know, I'm really just hoping that the people who do know about it like fall in love with it to the point where they want to show people and talk about it and, you know, make it a conversation. Yeah, awesome.
I think you have a few fans or friends.
Friends!
You don't want fans.
I will definitely let you know the minute I have the signed hardcovers. I'm excited about that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a wonderful option.
I'm working it out with Jack Shell. He's making an album for The Great Nations, which is our first book. And I think what we're going to do is include in the hardcover a link, you know, a URL and a password to down. You want to reserve number 1? We'll see. I probably have to give number 1 to, like, you know, my dad and stepmom, or my mom and stepdad, or, you know, something like that, or I'll give them like number 0. I don't know. We'll see. But you know, I have all these like considerations, like people that have really helped me out along the way, and you know, blah blah blah. But you know, blah blah blah, support from, you know, people, stuff, whatever. No big deal. No, it's a very big deal.
Well, that's how it happens. Teamwork makes the... No, it
doesn't
never
hurt
hurts
to try.
ask Phototaker. Yeah,
Well, I'll get you...
to try.
I will definitely let you know the minute they're available, and at that point, other than like people that have directly been a part of, you know, the process like the whole way, obviously they're going to have to get first dibs. But, you know, after that it's going to be first come, first serve.
No, Phototaker's basically saying, so you're saying they don't have a chance. That's cute. You're saying they have a chance.
There's going to be 50. I don't imagine that it's going to be very quick that those 50 will go. I think you'll have some time to jump on that.
Act now. In 2 easy payments of $19.99. No. Sorry. To 4 easy payments of $19.99 and a really hard one. You have to pay in.
Also, I should say our Oneshi Press subscribers get first dibs on Patreon, and whatever their subscription level is, they get a discount of that subscription level. So if you're like, you know, if you're a $10 a month Oneshi Press subscriber, instead of paying like $45 for the hardcover or whatever, I don't know what the actual price is going to be. We have to work that out with a few different people, and we still have meetings that we have to do to like figure out the actual numbers. But like, for example, say we're selling the hardcover, the limited hardcover for $45, which would be great if we could sell it for more than that, because it's like super special and super limited, and it's the first Oneshi Press publication to come out. But you know, say we sell it for $45. If someone is subscribed at $10, they'll get it for $35, and they will also have first dibs above people at a lower subscription. But someone who's subscribed at $5 will get it for $40. You know, someone who's subscribed at $20 will get it for $25, etc. And that discount will apply to all of our publications. So, like, you know, if you're a $10 subscriber and we later on come out with our anthology and it's $10, you'll get it for free. Or if our next book is $20, you'll get it for $10. And you'll also have first dibs like ahead of other people that, you know, anyone that's not subscribed, they'll have to wait and see if there's any left over after our subscribers get a chance to see if they want to order it.
Phototaker is really working.
That is absolutely. If you subscribe for $50, I will give you $5 to take the book from me.
That's exactly how it works.
Absolutely promise you.
I'm going to Vegas with him.
But also, I mean, that's just one of many perks. I mean, on our Oneshi Press campaign, like, also for every dollar you subscribe at, you get 3 minutes drawing of whatever you want. So if you subscribe at, like, say, you know, $5, you'll get a 15-minute drawing on Twitch, where I just draw whatever you want, as long as it's, you know, within Twitch's guidelines. Like, I can't do anything that'll get me kicked off of Twitch. But other than that, I'll draw whatever you want for 3 minutes at each dollar you've subscribed at. And you get works in progress, high-res downloads, prints in the mail, all different kinds of things.
Also, if you go down and tip,
Oh yeah, I also do illustrations for tips. Anything over $5 will get you a dollar. I think I might have changed it to 2 minutes a dollar.
It's very hard to do a 5-minute sketch.
Yeah. And I mean, I've had people tip me like $20. You know, I've had people tip me like $40. But then, like, when someone tips me $5, which is awesome, and I really appreciate it, you're right, it's very hard to do anything that actually looks like something in 5 minutes. But sometimes that's the fun of it, right? Sometimes it's like, you'd rather see a bunch of 5-minute drawings because it's craziness, and it's like, the pressure is on, you know. So I've had people do that, where it's just like a barrage of $5 sketches because it's like silly and nutty. Versus, yeah, it's a lot of fun. For sure, so far, every tip commission that I've gotten has been absolutely bonkers. Both in the ideas and in the execution, you know.
worth every minute though, for sure.
But
They've all been
honestly,
so much
you know,
fun.
I know that not everyone has like money that they can freely use like that, and just being on my chat, just being here, you know, logged in and like being in the chat, that's supporting me. It really is. I mean, that's helping the number of viewers that I have each time I stream. As that number becomes sustainable, then what happens is more people will be likely to find my stream. And the more people that find my stream, my community grows, and we all get to make more friends that way, and that's awesome. But also, like, you know, maybe one day I'll have enough people watching my stream that I can partner with Twitch and actually, like, you know, be able to have paid subscribers and offer things through Twitch, you know. It's a dream for now, but it's not completely unfeasible. I've known a lot of people that, you know, have partnered with Twitch, and it's worked out great for them. So that's a thing. And whatever, I just like seeing all your names in the chat. I like to get to know you all. Ito tipped? Yeah, exactly. Hers is a whole stream. Yeah, Ito... So Ito actually did tip last week or so, 2 weeks ago, and got a cool, like, short sketch. But, Ito has also been, you know, part of my creative process and has had my back for quite some time now. So this is kind of me, like, saying thanks for the support and the love, you know?
We go way back. And this is amazing. For real. Photo taker year. So sassy.
Such sass. So sass.
Wait, did we just take a circle back to an hour sassy? Sassy.
Wait, what?
Sassy ass. Sass in your ass.
Sa- Sassafras.
Didn't we do this already once?
Sarsaparilla.
Sarsaparilla.
Take another one of them good sarsaparillas, barkeep. You youngins. So I put them up for download for those people on my Discord. And also I usually put a link to the Dropbox if it's like a large file, so that they can download the full res if they want to print it or use it on Facebook or whatever. I mean, that's up to the person, really. I think for most people, though, it's just the fun of the actual event itself. Like, it's a very silly, fun time. And so far, anyone that's done it has told me that they enjoyed it immensely. And also, everyone else in the chat really enjoys it. You know, it's a weird experience. It's hard to explain. But, you know, someone will be timing me, so there's like this pressure, and it's like, oh god, what am I doing? Oh, I gotta draw it. Oh, do the thing, you know.
It is a privilege, isn't it, photo taker? It's like we're getting pretty magical. Much appreciated right now. Jay.
Oh, photo taker, thank you so much. That means so much to me. That really is awesome. That means the world to me, and that's really cool that you said that. 'Cause that is totally, you know. I think for me, the reason why I do this is to make friends and to not be alone while I'm making art. But also, like, I really want to, you know, share the things that I love with people, you know. And my art is things that I love. You know, it's me trying to figure out how to make the things that I love real and shareable. And the things that I love are not, you know, tangibles. They're not like, hey, I'm going to share this chocolate with you. Which, you know, obviously if I had chocolate and we were hanging out, I would share it with you. But, you know, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the things that I love that are not, you know, physical things. So, you know, when I hear people that are in a place where, you know, they appreciate it, but also are, you know, kind enough to say that and put it in words, it really does have a huge effect on me. So, thank you. Well, I'm glad you found it when you did. I mean, sure, if you were here a while ago, that would have been cool, but, you know, there's no time like the present, right? Why is it that every time I watch you work, you never seem to get tired? You always look so awake. I don't know, I feel pretty damn tired by the time I'm done. But, I guess it depends on how long I'm streaming for. I don't know, I mean, this is like... You know when you're having, like... When you're hanging out with a friend, right? And you're just, like, having a great conversation. And then you just look up and it's, like, 3 in the morning. For me, that's what this is. You know, like, you guys are my friends, and... The fact that anyone wants to, like, stick around and listen to me ramble and watch me, like, work on my art, you know, work out my process and figure out things as I go along and make mistakes and then erase them, and, you know, like, the fact that anyone's even interested in that is just, like, humbling and exciting, you know? It's that conversation that you look up and it's 3 in the morning and you're like, how did that happen? I don't know, but this is great, you know, like, damn, I guess I have to go to sleep now, but I don't want to, you know? The times fly, indeed. You would love to shoot photos 24 hours a day? Exactly, right? I love the fact that you explain what you're doing. The others, you have to guess. You mean like other streamers, you have to guess what they're doing? Yeah, I guess you could say I just have the gift of gab. I like to talk, you know. And also, I always imagine that, like, other people can grow from it somehow. The way, like, I've had mentors, you know, who have really, like, affected me, really inspired me, you know. And, and I think what they gave me was really a gift, a beautiful gift. One in particular, my mentor, my late mentor, Jack Potter, he just gave me everything he had, you know, like his thoughts. Even if it wasn't necessarily about illustration, sometimes it was just about life, sometimes it was, sometimes it was about how the two aren't different, you know? And sometimes it was just like an opinion on something. But just the fact that he didn't hold back and he just like put himself in that place where it was okay to ramble and just like have ideas. You know, it's something that like if I can pay that forward, I gladly will. They don't take the time to do what you do. Then again, you keep working while telling us others have to stop what they're doing. Maybe that's why they don't do it. They don't want to stop. Yeah. Well, I mean, I think for me, largely, talking is like in that part of my brain that is communication. You know, it's verbal, it's vocal. And the illustration is, a lot of it's like technical, if that makes sense. And the part that would be more analytical and probably closer to communication is actually something that I already have figured out. Like, I know this world. I don't have to worry about it. I don't have to think about it as I'm drawing. I've been drawing this world for 23, 24 years. You know, the same story has been with me since I was in school, you know, like, I don't need to think about it, I just need my hands to do what they're doing. And you know, I need to think about it in the sense of, like, I need to think about the colors and the composition and the anatomy, but I don't need to think about what I want it to be. So that just leaves my, you know, it leaves the rest of me open to whatever, talking, answering questions, you know. You'd mess up your work if you talked while doing it. I mean, it could also just be that I have a very compartmentalized brain. Like, for whatever reason, my brain is just set up in such a way that it's, you know, I actually can do, like, one thing with my left hand while doing something else with my right hand. Like, that's just the way I am. And a lot of times I actually practice that. Even, like, when I'm like, Rename Card is back, awesome, how are you, Rename Card? I was actually just about to mention you, Rename Card. I was gonna say, you know, part of it is, like, that conversation that goes till, like, 3 in the morning and you're like, where did the time go? Rename Card and I were friends since we were really little kids, and you know, we had a lot of those. Like, we would hang out and work on artwork together and make sculptures and action figures. You know, we made our own action figures as kids together, and we would just talk, and it would be like, you know, 48 hours later we hadn't slept yet, and we were still just talking and making stuff, you know. And that was like my favorite thing on Earth. And it still is. You know, and I think that's... By streaming, like, I'm still hanging out with Rename Card right now, even though we're in very different time zones, you know? It's actually... What is it? 1 in the morning for Rename Card, and it's 11 o'clock for me now. And I get to hang out with all you guys and everyone else, you know, like, it's... Even when I am tired, I'm not tired, you know? Because, like, I'm so energized by that idea that it's... I don't know. It takes precedence over being tired, you know? It's 10:09 there. Yeah, it's 11:09 here. Bet it's a lot warmer by you. Oh, actually, this is like the 3rd day now that I haven't seen snow on the ground. It's amazing. And that's only because it rained like 3 days ago. You know, it's like one of those rains that was enough to just like clean up the rest of the snow. But because I'm so high up in the mountains, when it is summer, and when it's like 80 degrees out here, your skin can melt off from the UV. Whereas like when I was in New York, if it was like 90 degrees, the worst part about it would just be the humidity. But like I would never be like worried about my skin. You know, like, oh, it's only 90 degrees out. It's really freaking humid and I can't breathe, but whatever. Here I'm like, oh, it's 90 degrees out, it's not humid at all, I can totally breathe and run around, except the UV is like cooking the flesh off of my bones. Go to the high 80s this weekend. Whoa, pretty cold, really. It was 92 degrees here today. Yeah. I definitely think at heart I'm a desert baby. Like, dry heat is like the thing for me. Except I still have to like adjust to heightened UV. But I'm pretty lucky, like genetically I'm pretty well adapted for high UV. Like I don't really get sunburns. In fact, like I don't even know what a bad sunburn feels like. So when I'm complaining about UV, I know it's bad because, like, you know, Lindsay would be outside for like 2 minutes and just burst into flames. You know, if it's bad for me, like, she'll definitely burst into flames. I hate heat and cold. I can put on a lot of clothes, but in heat, once you're naked, you're naked. I don't know, I feel like there's always levels that my body can shut down, but there's like a limit to levels that my body can activate. Like if it's really, really hot, I could just take a nap and just like slow my pulse down and slow my breathing down. But when it's like freezing, I will just run out of calories and die, you know? Like I have like, I don't know, like probably like 9% body fat, so like I run out of calories real fast, you know. And that's bad. Like I just don't, not equipped for it. And it's also like a metabolism thing, I guess, and also like a genetic thing. Like I don't know. I guess I've got like a lot of like seafaring, like sailors, you know, Portuguese sailors and Italian sailors, and you know, like just a lot of seafarers in my blood. And I imagine, like, a lot of them probably died of heat exhaustion. So the ones that didn't are the ones that stayed alive and passed their genetics forward. So, you know, I am the result of people that didn't die from heat exhaustion while being out in the open ocean for months at a time, you know? Hi, Ito. What you laughing at?
Oh, just yes.
Just what?
Myself.
Uh-oh.
Me. I'm laughing at me.
Why?
I'm funny.
Oh.
Didn't you know? You didn't get the memo?
I mean, it sounds familiar.
Now I had to do some dishes.
Stupid
He
dishes.
was buying a present for a friend, so go shop now.
Stupid dishes. Who do they think they are?
Well, the dishes fairy never stops. Understand it?
Nope, you're cutting in and out. Uh-oh, you're gone.
Oh no,
Oh, you're back.
I'm back. The
Yep.
dishes fairy. She never stops here. I must have done something to piss the dishes fairy off.
Probably. That would be my assumption. Alright, so I think what I'm going to do now, I think I'm done working on this body, so I'm going to save a copy of this and turn it off. And then I'm going to take this copy with all the layers and merge it. So it won't be layers anymore, it'll be one solid piece. And then what happens is all these different layer styles end up not being layer styles anymore because it's merged. So I have to erase all this, like the weird edges and stuff. And then I can use my liquefy tool to play with some of the shapes and get the anatomy a little better. You know, just cleaning things up. So this is getting more into like the final processes of the foreground figure.
Oh, photo taker, you're hitting the hay, huh?
Oh, well, thank you so much for hanging out. That was awesome. I really appreciate your presence, your company, your conversation. Oh, cool. Thank you so much. Yeah, I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Have a great night. Sleep well. Hope you have spectacular, awesome dreams. And, yeah, I look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Bye. Oh, I see your name card came.
Yeah, it's 109 for rename card, but rename card is... So, we often joke, like, I'm like, oh, dude, I'll keep streaming as long as you're awake. But every now and then I'm like, oh, it's like just me and him left in chat. And I'm like, dude, I gotta go. My hand is burning me. And he's like, fine. And then sometimes it's the other way around. Sometimes it's like just me and him and he's like, I gotta go to sleep. And I'm like, ah. So, Rename Card and I, when we were like in, you know, like junior high, maybe late grade school, but junior high and high school, I used to sneak out of my house in like the middle of the night, like at like 1 in the morning. I would climb out my window and onto my roof and then down onto my deck and like go to his house and throw stones at his window until he like heard them and came outside and let me in, and we would like hang out. He would leave his house, and like a lot of times we would like go to like, there was a bridge in our town that just went over like a little canal, a little brackish water creek that went out to the bay, and we would just like, we would stop off at like the little quick stop you know, the little like Quickie Mart bodega type place, and get like coffee and cigarettes, and you know, the guys that worked there, they knew we were like 12. They didn't give a shit, you know.
Yeah. Those are the
They
days
were,
that-
yeah. I mean, those are the days on one hand, and also like, you know, a lot of these people were just glad we weren't gonna beat them up, you know, like a lot of them were immigrants who were rightfully pretty afraid, you know, and we were friends with them, so it was cool. Like, we were friendly people. Like, oh, cool, you're friendly guys, awesome. We know you, we recognize you. You know what I mean? Like, they didn't want to start any trouble. But that was before, like, major, like, sting operations would go in and, like, close down people's businesses. Which, I get it. Like, you don't want kids smoking. That's not cool.
No.
But I also don't blame them. So anyway, yeah, and we would like take our coffee and our smokes and go and like hang out under the bridge and like just talk about all kinds of awesome stuff, like, you know, angels and aliens and sci-fi and philosophy and just everything. You name it, we went there, you know? And we would talk till like 3 in the morning and then sneak back into our houses and like, you know, I would go to school the next day and like sleep through 2/3 of my classes, you know. It was great fun.
Yeah.
So like, you know, when I say to her name card, like, dude, I'm gonna stay up as long as you're up, you know, like, it's a challenge, you know. He's like, all right, remember who you're talking to, son.
Right.
But I also have him at a disadvantage because, like he just said, it is 1:20 in the morning there, and it's only 11:20 here.
Right. It's 12:20 here.
Right, you're central, which I honestly keep forgetting. I don't know why. I keep thinking that you're Eastern.
Well, we're right at the edge. Just an hour and a half.
So is
2.
but not all of Tennessee is central though, right?
No, yeah,
I
it's
didn't
just
think
like
so.
It's about 2 hours east of here, 2.5 hours maybe, where the time changes over.
Okay, and how long is it to, like, if you were to drive straight east, how long till you hit the border of Tennessee?
About 5 hours.
Shit, really?
Yeah.
Wow. So, like, that time you picked me and Angelique up,
Yeah.
how fucking long of a drive was that? Because you picked us up in, like, Georgia. Oh,
Yeah,
but it was that spot
Chattanooga.
in Georgia, right, that, like, is
Right.
where it dips up
dips-
into
the
Tennessee?
interstate goes, it goes from Chattanooga to Nashville, but it dips down into Georgia for just a minute. Wildwood, I think.
Right.
Something. Anyway, yeah. So that is...
Fucking
It's like
hitchhiking, man.
It's like 3 hours
Wow.
to Chattanooga, yeah.
So you drove 3 hours to pick us up and drive 3 hours home.
Yeah.
Yeah, so when I say I'll pick you up at Spokane, take it. Shut up and take it.
Just shut up and take it. Alright.
I mean, granted, I'll probably ask Lindsay to do most of the driving because I'm a big baby. Wah.
Yeah, but no, that was fun, and I was so...
It was awesome.
Yeah, it was fun. And I remember I was like, man, I got some friends that hitchhiked in from... They're stranded in Chattanooga. And she looked at me and she goes, how is it possible that they're stranded and they're hitchhiking? Like, that's not how that works.
Well, there's certain places
like,
where, like in Chattanooga, it was like people were looking at us like we were psychotic for hitchhiking.
Yeah.
They were like, "You're doing what now?"
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, there's just times where it becomes really, really difficult.
And honestly,
and challenging. There was some other things. There was some deadline of some sort.
yeah, I don't remember what it
We had
was. But it was like
a bank snafu. There was some sort
oh
of bank
yeah,
snafu.
right, and I had to get there
Sending
by a certain
mail.
time to do the thing.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
right. Yeah, I remember that.
So there was a time limit. And besides, every day you stayed there wasn't a day that we got to hang out.
Right, and also, you know, there's like, where would we stay? You know, like,
Right.
we didn't know anyone there, and, you know, if we just camped out in front of a gas station, we would have eventually gotten in trouble for
And it was raining.
vagrancy and loitering, you know?
Right. It
But
was
I'll tell you,
really
man,
nasty weather that right then too.
Mississippi, that is one place you do not want to hitchhike.
Oh yeah.
I've
Yeah.
never felt so like I was about to have horrible things done to me by law enforcement. For fun,
Miss-
you know, like for just the fun of it. Like
They're
they
hey boys, look at this. We got
were
some fresh meat.
enjoying me, you know, like they were like, "Oh, please tell me you can't get picked up right now, because we're about to have a fucking good time with you." And I was just like, "Oh God, why am I here?"
Yeah. Yeah. Good old country boys.
They just straight up didn't like me, and they didn't want to. I'm like, but I'm so nice.
Yeah. I'm really lovable. Everybody tells me so.
They were like, "That's exactly what we hate about you." I was like, why?
You didn't hear that.
What?
Good. You didn't hear it.
Oh, now I want to know.
Yawn. Can you not hear me?
I can hear you. I just heard you say yawn.
Oh, well, that was what you didn't hear.
Oh, what's wrong with yawning? And why does this
Catching.
T look like an F? Oh, because there's a star behind it. That's cool. I'm okay with that. You can look like an F if you want, you crazy T.
ItoXola.
Shine on, you crazy T. Now, maybe I should do something about that.
I mean, up close, you can't tell, but yeah, definitely.
There we go. So what do we think about this so far? Any thoughts, suggestions, ideas? Anyone? Anyone out there in the world, in the audience? Ito, yourself included? Whoa, that was accidental. Just like zoomed all the way in on that pixel. Anyone watching have any thoughts? I think, so what Photo Taker pointed out was last time I took a break, I put on my reel and you couldn't really talk over it. So if I take another break, I might just leave this image up. If you want, you know, like if you want to be able to like talk to people and whatever while I'm on break. Unless you want to take a break when I do also, then I won't.
I wouldn't mind a break, but is anyone left in here? I mean, we've got some people here. I'm just not sure they're not.
Yeah, I think there's a few people that are just in quiet lurk mode.
Yeah,
Which, you know, a lot of times, like when
that's
I'm
fine.
watching streams, I'll like have it on in the background while I'm doing other stuff,
yeah.
and I'm just not near my keyboard, or you know, or I'm like working on something in Photoshop while watching someone stream, so I can't really like stop and talk. Dark Lord Asmodeus is not entirely real. Not real entirely. That's okay. We don't need you to be real. We appreciate your company anyway. I am wondering though, does that make you like a figment of my imagination, or are you like a shared hallucination? Can everyone see you?
Question.
Or does everyone think they see you, I should say?
Think. So we were also one.
What? What? You cut out.
Oh, my mic is being funny. Maybe? Question mark. Can
Try,
you hear me now?
Yeah, sort of. You could try unplugging it and plugging it back in. Sometimes I do that, and it like resets things a little.
Okay.
Whoa. That was pretty crazy sounding, not gonna lie.
Is that better?
Yeah, actually.
Excellent. Did it make it made a crazy noise when I pulled the
Yeah, it was like...
pulled the plug? I like it. Really good. Do you have any feedback, Dark Lord? That's kind of a funny thing to say. Dark Lord, tell us what you think.
Enrich us with the darkness. Oh, you cut out again. You're gone.
I wasn't talking.
Oh. Oh, my music is over, that's all. Never mind.
Ah. See, I'm still not hearing the music. I have this stream.
Right, because you're on Discord, not on... Well, it also means you can, I guess, maybe play your own music. Oh, but then I don't know if that'll come up on my stream. I don't know what would happen if you were playing your own music. So what did you say? More junk in the trunk? Just like wider bass? Did I make it too narrow? Or were you joking?
I don't know. Play with the booty. No, I mean, I'm not unhappy with it. If you want to make it grow, good.
I think we'll imagine that this is also Ito after like surviving in the wild, fighting Imperial soldiers for like, you know, years or something. So you might be a little more like forearmy and bicepy.
I think that's what Photo Taker was saying earlier. She's holding the sword.
It's so interesting, like, making friends with people on here in chat. Like, you know, like, Photo Taker, like, I really do feel like I'm, like, friends with Photo Taker, but I don't know anything about Photo Taker other than this name in my chat and the conversations that we have and the types of questions that Photo Taker asks, you know, which are always, like, really insightful and, like, start cool conversations, and, like, I feel like, you know, you can get to know a lot about someone without knowing anything about them, you know?
Yeah.
It's really cool. Just as like an exercise in being human, you know?
Right. Yeah, it is an interesting thing. And he is very insightful, like you said, like digging, you know, has good questions.
Yeah, totally.
Conversation going, he's curious. Good quality.
Did Photo Taker explicitly, do you know that Photo Taker is a male identified person?
I do.
Okay. Oh, right. Did you say you're friends with Phototaker on Facebook?
Yes.
Okay, cool. That's the missing element for me.
Yeah. The face to the name.
I'm like, man, you like know what I look like when I'm exhausted, what I look like when I'm rambling. I don't even know like anything about you. And that's cool though. I like that. Like I don't mind, you know.
Mhm.
Then honestly, even like when people are just like lurking, but like I've seen that name lurk multiple times, it's like
Right.
I haven't even heard that person write or speak anything, but they're familiar to me. You know, it's like amazing how you can like be like, wow, this person at the very least has been here with me while I've rambled through all this stuff. And
Right.
and is still here. Which means on some level they must at least
Be able to put up with me.
right. I mean if nothing else, like they either they find something entertaining about my crazy shit, you know, my like
Right, have
rambling nonsense, you know, things that I might otherwise be embarrassed about, and here's someone like just listening.
Right, right. So they have some connection to.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's like
Yeah.
it's weird how you can like in that sense it's like unspoken members of the community, you know, like unspoken family, you know. Friends that you don't even know anything about. But like you know on some level they're interested in the shit that you're interested in because they're listening. There's something really cool about that, you know.
Yeah, there's definitely a level of connection in that. Ooh.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Am I losing you?
No, not yet.
Alright. I'm gonna try and finish this stream.
I'm fine for now. But I mean,
Maybe another little break or something?
maybe, yeah, that might help. Both of us, really.
Yeah.
But no, I'm good. I mean, I struggle to sleep. You know how the creative life is.
Mm-hmm.
Especially working at home. I try so hard. But I do get up every morning and get Cece off to school.
Oh, yeah. True.
And then I have a neighbor that holds me accountable for miles every morning.
For what every morning?
We walk a couple of
okay.
miles. A neighbor of mine, she holds me accountable, so it's good because I'm not tempted to go back to bed. I think I'm projecting a studio overhaul sometime in the next couple of weeks. Every
Like-
few years, I have to do a big upgrade or an addition or something, and it's just time.
Jane Eyre. Suck JD. Great. Awesome. Thanks for checking out my stuff. How are you? So I'm kind of putting in this, just a little bit of like a shadow, I think, to help pop the character away from the background.
Oh, we have a new friend. Hi, Jane Eyre.
So what do you think? I'm turning this on and off. I don't know if you can see it yet because of the lag.
Oh, okay. Oh.
So this is on, this is off, on, off. On is the darker one, where the background gets darker to like pop the character away. I think I like it on.
I think I like it on.
Cool.
I think it gives it
Awesome. Alright, so then I'm going to take a short break. And I'll put on my reel so that you can take a break too. And then when I get back, I'm going to put in some light effects. Some like streaming, rays of light kind of just shining through the image. And then I'll look at the background again and see like where I can put in some highlights to just pop these shapes out.
Sure.
And then I think I'm done.
Oh, it's looking so awesome.
I'm glad you like it. If you were like, dude, this sucks, I would totally cry for days.
Never said that anyway. I would hide it forever, but this is real. I like I'm joking.
Well, now there's no way of
Real.
knowing. Are you just hiding it, or shit?
You never know.
You just sent me on a spiral. Well,
Jan Air, thank you for joining us.
yeah, and so I'm gonna put on my, I'm gonna go on a short 5-minute break, and so when I go on break, I put my reel on, and that'll show you more examples of my animation work and my video effects work, my motion graphics. Some of my posts on DA are intriguing to say the least. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, I definitely have all different kinds of stuff, and some of it's a little weird. Some of it is hopefully, even if it's weird, it's stuff that you might like anyway. And, I think there's enough different kinds of things that I do that some of my work isn't your cup of tea. That's okay. Hopefully there's something there that you like, But yeah, I'm going to go on a short break, and I'm going to leave my videos playing. So one of them is my reel, and that's pretty short. And then I also have another short video, which is Oneshi Press is the publishing company that I co-founded. Well, I'm in the process of co-founding. We're still pretty new. But that video shows like some of the projects that we're working on. Including Children of Gaia, which is like an art book, and that's what this image that I'm working on right now is from. And then also Tracy Queen, which is a graphic novel, and Pack, which is a comic book. So yeah, I'm gonna take a short break, and hopefully if you're still here when I get back, I'm happy to chat and answer any questions. Or if you don't want to interact much, that's cool too. Like I'm always I want people to feel welcome to quietly lurk if they're comfortable doing that, but also I want people to feel comfortable, asking questions and joining in, like it's a friendly environment, whatever you want, and anything that I can do to make the stream better for all of you is, what I'm interested in. I want it to be like the best experience for everyone in the chat. And everyone watching, I want it to be the best experience for you guys as possible. So yeah, I'm gonna take a quick break, and I'll leave you with those videos. Then I think hopefully you'll find them pretty entertaining, and then I'll be right back.
Yeah, we'll see y'all in a minute.
Hi, I'm Lindsay G. I'm the writer, editor, and co-founder of Oneshi Press.
Hi, I'm Jayel Draco. I'm the illustrator, designer, and co-founder of Oneshi Press.
Oneshi Press is an independent publisher of progressive, immersive, gorgeous books in print and digital formats.
To start with, we'll be keeping 3 original concepts in production.
Our first 3 are a graphic novel, a comic book, and an art book.
Tracy Queen.
Tracy Queen is a feminist, sex-positive, sci-fi graphic novel about a self-made porn star named Tracy,
who fights her way free of her grandfather's organized crime syndicate, only to get caught up in the porn industry politics and gang warfare.
The fiercely independent, brilliant Tracy decides to fight her battles on her own terms. With the help of her best friend, a talking raccoon who happens to be an electrical engineer,
she creates an army of cyborg clones to help her fight back against the forces of conformity, sexual repression, and evil. Pack.
Our gritty vigilante comic book with a surprisingly humane heart, Pack tells the story of a masked crime fighter named Patience,
and the 6 dogs with whom he roams the dark streets of crime-ridden Brooklyn.
Together as a pack, these ruthless vigilantes sniff out corruption
and deliver their own bloody form of justice to those who they decide deserve it.
They put crime under the fang.
The Great Nations of Rendaria.
The Great Nations of Rendaria, our first art book, is an introduction to the vast fantasy universe that Oneshi Press is helping to create.
This book serves as both backstory and introduction to a diverse, intricate universe in which its narrator, Jan Kazian,
has become obsessed with preserving the memories of the greatest civilizations his world has ever known.
The Great Nations of Rendaria is both a book in its own right, as well as an artifact from the larger story, Children of Gaia.
Oneshi Press is creating a community of fans who enjoy progressive and immersive worlds like the ones that we're building, and we want to invite you to join us.
We're using Patreon, a subscription-based crowdfunding platform, to accept support from fans who love gorgeous books, and to give them rewards in return for their support.
Our supporters can opt in to receive all kinds of goodies when they become part of the Oneshi community. Personalized letters and selfies from characters, 3D drawings, even cameos in our books.
And access to exclusive works in progress as work continues on all of our projects.
One of our favorite rewards, which is made possible by our patrons, is the weekly live stream, during which Jayel streams live on Twitch TV as he creates art for our projects.
Join me live every Tuesday night to watch me create art and to chat with me and other Oneshi Press fans and supporters. Watch in real time as the art takes shape.
At Oneshi Press, we build immersive, progressive, gorgeous worlds.
And you're invited to explore them. Come join us. Feel good about it?
Yeah?
Woo! You're the best! You're awesome! We love you! You're so cool! Thank you! Coming right back in. Sorry about that. Yeah. So after I was like done with my break and right about to sit down, the cat decided, you know, he noticed that I was like sitting back down at my computer, and he was like, meow! Like he was just so hungry all of a sudden, and I had to hop back up and feed the cat. So increase bitrate to 2 megabytes per second. Interesting. So are you noticing that on the reel? Oh wait, yeah. So when I was playing my videos, was there like a lag? Is that why you're saying to increase the bitrate? I guess that would be on my broadcast settings? No, encoding settings. Oh yeah, my max bitrate is set way low. I actually have it on 700K right now. Let me try it. I think that was just my attempt to minimize my hardware, my actual like resource usage, because I was having all kinds of problems with my stream earlier on, and I think as I've, you know, adjusted other things, like maybe it's fine now. So I'm gonna try a little bit of a higher bitrate for my encoding and see what happens. But thank you, I really appreciate any advice, any feedback on my stream is golden. Anything that I can do to make it better is awesome. I definitely want anyone that swings by, anyone that stops by, to have the best experience here possible. And with that, you know, feedback is totally helpful. So thank you. Hi. How are you? How was your break?
Oh, was everything
Everything a break could be?
everything a break could be and more.
Why is my Zoom not working? Oh, there we go. A little bit of weird lag. I don't know. Ultimately, as long as it ends up working, that's fine. It can lag a little from time to time. So, how's your night going?
Fine.
So,
Yeah.
everybody that's tuning in, this is on the line right now is Ito. She's also in the chat, and Ito is a good friend of mine and has been a good friend for many years. And the piece that I'm doing right now is actually a commission piece of Ito as a character in my fantasy world.
Turning out brilliantly.
Whoa, okay, so I'm getting some hardcore lag. I think what I need to do is save and purge RAM after it's done saving. Yes. See if that helps. Actually, wait, let me undo this first. Sometimes what happens is when my computer is lagging, I won't see what the line that I'm drawing looks like at first, so I'll like draw it over and I'll be like, oh, it's looking really light. and then like all of a sudden it'll all show up and just look like crazy, and I'm like, ah, what did I do?
The lag beast.
Yeah, you know, it's just a balance of like where to allocate computer resources. You know, like I want this stream to be good, but I also want like Photoshop to be good, you know, like, and as I increase like allocation towards the stream, I am then either having to reduce allocation towards Photoshop or let them duke it out and just see what happens, and you know,
Epic battle.
ultimately I should just be able to go out and buy myself a new computer. That would be awesome, right? Like that. That was a horrible example of lag where it looked like I wasn't drawing anything, and then all of a sudden it showed up and was like, BAM!
If Pink were here, she'd already have you a computer found for really cheap. Be like, get this one.
Or she would be like, see, that's why you should use traditional and not use computers. What would you do in the apocalypse, son? And I'd be
Right.
like, damn it, Pink. I've got time till the apocalypse, right? At least like 3 weeks.
At least.
I'm gonna use my computer till then. So yeah, I increased my bitrate, and I'm already noticing immediately a pretty bad lag. I'm afraid that that is because I increased my bitrate in my encoding, so it's just using up more of my processor. And I think my poor, tired old processor is just tired and old. I could be wrong. It could just be a coincidence that it's starting to lag now. I mean, it could just be that it's like my computer's getting tired. That happens. It's overheating, whatever. Alright, so let's see about putting some effects in here that can help this scene. I also think while this texture that I have over everything is really cool, it adds a lot of texture to the face. And some of it is maybe a little unfortunate. So I think what I have to do...
Have an unfortunate face. Unfortunate face texture.
Turn this to multiply at 63% and turn this to normal at 100, and then I can sample this color and smooth out some of the texture on the face. The face. The first. Yes.
Yes, darling.
We'll call this vintage texture. Put a new layer over it inside that folder and just smooth some of this out a little. And then wait a second, because I know that that's going to lag and then appear magically like 5 minutes after I drew it. Yeah, so that's starting to help soften that texture up on the face. And I like a little bit of texture on the face because, you know, faces are pretty textured, right?
Yes.
You know, just like frickly skin texture, you know, even on people that have like relatively smooth complexion, there's still like a texture to it. So now let's see what the difference is. I'm going to turn this on and off. I think that helps. Yeah. It's subtle, but... It's subtle, but... For anyone just tuning in, I normally have a much better microphone. Right now I'm using the microphone built into my webcam, and that's because my better microphone is currently down for the count, which is a real shame because it's a great microphone. But something went wrong with an update, and it like installed a driver over my old driver, and I don't know. It's just not working now. So hopefully I'll tomorrow morning and during the day I'll spend some time working on that and see if I can have it fixed before my stream tomorrow night. Normally I think my sound quality is a little better, and I don't typically have to wear these headphones because my mic is sensitive enough that I can tune it just right where it doesn't pick up on things like my computer fan and you know, feedback from the speakers. Like I can set it to that level where it just hears my voice perfectly and nothing else in the room. But my webcam mic is not quite as it's not quite as sensitive, so I can't really get that like very finite adjustment out of it, which is really unfortunate and kind of upsetting. What are you gonna do? Alright, so this I'm gonna do mechanically. Got some brushes here for some cool streaky lights. So I think what I want to do is pick something that'll be the right kind of spread, and then I can adjust it once I put it in. That might not be the right effect at all. There's gonna be a little bit of doping around as I try to find the right thing. The right tool for the job. Jayel Draco, the right tool for the job. Right?
Good joke, Jayel.
Aw. Aw, thanks.
My cat was trying to, I guess I didn't do a good enough job of cleaning her, basically. He was getting a little too curious. I had to run and finish that.
Oh, cats.
Yeah, he's very large and
Would you say he's large and in charge?
yes, large and in charge. He's like a solid black Garfield, basically.
Nice.
He's like lasagna.
Lasagna. Yeah, that's what I'm like, actually.
Yeah, I was talking about special needs animals earlier. They,
You're a saint.
I have a sign. I think I have a sign above my door. Like, yeah, come here. but my
Oh,
dog
they all
has,
found you?
yeah.
Well,
Well,
so...
sort of, yeah.
Yeah, but once one person knows that, like, you take in special needs animals, they're like, oh yeah, give it to Tish, she takes those in. Give it to Ito.
Oh, Jane Eyre wants to know how long you've been drawing.
Oh, phew. So, I think I never stopped, you know, like all babies, like, they make drawings with their baby food, whatever, little kid, like, making images with my ketchup, with my french fries, you know, I just never stopped. So basically, like, my whole life. And I think, like, I don't know, realistically, I probably didn't make any marks that actually looked like a drawing until I was, like, 5 or 6, you know. So, like, 30 years, realistically. What I think, though, about that, that's a good question, but I think, like, to me, like, everyone starts off with, you know, visual creativity as part of who they are. And I think, in time, some people just stop, you know, for whatever reason, their upbringing, or their personality, or their life, you know, they stop, like, the creative process. And, you know, a lot of people are like, oh, I draw like a 10-year-old. And it's like, well, probably because you stopped drawing when you were 10, you know? And actually, what really got me thinking about this was I was watching a stream, a double stream, with one of my favorite streamers, Stevie Ray Drawn, and,
That's a brilliant name.
she's so brilliant. She's so creative in everything she does.
Great.
And she was double streaming, so she was streaming with another artist who was like, I don't know how old she was, but she basically was like, yeah, at like 30 years old, I realized, like, wow, I draw like a 10-year-old. That's because I stopped drawing when I was 10. So she started drawing again, and then has been drawing for like, I don't know, like a decade since, but like really religiously drawing, you know, just like drawing every day, like. And now she's an amazing illustrator. Like, her work is so freaking good. And, like, she started back up at, like, 30. You know, and it's really because she just had this epiphany that the reason why she drew like a kid is because she stopped drawing as a kid. So then she started drawing again as an adult. And her drawings caught up, you know, and became adult drawings. And, you know, the more I thought about it, I was like, wow, I've just been drawing since I was a kid, and, you know, that was a long time ago, at least by my standards. You know.
That's a really, really deep way of looking at it, and
it's awesome.
I really like it. I mean, I've always had the belief that that we're all born with the ability to see all of the levels of existence, or light, or energy. You know how when children first start coloring things, you know, we as adults and our parents tend to look at it and say, well, that's grass and grass should be green. But I've put a lot of thought into the process of how children choose their colors, because they see the colors too. So they know that a grass is green, but why would they paint, you know, the bird orange or purple or whatever, or something? Well, I guess a bird could be orange or purple, but maybe they'll paint the tree purple, or I don't know. It just, to me, I can see that children that they have the ability to actually see the energy fields around.
Sure.
Things, so we're all born with this ability to see the world in its full scope, and that at some point in life we're taken back a few notches to say, no, this is actually this color, and this is as, and therefore it's supposed to be green, you know, or it's supposed to be this color, or it's supposed to be that color.
Right.
And I think there's children that hang on to that no matter what they're told. But I really feel like choices like that, and in watching my own children grow up and seeing the different tendencies to want to create these imaginary worlds in their mind, I don't think they're also imaginary. I think that they're just, I don't know. I don't think they're creations. I think they're visualizations. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, and I was actually, so to corroborate that, I was listening to a shaman who I believe was a Lakota shaman, a Heyoka, talk about exactly that concept of what he called filtering. And so this guy, you know, he
Programming.
He grew up basically like, you know, on the res and had a lot of like cultural upbringing, but also, you know, continued in school and ended up like, you know, studying, I think it was atypical psychology or something like that. Like, just some really far out there, very specific field. But basically what he was trying to get at was to find this bridge between the shamanism and, like, Western, you know, medical kind of science way of looking at it.
Right.
And, you know, one of the things that he was able to do was to corroborate this idea of learned filtration. So he had this thesis that basically 95% of the stimuli that you're receiving is filtered out because it would just be too much. You know, there's all different kinds of things that are filtered out. And
Right.
what you get at the end of the day, what your brain is actually taking in at any given moment, is stuff that your brain has deemed useful, pertinent, relative. And the reason for
Right.
that is, you know, like, think about, like, evolution in the state of nature, right? Like, you're evading predators, you're hunting prey, or maybe you're not a hunter, maybe you're a clothing maker. Whatever your task in society is, you know, like, you have to be able to do that well. Society is counting on you to do that well. If you don't do it well, you don't serve a purpose in society. So your brain filters out everything except for that which is necessary for you to excel at the thing you offer society.
Right.
The thing that you have to offer, right? So everything else you learn to filter out. Now the interesting thing is, there's all these studies done about different cultures and how different cultures actually perceive things differently. And like people that grow up in different ways that are taught different values have different filtration mechanisms. And then we look at child psychology and look at the types of things that children express witnessing that we as adults in our society are like, no, that's not a thing, you're not witnessing that. But maybe we as adults are no longer witnessing that because we teach not witnessing that in our society. You know, whatever that is. But it's this idea that, like, we are taught social values of what isn't important. You and I, you know, as like modern, you know, globalized humans in, you know, specifically like a capitalistic Western society, like, we're very much taught that if it's not gonna make you money, it's not as real, you know? Like, our values, even if they're not your personal values, they're still your social values, like it or not, right? So we have these values that are like, basically ignore anything except for the stuff that can actually have value, you know, monetary value. So,
Right.
you know,
Well, yeah, your brain wants to survive, and it breaks everything down into priority systems.
right,
So what is necessary for my survival And yes, you're right. So much of our society these days has got such a focus on the money, but really, it's not the money that needs it. That you need to survive.
I mean, we need a planet.
It's just near impossible to separate that from anything anymore, because you do need money to buy food, but
Right. Totally.
we forget we don't have to buy food, which brings me back to a validation that what your mind holds to be important comment that you made.
Right.
I can remember a tree stand that I found, my very first patch of chanterelles in the middle of a forest of trees that all look the same to most people.
Right.
But I can still remember exactly where that is. Like, I have a GPS coordinate system in my brain. I can go exactly to the first tree that I found a chicken of the woods mushroom at the bottom of, and it blows my mind that I can remember those kind of things, but I can't remember my doctor's appointment tomorrow, or,
Oh, by the way, you have a
those
doctor's
kind of
appointment
things.
tomorrow?
Yeah, no, I don't, but I'm saying, or maybe I should probably check.
Shit.
But, but that's the thing, is because in my mind, that's prioritized, I
You're
don't
you're
necessarily
taught
need
to
it for survival,
yeah.
but we do eat quite a bit off of what I forage. We just had our little violets bloom in the front yard, the little wild violets, and the dandelions are starting to come out. So I made us a little salad out of my front yard greenery. But it just reiterates to me, that in my mind that is much more important, that type of thing.
So, but you're what we call a social atypical, and that is something that all societies, all species of animals must have, and that's vital. Social atypicals are the ones who don't do what everyone else around them is doing. They don't go with the flow. They go with different ideas and different ideals, and they find other social atypicals to corroborate their ideas with and to expand their ideas with. But
Right.
In any society, even ones that are like, you could look at like dope fucking like indigenous societies that basically, if it weren't for imperial societies, would have been able to be sustainable till the end of time.
Forever.
And they still had social atypicals. That's how society evolves, is you have all these different social atypicals who just look at things differently and come up with things differently, and the purpose for that is evolution. It's like I am here to experiment with different ways that things can be done, and maybe what you'll find is that social atypical in the course of their lifetime came up with 10 different things, and maybe they're small, maybe they're just different forms of food prep, or just different forms of a different type of stitch, and that is now
Right.
part of the culture.
Right.
And it took that particular social atypical to have just a desire to do things differently and see if there's a way to do something that everyone else does and takes for granted, but maybe I can do it differently, maybe I could be better. And that's the reason why we have now, like, anything that we have. Everything that we have.
Right.
Any invention, any object. Look around you in the room. Every single thing that we have is because of a social atypical. It's not because of someone that went with the flow. Every single invention, every tool that you use is because of a weirdo.
Mm-hmm.
Seriously.
You're so right. No, you're so right.
I mean, you would not have advancement without weirdos.
I mean, these computer things that we're doing these things on.
Right? This
And,
thing,
you
this
know,
this
every-
thing. What is this thing? It's crazy. It's gotta have
It's
more
crazy,
cowbell.
yeah.
I don't know. How does it live?
Every time
Go back to Astoria. What? Sorry.
Every time that my sewing machine gets bumbled up and I have to open up all the things and get in there, I just look at the
Get in
system
there.
of mechanics. It's just like, who thought of, well, who thought of all this?
Right? It's amazing.
And then it's not even enough to have the idea. Well, we need a machine that can put two pieces of thread together to lock fabric together. It's not even just the idea. It's the actual follow through. It's in order to have two pieces of thread, we need two needles, but then those two needles have to move, so then you need gears attached to each one, and then they have to be timed exactly perfectly. And how are we going to do that? I mean,
and no one person thought of that. You know, like someone at one point in time was like, "Hey, when I have this needle up against this piece of wood and I press on it, it gives me more leverage and it makes the needle go through better." You know?
Exactly.
And then someone else was like, "Hey, well, when I have actually like a joint on that piece of wood and this needle on there, it works even better." And then like many, years later, generations later, someone else was like, "Hey, if I have a catch on the other side, I can actually like push it through and catch the string." And, like it probably wasn't even string, it was probably like sinew or something,
Right.
Like no one person thought of any of these things, but it's always because of weirdos that these things evolve, these things advance,
Oh, yeah. It's amazing to me.
And I think, we
it's the
we do
weirdos
teach that out of our kids, and it's instinctive to do so. Like, we teach our kids to, like, get along in society, because you have to balance that. You have to balance being a weirdo with putting food on your table. Like, you can't not eat.
Right.
Like, literally, you can't not eat. Otherwise, you stop being a weirdo, you stop being anything, because you die,
Exactly.
So, like, there's always, though, those people that, like, are like, "I'm gonna figure out how to be the kind of weirdo I am and still put food on my table. At least just enough. It might not be the best food, but I will leave something behind, And they do.
Well, exactly. Exactly, and that's, that's definitely the big blind leap of faith that I took, And it's never easy. I mean, there's at least one day out of every month that I'm like, "Oh God."
Yeah, I know that feels.
Oh, what am I gonna do? And then within, the next few minutes, it's like, okay, fine. Things are taken care of. The universe, somehow all the things come together. And,
right.
But, but yeah, it's really hard too, because we do have to, as weirdos, we have to figure out how to pass that on, and how to not, again, going back to that idea of like children are born with the ability to have all these visions, or not, just to see the world for what it all is. It's just really important for us to try to figure out how to encourage that and communicate that to our kids, and at the same time teach them how to function in the society that they live in, because there is always some level of that has to happen, like, no matter what.
Well, and I think a lot of that can also just be learning how to, once you understand that is true, that there are people who are just weirdos, and they're meant to be weirdos, and that's awesome and not a bad thing at all. Once you understand that's true, we can identify it in younger people. You can't identify something that you don't believe in. You can't see something that you don't understand or believe in. If you do not think something exists, it could be right in front of you and you will not see it. Your brain will filter it out.
Well, it's the ships on the horizon with the natives, you know. Only the shamans could see it because they believed that there were things beyond what their life was, but the natives, the tribe, they couldn't see anything but breaking waves. They couldn't see the ships.
Right, that's the idea.
Because they didn't have any concept of the ships. They didn't know what the ships were.
And I mean, whether or not that's literally true, it's the idea.
Still the big picture.
It's the idea of, like, when something is just beyond your scope of thinking about, you're just not going to think about it. And I think, like, with that, not everyone is meant to be a weirdo. Like, look at any society. I mean, even any, like, animal, any social animal, right? Like, look at any pack animal. I mean, there are meant to be
different members that are in different positions that do different functions, you know, and if they were all weirdos, they would all go different ways and die. You know? Like, they can't all be
Right.
weirdos. There has to be ones that will just listen to the alpha. You know, there has to be ones that
Right.
are just focused on hunting. There has to be ones that are just focused on being awake when everyone else is asleep for safety, you know, for security.
Right.
There has to be the ones that are, you know, just about defense and sometimes offense, you know. When you look at any human society, like, there's people who make clothing, there's people who fight, there's people who heal, there's people who make food, you know, there's people who do all these different things, and they're all important, you know, and that includes the arts. And, I mean, you know, arts is one of those things that can bleed into almost anything, like cooking can be an art,
Oh yeah,
clothing
absolutely.
can be an art, illustrating can be an art.
Well, self-expression, dance, music,
Right.
you know, all of those things, tattooing. I mean, it all just, there's so much depth to expression in humans, and then you can see it reaches back even further than what they tell us the first art forms are of the cave drawings. Well, yes, that's the first visual art representation that we have as
Well, the
as art
oldest
copies.
ones that have survived, but
Exactly, but
The
there
thing
were
with
so
that
many
is-
art forms. They had to eat out of something. There was bowls being made. There was fire made. Somebody had to create the will eventually. I mean, there was
right.
just
And any
Cool.
anthropologist will tell you, like, even the oldest pictographs that have survived the sands of time were clearly advanced enough that they indicate that people had been working on pictographs for many thousands of years before the oldest pictographs that we have evidence of.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, the ones that we do find in caves are still so advanced that people must have been working on them for many, 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 many countless years before those ones that we found, right?
right. And it's like you said, you know, you don't just pick up a pencil. I mean, there's innate talent, but even Picasso didn't pick up a pencil the first time ever and like make it, you know,
Right.
the most amazing thing. Or whatever, not Picasso. I'm just grabbing the name out of my head. But
Yeah, I gotcha.
Any artist, I mean, you know, you might have, you know, I have a real strong affinity towards making clothing and designing clothes, and that's just what fits in my brain really well. My dad, you know, he's a classical artist, and he does sketching and all that. And, you know, he's been doing it since he was little, but it wasn't always as, you know, I do sketching and drawing too, and I just don't practice it. So it is not something that I call myself an artist in that media.
Maybe you should. So, to bring it back, I don't know, Jane Eyre, if we answered your question
Oh, there was a question there. wasn't
at all.
there?
But I will say, you know,
Eons.
I will say, like, anyone that's been to this stream enough will probably notice that that's a thing. Usually when someone, like, brings up a topic, it just becomes a flowing rant, and we'll just, like, take whatever that topic is and just follow it organically to where it goes, and sometimes it veers pretty far from the original question. Hopefully that's interesting and entertaining. You know, and sometimes maybe it isn't, but that's just, you know, it's what we do here. And Ito is a guest speaker tonight, but she's a good friend of mine, and she's been on the chat long enough to, I think, you know, also be into the whole fluid idea, the fluidity, you know.
But yeah, so you've
But I enjoy
you've
it.
been drawing since you can remember.
Yeah, yeah. And I mean, I'm closer to 40 than I am to 30. So, you know.
I've been drawing since before I can remember, I know that. Because by the time I can remember, I was already drawing, things that look like drawings. So, I guess I've been drawing probably for the better part of 3 decades. 3 decades? Why did I feel like yeah, like 30 years, you know.
This background is magical.
The trick is to get it to look as magical as possible, but also to make it look like she belongs there, you know, like that she exists in this background. It's kind of the hard part.
Oh, wow.
I feel like, let me think, I'm gonna look at some of my earlier sketches of Lithicessian characters. I know I typically give them like crazy tattoos and stuff.
Oh. Yeah, you didn't even put my tattoo in there. But that's not even, it doesn't show the entirety of it because that's really literally just the peak. It goes all the way down.
Oh, right, and also so that this is the Lithicessian crest, so a lot of their tattoos have like, you know, emulations of that shape.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And they
yeah.
kind of wear armbands that like spiral around is very common for them. You know, like this little armband thing here. So this would wrap around and go behind the arm and then wrap back around this way.
Oh. Excuse me. Yeah, no, that's beautiful. I want some of that. Yeah, I like it.
I love seeing like these wrinkly old people with like tattoos that are all like wrinkly now, you know? It's something kind of beautiful about that to me.
Oh, goodness.
You know, little kids and stuff, you know, it's fun.
Yeah.
So maybe I'll do something.
My clan could take up a whole chapter now. Or 3 whole pages now. That's hilarious. Oh, it's so awesome.
Yeah, actually, so I made your shirt tied up a little higher, I think, on the lower back.
Mm-hmm.
So, like,
Yeah.
if your tattoo is visible, it'd be like just the tip of it right here.
Right.
And I feel like at that point,
it's not the right image anyway. For
right, it might just look like a weird blemish. Like, what is that? You
right.
know?
What is that on her back? Actually, it's kind of what it looks like too. It's funny.
Well,
It's
in
very
a
rare
colored
that-
photo, like you can see clearly, oh cool, it's
Right.
a tattoo. I can't see what that tattoo is from here, but that doesn't matter. I know it's a tattoo.
Mhm.
Whereas, yeah, in like a black and white art piece like
Right.
this, it might just look like nothing.
Oh, yeah. Do any of them just have the symbol? Or is it all representations and
Yeah, no, some of them would definitely have like the crest itself like tattooed on them. Like there's
would that
definitely
be more like military or but more like in leaders, like in the elders or something maybe?
I mean, I would guess probably the likelihood for people that would like go and get the crest tattooed on them would probably be people that weren't born there, who moved there, that are just like so stoked about making that life
So-
decision. You know what I mean?
so-
It's just like, yeah,
Like
I love
a
this place.
T-shirt or a Hilton Head bumper sticker or something.
You know, it's like wearing a
That's cute.
band T-shirt. You know what I mean? It's like, I just love this so freaking much. You know what I mean?
love it. Yes. No, but that does make perfect sense because it's representational, and they know who they're a part of, and everyone else does too. But then when you go visit there, you're like, I mean, yeah, that's funny.
And you know, I think there's a tendency that like wherever you're from is not the place that you're stoked about. You might stay there. You know what I mean? But like, you know, that's just a very common thing.
Yeah, well, Nashville has become such a big thing because of that TV show Nashville now, and it's the funniest thing to me to see these girls come. Downtown is a very strange place. Like, Nashvillians don't actually go downtown unless they're still in college or stuck in that I don't know. That's judgmental. I'm going to try not to be judgmental. But there are a lot of these girls that come out, and, you know, in the winter and stuff, it's still cold here, but they're wearing, you know, I don't know, the craziest, shortest dresses, and then the, like,
maybe
I
they're
don't
from
know,
Montana.
there's this style of clothing and of dress that the TV show has like, you can see the people that are visiting or are about Nashville because of what they think Nashville is like and how they think people dress, because
Or it's what it is to them,
it's
right?
not country western really. It's not as specific and like in the old, you know, old school, you know, country music, you know, they wear all the suits and all the country western stuff, you know. So, but that's not what I'm talking about. It's this new version of Nashville that's come out because of that TV show thing.
I don't
And
even know what
so-
TV show you're talking about because I just don't
It's
watch
called
TV.
Nashville. It's called Nashville. I don't watch TV either. I've never even seen it, but but because of that show and a few other little things, there's oh, nice hat. I've you know, it's just funny to see that it's like, well, we don't really dress like that around here, and even, I mean, I'm you know, on the edge of fashion anyway.
But maybe they do
but-
now.
I'm sorry?
Maybe they do now. Maybe we're just getting old.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, sorry. Just bring it down
Maybe
a notch.
it's okay. It's real. It's
real.
real.
It's real.
Like real.
Real talk.
Real stuff. But yeah,
Dude.
it's funny to see.
But it
because,
also, like, if
well,
it's... Is that like a college town, like, area downtown? Like,
well, yeah. There's Vanderbilt, and I mean, there's a few
so
different.
you have people,
colleges right
like,
there.
who are temporary residents from different places, right?
Right, and I mean, we have a few areas of town that are being hip, new, like upcoming, and they're also the influx rate of people that are moving here on a daily basis are in the hundreds.
I
up
mean,
to,
that's almost
like,
everywhere.
800 people a day are moving into Nashville currently,
So, like,
and that's not a joke. And they're building skyrises and buildings downtown like nobody's business.
just,
Crazy.
you know, mathematically, like, even if the rate of people, you know, I don't want to sound crass or rude or anything, but, you know, to put it in just very scientific terms, the rate of people breeding, even if our rate of breeding decreases to, like, 15%, our population is so large right now, you know, 7.5 billion people on Earth, that even if only like 5% of us breed, our population is still exploding.
Oh yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
like
it's
exploding.
unreal.
If 1 out of every 100 people had a kid, our population would still be going up and up. And more we are you know, curing ailments and diseases, and that's wonderful. I mean, I have many people in my life that I love that suffer from, you know, ailments that were, until just recently, terminal, and I'm so grateful for those cures. But, you know, the old saying, like, with great power comes great responsibility. There is no place on Earth right now that is sacred, that is special, that is safe from human expansion. And we have to address that, you know. We have to address the fact that we're no longer safe to be a competitive species. You know, like, you can be a competitive species when there's, like, 500,000 members of your species. But once you're in the billions,
Yeah.
you have to be cooperative, you have to have education, and you have to chill the fuck out. And realize
Right.
that not everyone has to have kids. Some people do, and that's cool. But not everyone does, and that has to be a part of education.
Yeah, I hear people a lot. They're like, "Oh, I'm too old to have. I missed my chance." And I'm like, "Man, that's fine. You did
Yeah,
fine.
you didn't miss your
had a good
chance.
life.
Like, you don't need to.
No, we don't need more kids in the world, and you didn't need a kid in your life, or you would have had one."
And I mean, you know, if you're
But-
now in a place where you're set up and you feel so inclined,
Yeah.
believe me, there's no shortage of people to adopt, right?
Right,
And then
that's-
also, you know, like if you do have kids, congratulations. Like you just became a grandmother. That's awesome. I'm not
Right.
knocking that at all. And I do not
Right.
ever want to be confused into thinking that I'm like just humbug about kids. Like, that's awesome. That's
No.
wonderful. That's a magical thing.
No, it's,
and that's something to be proud of, you know, but
it's
like
just not something that's like a requirement, and you know,
right,
I
that's the
understand
problem
the
is
draw.
when it becomes the next thing you do.
Yeah.
Like, no, you don't have to do that.
That's
You
what I'm
can
supposed to do.
have protected sex and it can be wonderful and you can do all the human things and it's totally fine, you know, like. Anyway, again, I don't ever want to get into religion or politics, and some of these types of conversations can come very close to that. So we tread on like thin ice with, you know, trying to keep my chat a positive place, right?
Absolutely. I think we're just talking real talk, but
Yeah, it's just
I
real
can
talk.
take it
But
I can take it in another direction.
yeah.
There's two things I'm noticing on the picture.
Oh, cool.
On my bent arm, on the back arm,
Right.
my bicep, there's one little section on my bicep that just seems to be kind of swollen more than the rest of it, or just a hair more.
Cool. So you're talking about the lower bicep is kind of puffing out a little?
No, my back arm.
Your back arm. This is your back arm
Right.
that I'm looking at, right?
Yeah, the bent right there, a little higher.
Oh, the back of your arm, like your
At the-
tricep?
Where the light is hitting on the upper part.
Okay, up here. Oh, right, you have a leg, so you don't see what I'm looking at until after I've already...
Right. So on the top part of the arm that you're looking at. Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
right, so I think...
Just slightly, ever so slightly. I mean, I don't. I know the idea is to give it a little of muscular tone there. Just
Yeah,
seems like
and I mean,
there's
she's
just one
holding
little-
a
She is holding the
sword
sword.
with her left
That's right.
hand,
Oh,
which
well.
is heavy. So I picture her arm would be flexed quite a bit, but I
Right.
can
Well,
I
when
can
you
try
zoom
to
out, it doesn't.
even it out a little.
It's not. Yeah, no, it's not looking too bad when you zoom out. I think.
It might also just be this harsh shadow line that I have. That might be like a little much. Maybe I could
It's
just.
not bad. It's
paint that
not
out a
even
little.
really that like stand out. Just
No, I
specific.
don't. I'm definitely all about, you know, I want this to be better. You know.
Sure. That looks a little more. I know it's the slightest change there.
It's really tricky with anatomy. I've always noticed like the slightest change to a line can be very drastic. Oh, interesting. So now that I'm looking at it here, though, it's still... Well, let's see. I'm gonna undo and redo on and off just to see what the difference is.
You just be slow with the... Something about the lag.
Oh, yeah. Actually, my computer is lagging really hard right now. I think I need to turn down my encoding settings.
Yeah, you turned them up.
I did, and I was hoping that it would make for better quality, but I think I turned them up too high. So I'm going to turn them down a little, but not as low as I had them before, and see if that helps. Maybe it'll just give my computer a little more oomph for what I need. Ah, there we go. Yeah, so this is what I just did, and then I'm turning it off and going back to the way it was. And yeah, it's a very subtle difference, but I do think it helps. Cool.
Okay, can you turn it on and off at my...
Can I what?
Undo.
Okay, so I'm gonna undo. Now it's lagging. Okay, so this should be undone, redone,
Okay.
undone. But you have a lag, so
Right.
right.
Just,
so
yeah. Okay.
redone. Yeah, I basically just softened the shape of it up so it's not
Yeah.
quite as like, you know,
No, I like it.
comic
That,
booky.
that works. No, that's working.
Which, you know,
It was
I stream
so slight.
I stream a lot of comic book art, so
No,
a
it
lot
was
of my
just so
stuff is comic booky because it's a comic book.
Yeah. No, it's not bad at all. I love it.
I'm trying to think about what else I could do with this.
The other thing that I was noticing was down behind the shirt tail,
Right.
where my leg meets the shirt tail.
Oh yeah. Right in here, you mean? Or I'm not sure where you're talking about. Oh, are you still there? Did I lose
Yes,
you? Okay.
I am. I'm just waiting for the lag to catch up on the visual.
Oh, gotcha.
Yes, you're in the right zone. Okay, it's fine. I just, at one point it looked... No, it's good. Perfect.
So I have another image that I worked out some flora on, and I was thinking I might just steal one of these layers from the foreground of this image to throw in there. Because that was just a design sketch and I didn't really do anything with it. So I might...
Oh, that's cool.
Thanks. But you know, sometimes just like, hey, I have this thing in another piece that I didn't really make very much use of. So maybe I can use it here, you know? I think in the foreground, if I had something like that, just outlined grassy looking stuff. I'm stealing layers from other art that I did. Stealing art from my art.
I hate registering 1, 2, 3. Hello.
Oh, did someone just pop in to the chat?
I guess they didn't say anything. I just happened to notice a new viewer, and it's a very unique name.
Yeah. So
very real too. Thanks for joining.
Generally,
I hate registering as well.
Generally, when people pop in, if they don't say anything, it's like they're maybe lurking. Sometimes,
Yeah,
you know,
that's
people
fine.
that are lurking just want to not be, you know,
Yeah.
not be called out.
I'm not hip to the.
No,
to the
it's cool.
stream.
Hopefully, you know, anyone will, especially after hearing me say that, will be like, oh, okay, cool. They didn't mean anything by calling me out. So.
Oh no, not at all. I don't know the in streaming world yet either. So.
Yeah, and I'm only even saying that
At
because I've had people like tell me that like I used to say hi to everyone that popped up on my stream and be like, hey, so and so, and then like a few people were like, dude, you can't be doing that, and I'm like, what? What do you mean?
Okay.
And they're like,
Yeah.
well, I mean, if someone's not chatting, that probably means that they don't want to, and you're like calling them out, and I'm like, oh no, and I felt terrible.
Yeah.
But it's not something to feel terrible about. It's just, you know, it's a organic community, and you
Right.
learn, you know,
We're all here for each other, and
hopefully.
we all have our ways. I know I did actually have a moment the other day where I kind of felt.
You did?
I don't know. I didn't feel bad about it at all. I felt sort of obligated to say something because I did pop into somebody's stream, and again, I am so new to this.
Oh, someone
can-
else's stream.
We can divert. Yeah, we can divert from this topic totally. But yeah, I just decided I was supposed to be cleaning house, and I thought, I wonder what kind of fun I can distract myself with.
Right?
Oh, streaming! This is a new thing for me. So, so I randomly found, and I did. I wasn't sure what to say or how to. So.
I think you're cutting in and out a little bit.
Sorry.
That's okay. So what happened though?
Nothing. I just ended up conversating for as best I could, because you know there's already conversation going.
Right.
It is tricky.
Oh, so you were entering someone else's stream,
Yes.
and you didn't.
Yeah.
What, you didn't mean to, like, engage in conversation, and then they just started conversing with you?
Yeah, and it was nice. It wasn't harmful. It was like, "Hi, how you doing?"
Right.
Say, "I'm
But
fine."
you didn't
Yeah.
you didn't enter chat.
I don't know.
Like they just
I don't know what. Exactly.
they just started talking to you like when you just got to the stream.
Yeah. So I had, I had
So like you
to come up with
were intending to lurk basically, and someone just started talking to you.
Yeah, and
Right.
I mean, it's interesting. I think the word lurk is an interesting word, but that is. I just wanted to watch. I just wanted to be there. And
Well, yeah, I
watch.
mean, lurking is just a word that just means
It's just a word.
you're in the channel, but you're not like
Exactly.
necessarily interacting. You know,
Right. And,
you're
and
not
I wasn't
chatting anyway.
offended or hurt, but I was like, oh, what do I
Like,
say?
oh snap!
I
On the
don't know.
yeah, it puts you on the spot, right?
Yeah. Yeah, a little bit. So.
And
So I
some people are
apologize.
shy,
I take
and they'll just like if they want to just lurk and you call them out, they'll just leave. And that's okay. It's okay to leave. And some people just pop by and they'll leave anyway because, a lot of people aren't sure what stream they want to watch tonight. So they're
Right.
just going around from stream to stream trying to see what's good, And that's cool.
Oh my.
Hmm.
Time travel.
Are you traveling time?
Oh yeah, we have tonight. We have traveled.
What kind of time have we traveled? I don't even know what's going on right now.
Hours?
Hours?
Yeah. It's 2
It's
for
like 6 o'clock now, right? Oh, dude, it's 1 o'clock. I've been... What is my uptime? Oh my god. Can you just type exclamation mark uptime into my chat?
Yes. Yes.
I'm just curious.
Oh wait. Oh, I said yes, but my chat, the thing wasn't in the chat. So. Oh, 6.5 hours.
Alright, it's respectable.
That's nice.
I can do better.
Prove it. No.
Yeah. Prove it, yeah. Well, shit. What do you think? I think this is getting pretty close to there.
Well,
I feel like your actual
I can't
face.
see anything.
You can't see anything.
No, I can't see anything that could be added or.
It's like, oh snap, we gotta get you to an eye doctor.
I'm blind.
Oh no.
JL, I will be right back.
Okay. Hi, cat. Oh, cat is getting tired and bored. Hi, buddy. How you doing? Oh, you want to take a little nap next to me? Okay, that's nice.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay. I am really trying to like tweak this face, and I just feel like I can't get it quite where I want. Ah! You know, it's like one thing, like if I'm just drawing like a fictional character of mine, like I can make it look however I want.
Right.
You know, as long as I think it looks right. But then, like, when I'm drawing a person as a fictional character, it's like I want it to look like that person as much as I also want it to look like...
Fictionally real.
Yeah, like someone from the society that I'm drawing, from the, you know...
Right.
It's really freaking hard, man. Art is hard. Arr.
Well, if you do need to, you know, work on this, you know, with fresh eyes later, then I have no issues with that. Do every inch by any means on here.
I mean, I think I'm probably getting close to done for the night. I think a 7-hour stream is good for business, you know? But I might, like, pick it back up in the morning or something.
Yeah, well.
But then, actually not tomorrow morning, because I gotta do my
I was
stream
gonna say, you gotta fix your...
tomorrow night.
Yeah, you gotta fix your equipment.
Oh, God, right. Damn
It'll
it.
be okay. It'll be okay. It's all gonna work out just fine. Tonight worked out fine.
That's true.
I mean, actually, even in the beginning, it's just obstacles, hurdles to jump over.
I mean, I feel like it usually does work out fine. It's just like, how much of a headache is it gonna take to get there, you know?
Yeah.
Let's see, is that closer? Try to give it like a little bit more attitude, you know?
Yeah.
Just kind of like a little snarkier, a little like more like, I'm a badass, I'm out in the woods, I'm doing stuff, you know? But I don't know if that's better or not. Okay, so here's more relaxed face, here's like, just a little more grimacy. And I feel like the way I changed the expression though makes it look less like you. Probably because I've just never seen you be snarky looking.
I like the snarky look, actually.
Yeah? You think it's good? Do you think I should keep it like that?
Yeah. I feel like the relaxed face makes me look like I'm frowning a lot, and then somehow just changing the snark upturns my lips a little.
Right.
It's interesting. I'm sorry, her lips.
The lips. Alright, so do I take a break and come back and do more, or do I call it a night? That's the big question. It's 1 in the morning for me. Which means it's, what, 2 in the morning for you?
Yes.
3 in the morning for her name card?
Her name card. Are you still there?
He's probably passed out on his keyboard.
Yeah. Drilling on the...
No, I bet he's working on something right now in, like, Blender or some 3D program. That guy. That guy is made of work ethic. Yeah, I think I'm... Yep, name card, 3 a.m. Awesome.
Yay.
Awesome.
Uh-oh, that means you have to stay. Well, that means I have to stay out too. Yeah, Jayel, you can make your own decision there.
Oh, I can't make my own decision. Who the hell do you think I am? Some kind of sorcerer?
You're a magician.
I think I'm a magician?
A decision magician.
That's so dumb. What the heck? Why is my Photoshop just not closing this image? Oh, because there's a thing. Oh, weird. Do you guys see this? Let me open.
A decision magician.
There we go. I'm gonna just decision. You know?
Yeah, no.
You know? Magish. So I come up with all these layer names, and I'm like, super highlights, ultra highlights, mega highlights, overall highlights, and like, man, what happens like if I need to make something even brighter than that?
Super mega ultra.
Right? Then it gets like, I don't know if you remember or if you ever were into them, but like this Super Nintendo Street Fighter games, there was like Street Fighter, then there's Street Fighter 2, then there was like Street Fighter 2 Turbo, and then there's like Street Fighter 2 Turbo Ultimate Champion Edition.
Yes.
And there was like Street Fighter 2 Ultimate Turbo Champion Edition Gold, you know what I mean? Like, gonna make tea. Oh, you'll be back? Oh, now I can't go to sleep. See that? Her name card just held me hostage. He was like, I will be back, which means
He's
you can't
the decision
leave.
magician after all.
He is. Son of a bitch. Decision magician is real. The decision magician, magicianally decisions. I talk real good. Say, happy birthday,
Has
Sai.
joined the Drake crew at Jayel Draco's stream. Welcome, Sai.
Break. Oh, it is such a good time for a break. Yeah, I'm gonna take a quick break.
I guess since we're gonna be up now and Sai just joined the party.
Yeah, I mean it's only 1 in the morning for me, 3 in the morning for a name card. What? 2 in the morning for you? Actually, I think Sai, you're EST, right? So it's like 3 in the morning for you as well, right? Or am I wrong on that?
Ooh.
I fuck with the Vision Tribe. Yeah, it's like in red, and I'm looking at it on gray. So I'm looking at the chat on my Unkbot, right? So it's like that dark red on gray, and I'm like, wait, what? Tribe Cherokee, thank you so much. I really appreciate the follow.
Nice.
Salty is EST, you tard. I'm in your time, remember? You're in my time, so okay, cool. It's 1 o'clock for you. All right. Yeah, I guess that's why I confuse everything. You're in my time. You're just way south of me, right? You're like Idaho, but South Idaho, right? I know things and stuff. How are you doing? How's your birthday going? Did you get to do anything cool, or like are you waiting for like the weekend or something, or just also not everyone's into birthdays? That's a thing.
Tim got his sub button.
What? Really? Today? I did not hear that. That's amazing. So that means Tim got partnered by Twitch. That's so cool. It's hard to believe that he just got it now. I mean, he has such a solid community of people that are like always there. I've never been in his chat and not seen it like completely moving along. It's really hard to believe that he just got it now, but at the same time, like, you know, that's one of those things, right? I think like with partnering, you also have to like aggressively seek it, and if you're not seeking it, then it just takes like enough people suggesting you for that to happen. We all knew early last week, but it went live today. That's awesome. But that's so cool. Yeah, congratulations to him. So I actually tried to write to Tim on Discord, but I think I wrote to his bot instead. But he, like, you know, I was talking with him, and he asked me to write to him about some of my comics that I'm working on. He only apped once? That's awesome. Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, I feel like that's all he needed. He's such an obvious choice. That's really cool. glad to hear that.
Oh, goodness. Sorry. Explosive yawn.
You dying, Tish?
I'm still alive. I'm still standing. Yeah.
So, Sai, I'm doing a an illustration of my dear friend Ito. I believe you two know each other through chat, right? Or at least are acquainted somewhat.
We've been in the same chat zone. Ugh.
I will zoom out in a minute and show you, and then I'm thinking I'm going to take a quick break and then try to just like finish this up and then just call it done. There's also the risk of like overworking a piece, you know. You got your wait. 30 is terrible. I got my first back pimple.
Oh, it's all over from there. 30 is straight downhill.
Oh yeah, there's gonna be so many more back pimples in your future.
And ear hair probably too. That's what I hear anyway. I don't have the guys.
Long nostril hairs that you have to
Long
trim.
nostril.
You have to like
Or the
stick your finger
crazy-
up there and grab them and then pull them down and cut them off with scissors. It's really difficult. It's like a fucking skill.
The
It's like a magic
crazy
trick.
wiry eyebrow hairs. that
No, that's like when you're like 50.
have 50.
Come on.
Yeah.
I can't wait for that shit.
My dad has the coolest one. Great, they're everywhere. And it's perfect because he's guy, so he's eccentric looking.
I can't wait for fucking long wiry eyebrow hairs. That's like I'm gonna like comb them down intentionally just to make them as like pronounced as possible. I'm gonna get mustache wax.
Eyebrow beards. Yeah.
I'm gonna get mustache wax to put in my eyebrow. I'm like, you douchebags thought I should have shaved my eyebrow earlier, huh? Well, how do you like me now, bitches? Because people are always like, you know, you'd be really good looking if you just like tweezed your eyebrow. I'm like, you fucker. You'd be really good looking if you didn't look like a fucking superficial asshole. Sorry, a little bit of venom there, I guess.
Meow.
Um,
Salty. Hey, what happened to the eye?
what eye?
It on the Ito. It looks
Oh, it's like disappearing in the background.
very, very faint. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm almost wondering if I want to, so there's two ways I could go about this. I could make the text way stronger. I make the text more of a thing in the image. Or I could go the opposite direction and just take out the text and just have it be an image, you know. When I first put it in, I wasn't really like thinking so much about it. I just kind of did it, you know.
Right. Well, that's better. Just that slight little shading difference. Remember.
Yeah, do you like the text? Are you a fan of it? Like, do you think I
I
should?
do. It's really cool.
Because I can make it work, or I can, you know, again, I can just ditch it all together.
No, I like the tag.
So that actually, the font that you're seeing, that's my own font that I made. So it's like my own handwriting that I converted into a font. And that actually, the entire book, Great Nations of Rendaria, is all in my own font that I made. So I'm pretty proud of
Wow.
that. Alright, I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to come back and give this a one more look over with fresh eyes, see what details I could put into it, and then I'm going to call it Dunzo. And then, tomorrow during the day, Ito, or I will talk to you and we'll figure out what I can do with this and how we can, put it up on the webs and such, whatevers and such, Here we go.
And what?
And whatnots.
Excellent.
Alright, I will be right back. I just gotta go trim my nose hairs, and then I'll continue the stream.
Trim them and glue them to your eyebrows now.
Yes! Yes!
Okay, break time.
Hi, I'm Lindsay G. I'm the writer, editor, and co-founder of Oneshi Press.
Hi, I'm Jayel Draco. I'm the illustrator, designer, and co-founder of Oneshi Press.
Oneshi Press is an independent publisher of progressive, immersive, gorgeous books in print and digital formats.
To start with, we'll be keeping 3 original concepts in production.
Our first 3 are a graphic novel, a comic book, and an art book.
Tracy Queen.
Tracy Queen is a feminist, sex-positive, sci-fi graphic novel about a self-made porn star named Tracy,
who fights her way free of her grandfather's organized crime syndicate, only to get caught up in the porn industry politics and gang warfare.
The fiercely independent, brilliant Tracy decides to fight her battles on her own terms. With the help of her best friend, a talking raccoon who happens to be an electrical engineer,
she creates an army of cyborg clones to help her fight back against the forces of conformity, sexual repression, and evil. Pack.
Our gritty vigilante comic book with a surprisingly humane heart, Pack tells the story of a masked crime fighter named Patience,
and the 6 dogs with whom he roams the dark streets of crime-ridden Brooklyn.
Together as a pack, these ruthless vigilantes sniff out corruption
and deliver their own bloody form of justice to those who they decide deserve it.
They put crime under the fang.
The Great Nations of Rendaria.
The Great Nations of Rendaria, our first art book, is an introduction to the vast fantasy universe that Oneshi Press is helping to create.
This book serves as both backstory and introduction to a diverse, intricate universe in which its narrator, Jan Kazian,
has become obsessed with preserving the memories of the greatest civilizations his world has ever known.
The Great Nations of Rendaria is both a book in its own right, as well as an artifact from the larger story, Children of Gaia.
Oneshi Press is creating a community of fans who enjoy progressive and immersive worlds like the ones that we're building, and we want to invite you to join us.
We're using Patreon, a subscription-based crowdfunding platform, to accept support from fans who love gorgeous books, and to give them rewards in return for their support.
Our supporters can opt in to receive all kinds of goodies when they become part of the Oneshi community. personalized letters and selfies from characters, 3D drawings, even cameos in our books.
And access to exclusive works in progress as work continues on all of our projects.
One of our favorite rewards, which is made possible by our patrons, is the weekly live stream, during which Jayel streams live on Twitch TV as he creates art for our projects.
Join me live every Tuesday night to watch me create art and to chat with me and other Oneshi Press fans and supporters. Watch in real time as the art takes shape.
At Oneshi Press, we build immersive, progressive, gorgeous worlds.
And you're invited to explore them. Come join us. Feel good about it?
Yeah?
Woo! You're the best! You're awesome! We love you! You're so cool! Thank you!
Alright, sorry about that. As the night goes on, my breaks get a little bit longer each time. I'm coming back in now. Hopefully. If my technology will allow it. Alright, who's still with me? Who do we have here? Tish is here. ItoXola. Rename card, y'all still here? I feel so honored that, you know, at like 1:30 in the morning on your birthday, you're hanging out with me. That's super cool. Ito, you've been here since 5:30, well, my time. So 6:30 your time, and it's now what, 2:30 your time?
That is correct.
Wow, you are a trooper. I think some kind of cool like sheen or burst on the sword. Right? Like right where that ray is overlapping it. Just gonna put a nice little blast on there. We'll call it sword sheen. And we'll make that layer a linear dodge layer, and I will pick a nice little brush for that. This song is so like impending doom. That's a little exaggerated. Let me make a smaller brush out of that. Gosh, Photoshop, way to frickin' lag like super hard. Could you lag any harder? Alright. So now we'll take that and move it right onto that corner right there. Make it a little smaller. I don't want to be ostentatious about my sword sheen, you know? It's the cloud, brew. You love it. Yeah, well, you know. I mean, it's not like I'm working off the cloud. Like, it is a local program. It's really just my hardware is just out of touch, out of time, out of date.
When did you buy it? Last week?
So, well, yeah, my video card I actually bought just like 2 months ago. But my computer itself I built like 5 years ago. And you know, I've just been updating all the pieces that I can, but at this point, like, I need to get a new processor, and my motherboard itself is kind of old, so I'm not sure if the new processors that are out will be compatible with it. You know, it's just like, at a certain point, you just have to buy a new fucking computer, because that's what the gods of computing demand.
Has been.
I think I want to make this a little smaller so it doesn't fuck with the mushroom as much. The Keppa bin. That should be good. She's a cold ass bitch, and she's happy about it.
Yeah.
She's
Just
like,
try it.
Just try it, motherfucker. What else? Anything else? It could be done. Or I could, like, go crazy on this moss. I don't know. Did I go crazy on it already, though?
I don't even mess.
Whoop, your voice
I
cut
don't know what your definition of crazy is, but
Crazy on you, crazy on you. You know, like that song? You know what I'm talking
Yes.
about. That's Heart, right?
I believe me. Crazy.
Y'all know what I'm talking about.
Oh, I know.
Wow, there's a lot of posting on my Discord, apparently, while I was here. Whoa, Ito, you posted a picture of... That's,
Dakota.
Dakota. Yeah,
Did you
Dakota
get to
Sue
meet
Wiley,
her?
right? No, I never met her, but
Okay.
I'm friends with her on Facebook. Is
Right,
that
right.
your
She was-
outfit?
Yeah.
That's
yeah.
awesome! I totally saw that picture on Facebook, and I was like, oh, that's so cool. Man, she's such a badass.
She really is. She's my favorite model. I don't know if you've noticed that she's the one in my profile picture on the Facebook page. I made her a Daenerys Targaryen recreation outfit.
No. Oh, I gotta check for that. Okay, so that's really cool because I actually, like, had no idea that this was your outfit, and I saw it earlier today on Facebook, and I was like, oh, that's so awesome, you know, like, what a badass, you know, and I love that, like, you know, this is in New York on, like, what, West 30-something, 37th, 39th? Oh, 35th, right. So, like, you know, it's like Midtown Manhattan, and there's just people walking by not even noticing, and she's just like, bam, like, totally, like, you know?
Yeah.
It's so cool.
She's the one, you know, I was told the Mad Max post-apocalyptic desert dweller type thing that I made for her. Waiting on images of that, so.
Oh my god.
But yeah, she's badass.
Dude, J Squared's Howie Blob is so freaking creepy. It's so creepy.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's what had me cracking up earlier.
Right?
Because you were telling the story. And I opened it up and I was just,
Ah, what is that?
oh my. My oh my.
It's so good. I love the fact that, like, we're starting to have this, like, community on Discord where, like, people are sharing their work and, like, you know, like, XCat actually, who posts, you know, quite a bit of art, earlier today sent me in a direct message, like, a bullet point outline of the world building for the story that they're working on. And it was just, like, so awesome. I was just like, oh, that's so cool. And, like, asking for, like, advice and opinions and feedback. And there are few things in this world that I relish in as much as I do when I'm put in a position of, like, for lack of a better word, I guess mentorship. Like, when someone is, like, looking to me for feedback or advice or, like, you know, like, that is my fucking jam. Like,
yeah.
Like, I just get so stoked. I'm like, oh, you really like me, you know, like.
Yeah.
Like,
I tend to
it's
get
just-
overwhelmed
it's
by it
special.
because as an you know artist, I struggle with. It's just this thing where I struggle with having the confidence that I can do what I can do, and my dad is the best one to help me with that. Just call him like, I can't do this. He's like, yeah, but I think that's every artist's brain to an extent. But yeah, then I have one kid who he's so brilliant and he wants to come and learn some stuff, but he's completely addicted to the Victorian era and he wants to make himself so cool.
You're cutting in and out a little, but I heard that he wants to make himself
sorry.
something.
He's just obsessed with the Victorian era clothing.
Nice.
And he goes to and he gets pattern making books and clothes making books from that time period. Somehow he's finding all these books, it's crazy, that show all these old methods of making corsets.
That's awesome.
So, yeah, he'll get stuck on something and call me, and I'll clear my time for him. Come and we'll lay it all out on the table. Work through his, you know, his little troubles or whatever. But he's got such drive, and
Nice.
it's just kind of neat to be in that role too.
Right?
Like you were saying.
Yeah, there's something just so super cool about, like, I don't know, like, for me, you know, I recognize fully that I would not be the artist I am if you took any one person who was in a mentorship position with me out of the picture.
Right.
You know, and even, like, people I never met, like, just some of the art books that I have.
Sure.
You know, like, that I studied.
And
You know, like, those are people that I would not be who I am. I would be someone else, you know, without them. So like when someone actively like comes to me with that, it's just so special, you know.
Yeah, it's a really neat. And I do have my mentors. Funny, I hear their voices when I'm throughout the day, saying different things.
Sai says, "Save, motherfucker." Sai, how are you? How are you doing? Are you drunk? Are you drinking? It's your birthday. That's a thing. What's going on in your world, Sai? Tell me all about it. Or don't. That's cool too. No pressure.
But tell me. No.
But tell me. Oh man, there's such a bad lag right now. My computer is just like, dude, seriously? When are you going to sleep, bro? That's what my computer wants to know. Look at this lag. I just drew something like a minute ago and I'm still waiting for it to show up. It's crazy.
Did you save as Sai suggested?
Yes, I did. As soon as I said that, I saved. Yeah, so my mentor, Jack Potter, I used to model for a lot of his drawing classes, and I took one of his classes every semester that I was in SVA. So I took like, 8 of his classes. And then I would model for his classes after school for money, and he paid me pretty damn well. And so, I spent a lot of time with him, and a lot of time hanging out and talking to him. The first time I met him, I showed up late for his class and unprepared, and as I opened the door, he was yelling at someone and basically kicking them out of class. And I was just like, oh fuck. And he was this like big dude who's kind of like my first impression of him was like Nosferatu looking, like big bald guy, like really imposing, and like he was very like loud and booming and just like really intense. And I walked in and I was like, alright, here we go, this dude's gonna destroy me. Oh well, I guess I'll just like, it's still within drop ad week, whatever, I'll just change classes. And his head just whipped around and he looked at me. And he kind of like, changed the angle of his head, like he was really like giving me this sorcerer's stare, like looking through me, And he like marched up to me. And he like stopped right in front of me and he looked me up and down. And he looked right into my eyes and he smiled and he was like, well, he said, well, I've been waiting for you. And he looked me up and down and he was like, you look good. Come sit down, show us what you can do. And the whole class is looking at me like, oh god, this guy's gonna die, And he's like, show us what you can do. And I was like, I'm really sorry, I'm unprepared. And he actually just grabbed some random kid's book and like took it from him. And like took his own pencil and shoved it in my hand and like sat me down and was like, it's okay, we'll all just wait for you. And I was like, oh god. Oh. Wow. Like I was a mouse in a trap at that point, And he sat me down and like he was like, just draw the model, draw it, let me see what you can do. So I just started drawing and like he watched me the whole time. No one else in class was doing anything, so everyone was just watching me, and I just did it anyway. you know? And I just did it the best I could. And as soon as I was done, he was like, time's up, and he ripped the page out of the book and held it up for everyone to see. And was like, now this is what I want to see here. And like, explained why everything that I did was like just right. And then like a few lines of like what will be better after I spend more time in his class. And like, from that moment on, like, I don't know, he was just like my best friend, you know, like, but like in a grandpa way, you know, like, it was so cool. And I used to just like talk to him about fucking everything, and I would show him my sketches from Children of Gaia, and he was like so into it. Like, I remember like the first time I really showed him like this horrible, bleak, like apocalyptic landscape with all these people like just dead and like horrible, and he was like, he looked at me and he was like, this isn't your world, this is my world. And I was like, whoa, what? Because like, he was a really famous fashion illustrator actually, in like the 60s, I want to say. Like, he worked for all the big like fashion companies. I'm trying to think of some names here, including like McCall's, and you know, like names that are still big today for like you know, companies that don't so much do like the magazines anymore, but do patterns now, you know.
Right.
And like, he was a really big deal, but he just like, in the middle of his like skyrocketing career, was like, I decided I want to teach, and just like stopped doing like his, you know, freelance illustration career, which was huge, and just like started teaching because that's what he wanted to do. You know, and like over the years, I just spent so much time with him, and he taught me so much, not just about art, but about life, you know, like he just would sit me down and talk to me about anything, like anything went, you know. And he was a coach, you know, like he encouraged me in being myself. You know, I remember the day I showed up to his class in sandals and a skirt with a pigeon on my shoulder and a hat, and that was it, you know. And he was like, well, this is fantastic, what are you doing now, you know, like
Great.
you know, just totally like nothing was off limits, and we just talked about it, and you know, and he was like totally recognized like where I was at, you know, in my own like self-experimentation, and like was just so like gentle about it, you know, and so like non-judgmental. And I remember like I used to just love to go and just tell him about new things in my life, you know, like he was my person to be like, look what happened to me, you know, hanging on your fridge, like some bullshit that I really think you'll care about. And he would, you know, he would give me the time of day. So like I was dating someone new, I would be like, Jack, I'm dating this person and it's really exciting because blah blah blah, and he'd be like, that's great, you know, like, you know, just very like encouraging, and never acted like, oh god, why are you telling me this, I don't care, you know, like he just acted like everything was like an important milestone, you know. And I remember this day I'll never forget, but like I was running across town because I had like minutes between class, and I wanted to like get to his class early to talk to him. There was this girl that like, you know, I kind of had a crush on in high school, you know, but I like was always dating someone in high school, like I was never single. And anyway, there's like this girl that I started dating, and I was like pretty excited about it, and it had a lot of promise, and you know, I just wanted to go and tell him and like talk to him about it and whatever, like, you know what I mean? So I ran across town and I went up to go see him, and I saw one of his a teacher at SVA who was one of his like proteges, who was also a teacher that I modeled for sometimes and was kind of a friend of mine and definitely a close friend of Jack's. And I saw him outside and he stopped me and he put his hand on my shoulder as I was like getting ready to like dash inside and run upstairs, and he was like, "Did you hear about Jack?" And I was like, "No, I'm going up to see him now. What's up?" And he was like, "He's dead." And I just remember like everything, like I was in Midtown Manhattan and everything went silent. Like I could not hear anything.
Yeah.
And I don't know if he was still talking.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, and I've dealt with a lot of death in my life, like family members and loved ones and even friends of mine, you know. But like this was different. You know, like this was someone that I was gonna continue seeing as I grew and was gonna like be there for me. Who I was gonna, you know, work out my accomplishments and my life snares with, you know what I mean? Like,
Right.
and everything just went black and dark and I just couldn't hear anything. And I just walked away, and instead of walking away in the opposite direction, I just walked to his room anyway. 501 East 23rd. You know, like, well, the room was 501. It was on the 5th floor, the first class. It was the Jack Potter room. The actual address is, shit, I don't remember the address of SVA, but I remember his room number. Go
Right.
figure. You know,
But yeah, that moment.
yeah, and I went up to his room, and, you know, no one was there yet. The class hadn't started yet. And I just kind of sat there, and, like, a few students showed up, and they, like, kind of were, like, looking around, like, where's Jack, you know? And they just sat down in their seats, like they were gonna have a class that day. And, like, I realized, like, oh shit, none of these people know. So I waited for the room to fill up, and I made the announcement. I was like, hey, everybody, I've got some really bad news, you know? Sadly, Jack passed away, and he won't be joining us in the flesh today. You know, feel free to do what you have to do. If you need to leave, you can leave. But I'm gonna model for him one last time. And, you know, a bunch of the kids looked around at each other, and before, you know, I didn't, like, bother to know what anyone was doing. I just, like, went up to the model stand, and I stood up on it, and, no one left. You know, like, some people were, quite a few people were audibly crying, you know, like, just sobbing. But no one left, and everyone just took out their sketchbooks and just drew. And I held, like, this crazy, like, you know, Grecian pose where, like, I was, like, totally, like, stretched out, and, like, my back was stretched, my arms were stretched, like, something you just wouldn't do unless it was a 5-minute pose, you know? And I held it for, like, 3 hours. And I was, like, shaking, and, like, my muscles burned. By the time I was done, I felt like I was gonna die. And it was so cathartic. But the interesting thing is, the week before, the last time I saw him, he gave me this really big hug when I was saying goodbye to him. And he looked me right in the eyes and he was like, and you know I will always be here for you, and anything you need, you just ask, and if I can, I will do it for you. And you know I'll always love you. And I was like, Jack, I love you so much. And I gave him a big hug, and we gave each other big hugs, and I said goodbye, and I was like, I'll see you next week. And he just kind of smiled. And I realized, like, he was saying goodbye to me, in retrospect. But at the time, you know, like, I didn't know that. Whenever I was done drawing, so, like, when I would do poses for him, you know, he was not a horrible dictator. Like, he would let me take, like, you know, 5-minute breaks every 15 minutes. And he would, like, mark tape around my feet so that I'd remember my pose. And then, so, you know, after the final pose, his, like, way of saying you're done is he would come over and take the tape that he uses to mark my feet with, and he'd stick a piece of tape on my shoulder as just kind of like a chummy thing to do, and be like, yeah, you're done, you know? So I'd have, like, a little piece of tape on my shoulder, and I'd know that that was his, you know, nonverbal way of saying I'm done. So the last time I saw him, after he gave me that big hug, he stuck a piece of tape on my shoulder, you know? And I was like, that's funny. Like, when I got to my next class, I realized there was tape on my shoulder, and I realized, like, he put it there. So, like, you know, it's just, like, a funny, like, thing, but, like, he was saying goodbye, you know, and he was saying, like, you know, with him, I'm done. But then, the next time I did this pose is, you know, what I would call his, like, I guess, memoriam pose, my last time modeling for him after I found out he passed away. So, you know, I finished my pose, and I got down from the model stand, the class was over, and all his kids were just crying, and a lot of them thanked me and were like, that's awesome, you know, that you did that. And it was really emotional. And I just couldn't handle it. I completely ditched my next class and went to the park and just sat down on a park bench, and I just, like, started crying, you know, like, really just letting it all out, like, just bawling. You know, in a fucking middle of a busy park in Manhattan, I'm just, like, snotting and sobbing and crying, and, you know, it was just, like, so much, you know, like, my mentor, the dude who is, like, giving me all the secrets, you know, is just gone. And, like, I never had a relationship like that before. Like, no one took me under their wing that way, as a mentor, you know? How sacred that was. And, like, I was sitting there on this park bench just, like, so fucked up. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what to... There's nothing. You know, there's nothing you can do or say. It just hurts, and that's it. And then I felt an itch on my shoulder. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, something, like, bit me, you know? And I reached back, and there was a piece of tape on my shoulder. Like, right where he would have stuck it if he was still alive. Like... And I still have that piece of tape in my medicine bag, and that is currently hanging from the rearview mirror of my car, but, you know, usually I wear it around my neck, and I have that piece of tape rolled up, and it's like, it blew my mind. You know, like, he got one last lesson out on me, you know, and it's a lesson I'm still, to this day, like, unpacking. Like, I don't know how he did that. That was some fucking Obi-Wan shit right there, you know?
Right.
Like, but it was, yeah, it was really crazy. So,
yeah,
like,
that's amazing.
You know, that experience with a mentor, like, just giving me so much, you know, like, I'm not ready to, like, be a proper mentor like that, but every time someone, like, shares their art on my channel and then, like, writes me a private message asking my opinions, you know, like, every time someone wants to know something from me, that's my chance to learn a little bit more about how to be that person, you know?
Right.
And I won't pretend to be that person. Like, it'll take a lifetime to be that person. but I want to be that person eventually, and that means I need to practice in the meantime, and I need to have those like experiences, you know, and I need to learn how to be gentle yet firm with people, and how to have feedback but also not be imperious about it, you know, like to realize that people are their own people, and what works for me and what's true for my art isn't going to be true for someone else's, but that doesn't mean that they won't be helped by hearing my opinions. However, I'm also not like, you know, I don't have a lifetime of making art behind me. I've got like 35 years of making art, you know, like, but I want to get there, you know, and that's something I definitely know. So that's why I'm like really stoked when people have like questions for me, and, you know, I want to go on those rambles, those, you know, rantings. Like, I just want to pay it forward, you know?
Right.
It's like a way of saying thanks, right? Well, anyway, sorry, I know that was like a really deep and long ramble, but man, it just, you know, every now and then, like, I need to remember that, and I need to remember that I still hear him when I draw. And then,
Yeah.
you know, like,
I hear mine for sure. I'm working.
right? And it's like, sometimes I feel his hand on my hand, like, guiding me the way he would have, like, when I was first learning from him. Like, he would literally, like, come up and, like, put his hand on my hand. You know, you always ask permission first, but, like, he would put his hand on my hand and, like, draw so that I could feel what he was drawing. You know what I mean? Like, and that's a really intimate thing to do. Like, you don't do that with just any student. You don't do that with just anyone. You know, like, that's a really, like, personal, and, like, you know, you have to know that you trust the person you're doing that with, and the person you're doing that with trusts you, you know? But he would, like, draw and, like, guide my hand, and, like, it was like, oh shit, I get what you're doing now. I can feel it. You know, I can see what you're seeing and feel what you're doing. And that, like, it was just so huge, you know? And after that, like, the next night after, you know, my experience of, like, modeling for him one last time, there was a big, like, school-wide memoriam, like, event at the school for him as, like, a saying goodbye. And I didn't go. I just couldn't. I just felt so busted up, you know?
You had already said your goodbye in your way anyway.
Right. And, you know, at the end of the day, I feel like, you know, a memoriam event like that is really for everyone else. And what I did was also for everyone else. It was for his students, you know, but it was also, like, for me, and it was more personal. And I kind of felt like, to me, Jack was never the showboaty type. Like, he wouldn't have wanted a big thing like that. He would have probably preferred that each person just do something personal and meaningful. You know what I mean? Anyway, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to, like, get all heavy. That's a pretty heavy topic of conversation. But, you know, it's something I don't really talk about much. So, for me, it's important. And I appreciate...
Well, it's very important. I think every artist moment, you know, nothing will... Nobody's...
You're cutting in and out a little.
Nobody's experience is like yours, but I think that every artist has some sort of connection like that too.
And not just artists, I think everyone does, you know, like, hopefully, you know, everyone's got that person that, like, touches them in that way that, like, no one else did, you know. that way that no one else could, for whatever reason. You know, either because circumstance or the right time, or just, you know, no one else gets a certain thing about you, or, you know what I mean? Like,
Right.
hopefully, in a fair universe, everyone would have that person, you know? Not that I'm under any, you know, illusion about this being a fair universe, but...
Oh, JL,
Yes.
I think I might be done. 3
Okay,
o'clock.
one last question, and then I will save this
Sure.
and call it done.
Yeah.
Alright, so there's darker and lighter on this image, the background primarily.
Okay.
What do you prefer? Is darker is a little like starker contrast, right? And then the lighter gives everything more of a diffused kind of look. I mean, I
like the lighter.
Yeah,
I
me too.
think.
Cool. I was just gonna say I have my own preference, but
yeah,
right.
it's showing a lot more of the detail, and it
Cool.
it pops that mushroom out more
yeah,
than some
yeah.
of the other.
Awesome. Well, this has
Yeah,
been great.
yeah.
I really enjoyed this. It was totally awesome having you in here in Discord the whole time. You know, like I feel like it's like long distance hangout.
Yeah, it's been a
I
while.
even got some therapy out of it, some free therapy. So
Yay.
thanks for that.
No problem. Anytime, man. Anytime.
And yeah, so we got a few new followers tonight, and made some new friends, and got a little, you know, closer with some somewhat familiar people. Awesome. This has been a really good night. So
Excellent extra stream.
yeah, thank you. I'm glad that this worked out and that we got to do this. It's really cool.
Thank you. Seriously.
No, really, like, you hung out the whole time. I mean, you were the subject of my art. I mean, I can't thank you enough. So, everybody, I think we're calling this a done deal. I hope anyone that's still here, that's still listening, I hope you enjoyed it. And I hope you're all having a great night, and I hope you sleep well, and have a good day tomorrow. And I will be streaming again tomorrow night, so I hope to see some of you again. And yeah, I will figure out getting this to you. I'll get you for sure the full res digital file. And if I can, the next time I'm doing like a print run of pieces, I'll see if I can get some prints made of this, and I'll email I'll email you a print. I will mail you, like, actual mail, an actual print if I can. I mean, I definitely can. It's just a matter of when. Yeah, Rename Card, thank you so much for hanging out. You are fucking awesome.
Night,
I miss your face, dude. I miss your face, and I miss Ito. I miss your face too. Oh
I've
god.
been staring at it for 7 hours.
No, but
straight.
your face in person.
I
How
know.
long has it been? Let's see. Last question of the night. Uptime.
Yeah. Oh. Almost 8 hours, yo. 7:45.
Right, and that's after having, what, 40 minutes of technical difficulties?
Yeah.
Right? Like, I tried to start at 5:30, and that just was not happening.
Yeah.
Oh god. Actually, we tried to start at like 5:15. To start early to make sure there were no technical difficulties. FML. Alright. Alright, everybody. Thank you so much for hanging out. You're all awesome. Sorry, I don't know if you can hear me, but you're awesome. Happy birthday. Have a great night. Thank you so much for hanging out. Rename Card, you're awesome. LD Bean, I don't know if you could still hear me, but you're awesome. Have a great night. And, you know, everybody else, anyone who's lurking, That's super cool. I really appreciate it. You all have great nights.
Night.
Draco out.